day, I just keep my eyes on God. I stay doing God's work, you know. But like I said, people know how I am. They know who I am. Right? I don't back down anymore. You know, the thing is, you've got to be smart. You know what I mean? I never back down to anything, on any issue or anything. But at the same time, I don't take bait. And like I said, that's what these type of folks do. They try to bait. So they jealous of you. So like I said, they start doing weird things they know they're not supposed to be doing. And saying weird things and asking weird questions they know they're not supposed to be asking. Like I said, it's all to get a reaction. And it's never going to work. And when you do it, I just open my mouth up and vocalize how I feel about it. See what I'm saying? I do that. I can talk all day. You know? Because, like I said, people ain't going to do nothing about it. None of them. Nothing. You know? And that's the whole thing, is people know reality. So, nobody's playing with me. What do you mean?
That I see videos every day of cars getting broken into, cars being stolen, stuff inside the car getting robbed. These guys nowadays, when they go around breaking in, they don't even fear getting caught.
If you've been living in Canada for more than 20 years, it's no surprise to see that the crime rates have risen like crazy in this country. It doesn't really feel that safe anymore. It doesn't matter where you live, but especially in city centers like Toronto and Vancouver and places like Winnipeg, and even smaller towns as well throughout the entire country. We're not just talking about crime, but we're also going to talk about just health and safety in general and what it's actually like now living in Canada in 2025. With that being said, guys, let's go on some videos and talk about this very topic today.
Canada. Can't expect to depend on what is happening to our country. What's going on? I'm listening to the news and I can't believe what I'm hearing. Children are hurting the children in our country. I don't understand what's happening right now. I raised my children here always feeling that they were safe on a school, you know, like obviously not leaving them out anywhere by themselves, but like generally safe. And now all I hear is children hurting other children. A 16-year-old just hurt a 14-year-old family. A 8-year-old girl was thought to be attacked by like animals, which is just insane in itself. And now they've discovered that it was a 17-year-old that did this to me. Like, what's happening? Like, any thoughts? What is happening to our country?
Well, violence doesn't stop with adults. Even kids now in school are unsafe. This is not even a surprise to the story. Honestly, my brother, he actually takes the subway every day to work because he doesn't have a car. He lives in Toronto. A lot of people don't actually have access to cars. Uber, just the cost of living in general, it just doesn't really make any sense when a vehicle unless you're making really good money from it. So, of course, he takes the subway to work. And he says every day he takes the subway. This isn't like a small village or anything like that. He feels really unsafe. He says he always at least one crazy person or one person or anything or causing a scene in every single TTC stall. That thing is put on headphones and try not to make eye contact, which is really because just in order to avoid any sort of mess on the subway, which is really scary considering you only have to take subway for 25 minutes. In that 25 minutes, you're not like rushing to that.
The Canadian healthcare system has actually shook me to my core. And this scared me so much that I feel like I'm paralyzed. Recently I had to go to the hospital for a health scare I had. And I can't believe the state of the healthcare system and how bad it's gotten. First of all, I went to a hospital, and it's near where I live. I don't really know any names of where I went or anything, but if you had closed my eyes and told me to open them and place me in this hospital, I would genuinely thought I was in a developing country. Like, no way would I thought I was in North America, or I was shocked. Everything was falling apart. It was dirty. There was like little, I don't know if they were cockroaches or little bugs just crawling on the floor. It was so scary. And then the wait times and the amount of doctors for how many people that need a doctor, it's madness. And I understand this is systemic and macro level. It's not like the doctor's fault or the staffing or anything like that. But there was about 70 people were in March, you clearly felt they had an emergency that had to wait for one doctor. There was an 11-hour wait time to see a doctor. I was triaged for this emergency that I had, and then I was in pain and this and this, and I was basically told, like, nothing can be done, you just have to wait to see a doctor. And I was like, can I have medication or anything? Like, can I just at least know, like, X, Y, and Z? No, all you can do is wait. And hesitant to talk about this next point, but I just feel like it needs to be said. I just want to preface this and say that I am a healthcare worker myself. I worked all through the pandemic. I understand high stress, short staff, minimum, like, I get it, I do, 100%. But bedside manner and empathy have completely gone out of my book. A lot of staff I dealt with were impatient, rude, not lacking, they were lacking empathy completely. And I get it, you're probably overworked and you're short staffed, I do understand that. But if someone's in a March or at the hospital, this would quite literally be the worst day of their lives. And I get you're tired, and I understand that, you know, your coworker probably called in sick, if you're pulling the devil, I do, and I understand that not everyone's really kind to you, people can be very rude to you and have to, but I understand it. But kindness and just general human behavior, like treating someone like a human, I don't really find that anymore.
A lot of places definitely are resonating with me for general healthcare system, not just an emergency visit, which can take up to 4 hours plus. They can control on our back people, but even just trying to find a doctor and that's pretty hard right now. So let me know. Do you think what's the difference? Which works fast? Developing country, need your thoughts about that.
I'm sending a PSA out to anyone who lives or works or frequents Markdale. Okay, so this morning around 10:45 a.m., I was at one of the properties that I oversee because I do property management, and started walking along Sonoran Avenue. So this whole incident takes place in the Parkdale area of Toronto. So I left the property and walking to go out to Lansdowne Avenue. And at some point, I realized something was off. Like, I know Sonoran is always busy with cars, with just the traffic and stuff, but something in my spirit was like, something's wrong. So, as I continued my walking journey out to get the bus, to head up to my office, I realized somebody was following me. I realized, hey, the person was trying to follow me because I had my phone in my hand. But I was doing over some emails that came in for work, and at some point I turned on to one of the little side streets. I think it was like Burn, close to Wright Avenue. Trying to walk up to McDonald Avenue to get up to the bus, and then I can hear myself, like you can hear my footsteps when I'm walking on the sidewalk, but then I can also hear somebody else like close behind me. I was like, yeah, this is something in the midst. So my inner self told me, stop. Just stop walking. Just stop and pretend you're looking at something on your phone, which I did. And I stood there for about, honestly, maybe a minute or 2 minutes just to see, and I slightly turned my head and I could see that there was a man in a black hoodie with some kind of cord device. I think it was like headphones or whatever, standing a few feet behind me. Really? Like, okay, bad. Because, I always tell my kids this because they take TTC. But I said, sometimes you just you gotta out crazy the crazy. Because I was like, today is not the day the devil wants to play with me. Because I've been staying ready for anybody who wants to try and do anything to me. So, continue walking after I took that little brief stop to see who was behind me. I didn't get a great look at the person's face, but I just I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be ready if this mofo want to try something with me today. So I started walking crazy, y'all. I started walking in zigzags. I started doing zigzags on the sidewalk because I'm like, okay, I got to do some crazy shit because I'm not getting jumped today while I'm out at work doing what I need to be doing. I think when I started doing the crazy walking, is when this person decided to, you know, back up a little bit. But then I also did another quick turnaround to try and jump scare their ass, but then I couldn't see them again. Anyways, made it up to Lansdowne. Was able to cross the street safely, and then I managed to see who was behind me. I don't know if it was the same person or not because like I was trying not to, you know, engage this person, but I did see somebody in a black hoodie with the white cord things connected to some kind of device, and that person decided to walk on the opposite side of me because I had to cross the street to get to the bus stop to go north on Lansdowne. But then at some point, they like when I was crossing the street, that person decided they're gonna cross the street too, and I was just like, right. So be aware, everybody who lives in Parkdale, works at Parkdale, or if you frequent Parkdale, just be careful.
If any of you guys been involved before, let me know down below in the comment section. That sounds like a really scary situation. This is like the middle of the day as well. Like this is work hours. This isn't even like middle of the night or anything like that. Walking home from a club or a bar. This is literally during the day when she's at work. And if you don't believe me, the crime has gotten so bad in Canada ever since 2014, where it was almost at its all-time low. It's been spiking every single year over the last.
Aid drops into Gaza have resumed after more than 100 agencies warned of mass starvation. This is new video in Gaza showing aid landing in the enclave. Israel says it has implemented humanitarian pauses in fighting and opened humanitarian corridors for safe movement of aid convoys. Gaza's health ministry says at least 133 people have died of malnutrition. The CBC's Julia Chapman joins us now from London for the latest developments out of Gaza. So what can you tell us this morning?
Well, Marianne, there have now been airdrops of supplies.
So just ignore this. I'm just going to a Renaissance fair later. Nothing to do with the time of the fair. There's a fraction of religion in secular conservatism, politically conservatism, over the subject of masculinity.
The media landscape of Donald Trump is completely unstable, along with USA. Trump essentially sending it into this direction. And you have the media landscape that we'll talk about today with Paramount Skydance merger. As you know, the recent cancellation of the people there. I have a lot of thoughts to share on this. So first, this is the headline. Paramount Skydance merger approved after companies agreed to government speech demands.
Yo.
With a lot of talk.
Fuck you! Oh, chica!
Coverage. Will the Trump people also start to take control of news agencies? Trump already this week threatening to remove licenses, etc. As people just put a lot of pressure on independent media, media as a whole, free speech, etc. So these are all things. On top of that, we're in a time where much of these companies are publicly traded. So it's not a long natural for any business, but do so in a way about all these professional contacts. Strikes in Hollywood recently and a lot of talent. Now with the merger, there's probably going to be so for example, it says with Paramount, hundreds of job
Get fucked. Get fucked.
And I guess
Get fucked.
we're talking about a little bit similar to what you're hearing with, say, the government. Just an overall message is kind of ended up toning down. So when I have discussions with you guys this way,
Get
the
fucked.
context of
You
it.
wanna get fucked?
Let's listen to what one of the country club is saying.
Sure, I mean, well, there's a comedian. You keep talking about journalism and fairness in news, but I guess where is that line between, we all remember Carson and Jay Leno giving Reagan the business. So where does that fit into this discussion?
Well, I think that's what's interesting about all of this is these late night shows, not just these late night shows, but across the board. They have such a storied history, and it's sort of sad to see what's happening to Colbert. They obviously can't get it done. They're not making money over there. But I think they've been course correction, and frankly, I think the media industry across this country needs a course correction. The American people simply do not trust the mainstream media for broadcasters. Again, different than cable, different than podcast, but broadcasters, they have a federal license, and they are obligated to operate in the public interest. And the extent that we're starting to see some changes, I think that's a good thing, and frankly, I think it will help restore some of the trust that's been lost with the American people.
So that's what people have been concerned about, and this FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, is talking about course correction, every kind of content controls, threatening the station with these kind of things. And people have been asking, so what about Fox News? So I think that deemed as being cable, and a different set of rules until Fox News came back. So they don't really go after that. And the selective, say, like, pressure on various outlets that are unfriendly to Trump does not lead to good context. The problem is getting to put this all together and understand that there's already a lot of in the media world. This could go away or treated in this kind of world is very toxic. Oftentimes, people are freelance, benefits go. Projects can get canceled quickly. Projects get canceled every year, and every season you always feel like you're fighting for survival. And often, say, if you live in New York or Los Angeles, you're in a part of the country that's very, very expensive. And for anyone who works in entertainment, media, news, you got all the stuff that I'm talking about again. And then also you have the declining business model of TV. So I want to put this all in perspective of how sensitive this stuff is to dealing with people's lives, jobs, and also sort of the direction of the country. It's a lot to.
Well, guys, it appears this is the year of fuck around and find out. It seems like this year, more than any other that I can remember, we are seeing influencers get arrested and held responsible for the stupid, arrestable shit that they do. It seems like once or twice a month we've seen some major influencer get arrested for a prank or some dumbass video that they made, and you know what? I'm okay with that. Maybe that'll help kill the trend of people trying to become famous off of being just the worst person imaginable. Now, if you've been on TikTok or Instagram anytime in the last 6 months, and you've seen videos of people walking around like a Target or a Home Depot, anything like that, screaming at the top of their lungs and then pretending it wasn't them when an employee confronts them, then there's a pretty good chance that you've seen a video made by, or at least influenced by, the guy we're talking about today. Mr. James is a TikToker who blew up making these stupid-ass videos where he'd walk into some sort of store, scream as loud as he possibly could, and then pretend that he didn't do it when an employee walks up and said, "Hey, we just heard you scream." Really funniest stuff, real highbrow humor, you might just not get it. But his whole shtick was doing these pranks that were not really pranks at all. So, the typical social media prankster route, where nothing that they film or call a prank is ever a prank, because, for something to be a prank, the person who's getting pranked has to be the one who gets the payoff. They have to be the one who realizes it's all a joke. And when you walk into a Target and scream for 30 minutes and make an employee call security and then just run out of the store, there's really not a joke there, it's the same thing when you pretend that you're from corporate and you walk into a Chipotle and have your buddies start stealing stealing supplies, or when you walk into a mechanic shop and have the people you brought with you start working on cars. You know, these aren't pranks, they're crimes. And that fact finally caught up to Heston James, because recently he's been arrested and charged with a whole grocery list of shits, which could land him in prison for nearly a decade. Heston James, whose actual name is Heston Todd, was arrested on July 23rd and was booked on 13 different charges. He's got 1 count of third-degree burglary, 2 counts of criminal impersonation, 5 counts of disorderly conduct, and 5 counts of criminal trespassing. And if convicted on all of these, he could face up to 9 years and 8 months in prison. Now, let's be honest, 10 years is kind of crazy work for something like this, and we'll talk about that later, but really, I have no sympathy for this guy. I've seen like an outpouring support for this guy, mainly on TikTok, really not any other platform, which makes sense. And like, obviously, most of that support is coming from younger people, you know, this partner down to his audience, but I've seen some support folks for this guy, and I'm like, really? Are you even thinking? Do you really want to live in a world where harassing people and disturbing the peace is not only perfectly legal, but is encouraged? You really want to send the message that getting a bunch of your friends together and stealing shit for a TikTok is a solid career choice? That walking into a Jiffy Lube and trying to trick employees into thinking you're from corporate so your friends can work on cars is okay? Interesting mindset. So let me know how that works out for you when some dumbass on TikTok replaces your oil with ketchup. Now, in case you've never seen a Heston James video, I'll play some clips of him. I think he's deleted his TikTok account for a time since he was arrested, so I'm not sure how many I'll be able to find, but just so you have a visual, I'll do my best.
Everyone, take that tire off! Take that tire off, quick! I got that. Everyone, check over!
Auto shotting with incendiary ammo. Hell yeah! I sure as shit know what to do with you. Better be locked and loaded, or I'm coming back with a
Permanent
crowbar.
communication. Let's get this ironed out. Check your HR email. We're going into it. That's one. If it gets there, that's just in here. We're good to go. We're good to go. Go ahead and bring you guys in. Here. You guys can get to work. We're all good. Everyone get to work. If you guys want to go ahead and take over the meeting, go ahead. Go ahead. I need people at some point. I think So, as you can see, not the best pranks, at least in my opinion. Like I said, basically all of his videos are just harassment and disturbing the peace at best, but he has stolen from multiple videos and trespassed to basically like one of them. Like I mentioned earlier, what really got me not to was the videos where he walked to the store and screamed. But from what I can tell, I don't think he's got any sort of charges for those videos. The ones he's really getting in trouble for are the ones where he pretends to be an employee of a certain business, and will usually bring like a team of his own quote employees and try and convince the people working there that they've been sent to help out or something like that. And that's really where the charges seem to have racked up from. Like in this video where he does this at a Chipotle, his team goes in like the back rooms and steals cleaning supplies and shit. Or this one where he pulls into the van of people at an auto shop and starts like taking off the fucking wheels of random cars. You know, I've seen a lot of people be like, oh, he was just screaming in the store. Well, that's not what he was arrested for. It's for impersonating these people, causing these crazy disturbances, and just fucking with this shit, man. Well, it's finally bit this guy in the ass. I truly cannot fathom the support this guy gets. If you go to his Instagram or if you look at his TikTok while all of his stuff was still up, people seem to eat this shit right up. I guess it's just a lot of younger people who maybe just never had to work a job. The adults who like this shit, I can't even really begin to understand that, but I mean, if you've never worked like a fast food job or worked in some place like a Target, I can sort of see, I guess, how you might think these videos could be funny, but there's a reason that none of the employees in these videos are ever laughing or ever enjoying what this guy is doing, and that's because it's not funny. Like, I don't really know when it became, like, the popular opinion that fast food employees or department store employees are just fodder for TikTok content, but I really wish we could revert that. Like, seriously, it seems like over the last few years, people have started to think that as long as you're a fast food employee, that part of your job description should be having some snot-nosed influencer come stick a camera in your face and try and piss you
you off until you give them a reaction so they can post it on a TikTok. Like, I hate to say something like this because I don't really like making generalizations, but I feel like there's a very clear divide in people who find this funny and people who find it annoying, and that divide is based off whether or not your parents made you get a job in high school, or whether or not you can experience, like, basic sympathy, one or the other. Seriously, I can't really think of any other explanation. I'm asking genuinely, if you think this kind of stuff is funny, why? Can you actually articulate it? Can you tell me why you think it's funny for a guy to stick a camera in somebody's face who's just trying to make ends meet and make them the butt of their joke for millions of people to laugh at them on TikTok? Why do you think that's funny? Because I can't really wrap my head around that one. Like, seriously, can you sit here and say that if you were in the position of any of these people, you'd actually find this kind of shit funny? Like, if you went to go get your oil changed and some TikToker hopped under your car and started taking off your wheels, or you work at Chipotle and some guy walks in with a bunch of people that you know don't work there because you work there, and you've got to sit there and listen to him as he screams at you, trying to convince you that he actually has to clean up the entire restaurant for some reason. Your manager makes you call the police, you've got to give a statement, you've got to stay after work. Like, all this shit is not funny for anybody but the idiot recording it and the people who are for some reason finding this humorous. Like, for the people that he's supposedly pranking, this is just a giant nuisance. He's just derailing their day so he can make money. That's not a prank, and he's probably going to learn that the hard way. He's probably going to end up being a felon after all this because he wanted to make these stupid-ass TikTok videos. He has nobody to blame but himself. Now, the other big thing that I've seen people talk about with this is how, like, 9 years is way too many, which, like, sure, yeah, hypothetically, if this guy actually managed to get convicted for nearly 10 years for all this, I'd agree that's a little crazy, but this guy will never see anything near that. He'll probably end up playing down.
Let's go over to trade war news, because Donald Trump is saying that a trade deal with Canada may not happen. He's basically saying we might have to just live with tariffs. Quote, we haven't really had a lot of luck with Canada. I think Canada could be one where there's just a tariff, not really a negotiation. We don't have a deal with Canada. So, at present, we have 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum, 25% on autos, 25% on any goods traded outside of USMCA, with the exception of oil, gas, potash, and 10%. And he's threatened to expand the non-USMCA tariff to 35% on August 1st. Carney's saying we're not going to accept a bad deal. Our objective is not to reach a deal whatever it costs. We are pursuing a deal that would be in the interests of Canadian. Dominic LeBlanc, Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, said, quote, we made progress, but we have a lot of work in front of us. All of these deadlines are with the understanding that we'll take the time necessary to get the best deal. So this is part of a larger issue where Trump is essentially saying those letters he's going to consider to be deals. The tariff letters he sent out, he's just saying, like, those are deals now. Because they only have until, like, what, next Friday? Yeah, next Friday. They got a week. Well, we don't have a deal with Canada. We haven't been focused on that. August 1st is going to come, and we will have most of our deals finished, if not all.
Hey,
so, yeah, it's interesting.
You can stay inside as well.
Yeah, the deadline was July 21st. Like, we're already past the initial deadline. But yeah, it's just bizarre to me. Like, Trump essentially declared that there's going to be massive tariffs, and now he's saying we've got deals with everybody. Yeah, and he's basically saying Canada may just have to pay tariffs. We're just going to have to pay them. Which is quite interesting because Canada doesn't pay the tariffs. The U.S. does. You pay them upon import. He basically said that the letters that he sent out that are threatening 35% tariffs, they're going to consider those trade deals, which is insane. It is absolutely ludicrous. So here's my question. In the wake of all of this Epstein stuff, it is becoming increasingly clear that Donald Trump's presidency is increasingly untenable. Like, his support is collapsing, but more than that, the sort of morally self-righteous base that he has cultivated, we're very much convinced that he was going to fight against the PDF files, and that he was going to, bring down the criminality and all this stuff. And so, well, this is it, is the sort of QAnon people who really help, the deep state people who really help get him across the line, appear to be faltering. He appears to be losing. And now he's like, apparently, his Justice Department's having meetings with like Maxwell and all this sort of stuff. So Allison Astor says he's desperate to wiggle out of this stuff any way he can. They put themselves in checkmate with no way out due to the rhetoric over the past decade. Yeah, this is it. So here's the thing: is his party is starting to turn against him. You're starting to find a withering of support within his own party. When that happens, his presidency becomes more and more untenable. So if you are trying to make a trade deal, I think this is the hard question of getting it. If you're trying to make a trade deal here, do you just try to wait out the Trump presidency? Do you just wait him out and hope to negotiate with the next guy? So Marty Kitty over on YouTube has said, someone on Twitter said President Vance. Yeah, there's a decent chance that J.D. Vance gets slotted into the spot, but I don't know if he's going to be as defiant as Trump is. You wait until midterms. So Dan Harris has said you wait until midterms. That's a potential option. That's a little time. Midterms are what? Next year, November 26th of next year. So this is the thing: is midterms, in November of next year. That is a long. So I don't know if Vance will be worse or not, but what I do know is that Donald Trump's sort of dictatorial bent is a significant problem. And so I have a suspicion that Canada tries to wait this out. Yeah, it's looking increasingly likely that Canada is not going to take a trade deal with the United States anytime soon. Which brings us to the essential question: what is your deal on? If we're not taking the deal, I'm going to suggest that we're probably at Aldo's medium. I'm going to suggest we're probably at Aldo's medium. Or do we do like one of these?
Weapons out upon? Cool. I'm in.
Bring the Albonder? I don't know. The Albonder is not a great Take care of yourself. What the hell is going on in the United Kingdom? I talked about this yesterday, maybe the day before, I don't know, ongoing coverage of their insane sensitive content ban, where they are now forcing every website, every app, whatever, if they have any objectionable content, you have to do a facial scan or upload your ID or something, every single site, And it's not just sites, right? It's any site they're going to have not safe for work content. That's like Twitter, Discord, that's an app, not a site, you know what I mean? Reddit, whatever, anything. You have a license for that. You have to actually show your ID. Even the fact that the T app just got hacked and dropped all that information. You really want every single website that can potentially have objectionable content to have your ID. It's not just pornography, by the way. I saw people complaining about how some of the content that was banned, unless you verified your ID that you're over 18 from the United Kingdom, included police brutality. That Twitter was preemptively censoring anything that its algorithm identified as being objectionable, including things that were potentially violent. So, sorry, do you have a license to view that state brutality, that police brutality? No? Oh, truly sickening stuff. Yeah, the Online Safety Act. Crazy nanny state stuff. Exactly what we have to look forward to all over the world, and in America, by the way, thanks to Visa, MasterCard, and the Republicans. I also saw this. I don't know what the hell is going on with this country, man, okay? This seems kind of marginal, but I want you to look at this and really engage with the information you're looking at, okay? Please? A poll done. Parents of young children are the most in favor of banning the sale of slushies to them. How do you feel about the idea of banning the sale of slushies to children? So this is a question. So these are asking people in the United Kingdom and then separating them based on the age of their children. Should it be illegal to sell slushies to children. Children, I assume, being under 18s. I assume they're going with or under 16s, right? Because that's the age majority there. Yeah, under 16s. And then you see, like, well, for parents whose children are under 5 years old, 5 to 10 years old, whatever. But you'll take a look, okay? The color distinctions are really bad here because Don't Know is the darkest red. But somewhat oppose and strongly oppose are dark gray and light red, respectively. In overall, for averaging across everyone, more than 50% of parents believe slushies should be banned, illegal, the state intervening to prevent the sale of slushies, versus only 15% who oppose. Does it specify the state intervening? They're talking about banning the sale. They're talking about a law. Like the frozen drinks? Yes, the frozen drinks, slushies. Here, slushies. Is this what prompted this? This only came out a week ago. Children under 7 should not drink slushies containing glycerol, says regulator. Food Standards Agency warned that drinks can cause decreased consciousness and low blood sugar. Really? A delicious, yummy treat can be bad for your health? Glycerol is a naturally occurring alcohol and sugar substitute that helps slushies maintain their texture by preventing liquid from freezing solid. Children become ill as a result of drinking slushies, develop glycerol intoxication syndrome, which causes symptoms such as decreased consciousness and low blood sugar. Children under 4 should not have slush ice drinks containing glycerol. Consumption should be limited to no more than 1 slushie a day for children aged between 5 and 10 years. Okay. We'll ban glycerol? I mean, sure, you could ban glycerol. Yeah. I also just wouldn't give a slushie to a 3-year-old. Like, if I had a 3-year-old child, I would simply not give them a slushie, and I would not give my 6-year-old child more than 1 slushie a day. This seems to me like, I don't know, it seems to me like there are probably comparable potential health detriments to a lot of the things that we consume. I don't think anyone's buying a slushie on the assumption that it's good for your health. Also, a toddler's drinking a whole slushie. Yeah, seriously, how could anyone 4 or under even consume an entire slushie? They're like tiny. I don't know. Anyway, the point here isn't the slushies, right? It's the nanny state mentality. This is crazy to me. 52 to 15.
If you watch this channel for any length of time, you're probably aware of how pessimistic I am towards my homeland. And at this point, frankly, just kind of hopeless about it. Over the last decade, everything has gotten worse. I can't think of anything really in this country that's gotten better. The demographic situation, the cultural situation, the political situation. And it's not like it was good before. It was bad before. But it's gotten, turned up to 11 in terms of the rate at which society is changing for the worse. There's also more practical things like housing prices, transportation, food prices, crime in a lot of areas. But, despite all of this, it wasn't until maybe a year or 2 ago that I really started to feel like I was living in a foreign country. That I felt that, extreme sense of alienation and isolation that I'm sure a Japanese person would feel if they went to Belarus, or a French person felt if they moved to Japan. Just nobody's like you. Nobody has the shared cultural experience. No one speaks your language. Society is set up in a way that you don't really understand. There's all these social cues, there's all this other stuff that's just kind of completely different than what you're used to. And honestly, from about 2 years ago, I really started to keep in mind, I don't live in Toronto. I live in Winnipeg. I live in, the crappy part of Canada. The poor, high-crime, crappy part of Canada. And the degree to which, over the last decade, things have rapidly changed is, frankly, astounding. So what do I mean by killing alien? People probably think I'm exaggerating, and maybe I have a confirmation bias or something like this. But over the last couple of years, I find that about 30 to 40% of people I meet, including like my job and stores and stuff like that, cannot speak coherent English. They have maybe like I don't know what the levels are, like a level 1, maybe a level 2, but they don't speak fluent English, and on top of that, if you have children, particularly with kids, they also tend to speak very quietly and muffled. So you have like coherent English and so a lot of the time you're just kind of left trying to like gather based on context what they might be doing. And I would say at this point that makes up about 50%, maybe more so, people in the service industry. I can't even really order from. I just have to point to things or say a number or something like that. You know when you used to go to Chinese restaurants or Japanese restaurants, and the people there were from that country, and then you'd have to just mark down all the stuff you wanted because they couldn't really speak English. It's like that in most stores that I go to. And it's just the experience is completely different. Like, when I go to a Tim Hortons, basically there can be like 9. I counted up to 9, all Indian of course, and they will just ignore you, even if there's no line. They will ignore you for 5 or 10 minutes, and they just will focus on the drive-through, and you just have an endless stream of Uber Eats coming in. And Uber Eats is like destroying restaurants. It's really hard. Like even if I just want a coffee, like not even I'm gonna get fries and a burger. In summer drink days at McDonald's, I want to get a Coke Zero, or I want to get a iced coffee or something like that. And it can take a long time just because of how disorganized it is and how like completely destroyed it. And once again, even like some places, if you're lucky, they'll have like a touch screen, so that you can kind of like break the language barrier using that. But a lot of the time, once again, you're trying to like desperately convey what you're attempting to buy. And like I said, that's about 40 to 50% of the people that I've come across, just in like the service industry. Now at work, it kind of depends. I work at 2 different offices. One is generally speaking pretty good, and I'd say the vast majority of people there can speak coherent English. The other office I have to go to, I would say a majority of the staff can't really speak English. Like, I was in a meeting a week or 2 ago with like 4 other recent immigrants. None of them could really, I couldn't understand what they were even saying, and they were just kind of like mumbling and talking to each other in broken English. And I had no idea what was going on. I was trying to present questions, and they were like, not just being quiet, but really properly. So yeah, that scenario is very frequent that I'll either be only male or the older person. Or sometimes if I write something, I write one. So
my correct employment is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
And it's very alienating. It's alienating to like go to work and you can't really talk properly with any of your coworkers. You're just kind of there. You have to communicate just through email. You have to like severely limit the vocabulary.
Another one splattered.
They don't get it. They don't get jokes. They technological references. That's something I try to do is not being able to like reference things that happened in 2000.
I told you, the setting option will deliver results.
There was some stuff like
But using it may prove
people were like in
about to obtain.
Seriously, a full decade after this happened, and they're going to kiss all our asses when we bring them back. Just like no sharing culture anymore. So it's just like, what do I even? Well, if I did not that, what do I even do? Besides that, they tend to assimilate into like the Swiffer, like middle class, ultra liberal culture. especially now. So even if they come from like a relatively conservative country, they'll almost immediately start adopting rainbow flags, pins, and start getting on board as an ally and stuff like that. Or they'll decide that they're trans or something and jump on board with that. And even about what the other like white people here, such a large portion of them now are either
Knew I could count on you, Vox.
like BLTBBQ or adjacent to that. And for a lot of them, that's just become their entire identity. Like, to a lot of people, I think, like, having anal sex is a bigger part of their identity. And they will just constantly talk about it and bring it up and make every conversation about it. I find it's the same thing with atheists and atheists. They just have to constantly I very much that people, Christians, like talking to are Filipinos and they get a pass on being religious because they're that has been abused by police. And it's not just the major cities. Like Toronto's a need. It's not a university. Victoria's a need. But it's far beyond that. Let's get out of the
This thing could kill
I talk
them
to
safe.
people all the time. Rural Manitoba's going to grow too. There's towns in rural Manitoba, 1,000 people, like Philippines, will just show up over 2 year period, and the local services will just collapse. There'll be no schools for the kids, and it's just a mess. Also, housing prices just continuously go up, and there's not really much that can be done because they aren't really willing to limit immigration. I think they did, but it's like we're gonna raise immigration by like 100% for 10 years, and then we're gonna lower it by 20, and that's supposed to be some sort of big W or something like that. Beyond that, though, I'm just so tired of dealing with homeless people and drug addicts. You know, I used to have sympathy for drug addicts. I really did. I used to think, well, these people are slaves to their addiction. But they made, like, especially in Canada, large portions of some of the major cities are just kind of like no-go zones, or you just have to step over them. And there's just so many meth heads. There's so many, like, people on fentanyl, and they're violent in a lot of cases. Like, I have a friend who's been attacked multiple times. I know lots of people who get attacked by them, who get robbed by them. In a lot of areas now, you can't go out after dark because there's so many, like, drug addicts who will just jump you. And like, frankly, it's depressing to just walk through the streets and see, like, all these, like, schizophrenic people yelling at stuff that's not there, with all their teeth falling out, open stores. And, like, they'll follow you, they'll start screaming at you, and stuff like that. And it's unfair. I don't know if you can say I'm older, but I know enough people who drug addicts who say, and I'm tired of everything smelling like it's shit. Like, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable for a supposed developed country to have. Like, when I was in Europe, they didn't see that. But in Prague, I saw one thing. And here, it's just everything. It's not just because I live in the shittiest part of Canada. It's like this in Toronto. I'm sure it's like this all over. And it's not just... It's mostly First Nations people and white people who engage in this. And I just don't want to see how they live all the time. These people who clearly have broken the brains out of drugs. They can barely walk anymore. They're not safe or anything like that. And this is just something that I kind of see more and more on a daily basis. And it, like, I kind of get why people do something like this. Because it's just full of them. Drug addicts, the refuse of society. It makes you not want to go on like this. And, like, once again, just the smell of dead shit. And once again, I mean, same with Alita. I really think that this is like super high standards for them as well. It's just the lifestyle of it. And you don't have drug addicts, it's just lifestyle. Yeah, looking at the light, which is so
Rolling the dice.
unbearable. The one woman, I always make eye contact with them and I try to talk to them. And I think we have this
Hell
culture
yeah. I sure as shit know what to do with you.
and like, well, I don't know, like, probably live in something that you will call the police. Or just about anybody if it's something. And honestly, in a lot of ways, the Karens are the worst. I know that Karens have a mentioned so now, but like, as I've said in the past, we rented out this, my company rented out I have to kind of be careful, like, some of this might not be prescription details around. It rented out, like, a paper with, high money and, some parents in my group went up and complained to, like, one of the staff that this was, offensive, the impossible design, that where those indigenous, that they said that they wanted to speak to his manager, they wanted to file a complaint that it was like this in the year 2015, or 2025. And I do see this a lot where if there's anything, even if it's like is multicultural, there is like other perspectives included, they will just go and complain, bitch, and report them, I don't know, with that fucking Belmont there. So, like, this is how I found this. So, I would like 95% of the population is English, but I think probably I understand the emotional drug addict, how it's supposed to be discussed with pets and the camps that awareness of public health. In Toronto, you have a independent profit side, we have foreign investors maybe from China, cost of real estate, housing prices are out of control, and like whatever corrective action could be taken to try to fix any of these problems, it's just outside of the scene. Like even if you're like the most right-wing conservative party, you can't be anti-immigration. Like sometimes they'll occasionally tip their hat in that direction, but for the most part, no. Everybody, other than maybe the Blockade of is pro-immigration. The most they can do is have like base civic nationalism, where it's like, well, we have to force the Muslims to integrate the cause and have them become like upper middle class Karens. And that's like the big plan in order to deal with things. And once again, it's not as bad in Manitoba as it is in Ontario. We are moving forward to a cultural revolution, like phase where statues are being toppled, everything is being made, often with extremely flimsy reasons. A lot of the time it'll just be made up. Someone told me the other day that the Dewey Decimal System was a racist colonial institution. And I'm like, you mean the content in the libraries? Like, no, just the system. We need, like, indigenous ways of library.
Here we go again. We got another warning from U.S. President Donald Trump. Now he says, well, maybe the U.S. won't reach a trade deal with Canada. The possibility of more unilateral tariffs. Let's get more from Jonathan O'Hara, an international trade lawyer at Macmillan. Jonathan, thanks very much indeed for joining us. Has the story moved on? Trump is talking tough. Is this significant, or do you think it is right there?
It's whether there is some rhetoric there, but also the fact that this is really important. Something that is for Canada. The way that Northerners look at like deal to be made is kind of similar way we've heard from the Prime Minister.
We're so dependent, our GDP, on exports to the U.S.
That is true. I mean, it is more important for us than for probably any other country. I mean, we look at the deal that Japan concluded not that long ago. Japan kind of accepted across-the-board tariffs at 15%. That would be really problematic for Canada, given how dependent we are on the U.S. And so I think that Prime Minister Carney really wants to get some kind of deal that is at least palatable for Canadians in the long term, because once we get a deal, I think it's going to be pretty hard to revisit it again in the short term.
That's interesting. Yeah, a 15% tariff on all Canadian goods. That even if, say, the steel and aluminum tariffs came down to that level, that would be very damaging for our economy.
Yes, and the 15% tariffs across the board, that's actually worse than what we're dealing with right now. So right now, there are only tariffs on, apart from steel and aluminum, there are tariffs mainly on Canadian goods that do not qualify for the preferential treatment under the CUSMA USMCA free trade agreement. So 15% across the board would actually be worse than our status quo. And so I think that Prime Minister Carney is going to wait to try and get something that is, better than the status quo.
And I'm still a bit confused by autos, but apparently some vehicles are subject to tariffs when they go into the US.
There are some. I think it is the pretty significant majority. The way the tariffs are structured, most Canadian vehicles are still going to Canada tariff-free.
Oh, going into the US, sorry.
Sorry, going into the US tariff-free.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, it's a tough one for the Prime Minister.
Thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this event. The years building up to it were marked with a mixture of corporate greed, political delusion, and speculative mania. If that sounds eerily familiar, then it is. For anyone who's studied history, the signs are clear. Today, American household debt has surpassed $18 trillion, more than the entire continent of Latin America and the European Union combined. The average American worker has been stuck with wages that haven't kept up with house prices, sinking further and further into debt, which isn't just bad for individuals, it exposes everyone to a broader risk. Regional banks are quietly failing, replaced instead with speculative mania, crypto bonds, AI stocks, and meme-driven IPOs. Markets have broken records for 5 years straight, becoming the new norm. But this is not natural. To those paying attention, it seems like the same forces that drove the 1920s boom and the crash that followed are back. And the system we live in today is far more exposed than it was a century ago. What once took weeks to cascade now happens in real time. And leverage isn't just higher, it's everywhere. Public debt, corporate debt, student loans, all inflated to historic levels. But unlike the 1930s, we're not entering the crisis from a place of surplus or strength. We're already stretched thin. But just like last time, it seems the warning signs are being ignored. So, is the Great Depression happening again? And if it does, will it be worse than before? To fully understand this question, we need to look back at a time where it seemed America would never fail. The Roaring Twenties. The country had just emerged from World War I, relatively unscathed, at least compared to Europe, but the war had still left a mark. Americans were weary of rationing, shortages and restrictions. And when the war ended, that weariness turned into a hunger to spend. New technologies, rising wages, and a booming stock market fueled a sense that the good times could last forever. Credit cards, though not plastic ones, began to spread. Issued by individual stores, they let customers buy now and pay later. For many, it felt like free money. By 1929, this spending spree was in full swing. 75% of furniture and 60% of cars were bought on credit. Millions of Americans were drowning in debt without fully grasping the risks. The cracks were already forming beneath the surface, they just didn't know it yet. And this explosion in consumer debt was nothing like America had ever seen. Factories were churning out products faster, cheaper, and in greater quantities than ever before, and the market was ready to meet the insatiable appetite of American consumers. Everyone wanted more and more. The market was roaring alongside it. In just 5 years, it grew by nearly 500%, and profits skyrocketed. But here's the catch. The rewards weren't shared evenly. The top 0.1% of earners were taking home nearly a quarter of all pre-tax income. The gap between the rich and the poor wasn't just widening, it was laying the foundation for something fragile. When wealth concentrates at the top, it creates the illusion of endless growth, while leaving millions exposed if things go wrong. And things were already going wrong. Traders, lucky to grow profits, were making increasingly risky bets. With little regulation to stop them, Wall Street was gorging on debt, speculating with borrowed money, sometimes up to 90% of the stock's value. The entire system was balancing on a knife edge. Debt had become the fuel, but it was also the match. The rush seemed like it would never end, until it did. On October 28, 1929, the market crashed by 13%. The next day it fell again by 12 more points. By November, it had lost half of its value. In a month, the entire system was on the brink. Factories shut down. Industrial output collapsed by nearly 50%. Farmers were burning corn for fuel because they couldn't afford coal. And the government made things worse. Protectionist tariffs, high interest rates, and clumsy policies turned a national crisis into a global depression. This was a problem of coordination. Across the world, governments didn't trust each other enough to consider effective solutions collectively. Sound familiar? The consequences were catastrophic, but avoidable. This wasn't just bad luck. The signs had been there all along. Ballooning debt, extreme inequality, and a political class asleep at the wheel. We ignored the warnings once. The question is, are we doing it again? This video was sponsored by War Thunder, the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made, available on PC, consoles, and mobile. War Thunder lets you take command of over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships from 10 major nations, spanning from the interwar warplanes to modern fighter jets. War Thunder has one of the most sophisticated vehicle damage models in gaming, as every vehicle is intricately modelled down to the individual components, like engines, fuel tanks, weapons, and crew, all of which are susceptible to damage or disabling from enemy fire, all with realistic graphics and sound effects. You can now play anywhere with their new mobile version on iOS and Android, which brings full-scale multiplayer warfare to your phone. Download War Thunder for free on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and mobile using the links in the description and the pinned comment. A massive bonus pack is available for new and returning players that have played in at least 6 months for PC and consoles. You'll get exclusive Vehicle Decorator Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, and 7 days of a premium account, only for a limited time. Join over 70 million others and experience the war. On the surface, it seems like we've learned our lesson. After all, most economies eventually bounce back. That's how capitalism works. Cycles of boom and bust, growth and decline. Over time, the dips get smoothed out. Governments have built shock absorbers into the system. Unemployment benefits, stimulus checks, central bank interventions, all designed to keep recessions from spiraling into catastrophe. Ultimately, it's supposed to trend up in the long run. Since the pandemic, we've been told the economy is growing. Americans are already the biggest spenders in the world, and since the pandemic, this has only gotten bigger, outpacing the rest of the G10. Unemployment has rebounded to just above 4%, a 50-year low, and the vast majority of workers have jobs, and life seems to be looking up for many. But here's the truth, it's not prosperity, it's leverage. Sugar high, which can't go on. If we look at how the American economy grows, it's fueled by consumption, people spending on houses, cars, products, you name it. So as America has been booming, they've been spending. But here's the catch, who's actually paying for it? Consumer debt in the US has surpassed $18 trillion, increasing by over 80% since 2003, which is more than the entire GDP of China. Credit card debt alone has hit a record high, reaching $1.2 trillion by the end of 2024. And it's not just credit cards. More Americans than ever are turning to buy now, pay later schemes just to get through the week. It's a dangerous pattern, people borrowing more, often without fully grasping the risks. And whether it's credit cards, loans, buy now, pay later, it's all the same. Debt used to bridge the gap between rising costs and stagnant wages. This is how bubbles form, slowly, then all at once, because debt doesn't matter until it does. The system only works if people can pay it back, and quietly, more and more can't. Credit card delinquencies have hit a 12-year high, and 4 in 10 Americans have missed a payment on a short-term loan in the past year. All while households struggle, corporations have learned to lean on the same crutch. Many major firms have taken out record levels of debt, not to innovate or expand, but to survive. In some cases, debt has not been used for future growth, but instead for stock repurchases or dividend payouts, prioritizing short-term investor satisfaction over long-term stability. The cracks are spreading, but they're not random. They're the inevitable result of a deeper problem. The past 40 years, wages in the US have barely kept up with inflation. The average American today has the same buying power they did in 1978, but the cost of living, especially the cost of education, has exploded. College tuition has skyrocketed, and Americans now nearly owe $1.8 trillion in student loans. That's not just a number, It's a sign of a system where families are forced to take on massive debt just to access the same opportunities their parents could afford without it. And the more debt they take on, the more tuition rises. It's a self-perpetuating cycle. As long as there's demand for the promise of the American dream, universities keep raising prices and families keep borrowing, digging deeper into generational debt. This isn't real growth, it's survival on borrowed time. And it's not just about education. The debt trap feeds into a much bigger issue, one that's quietly shaping the entire economy. It feeds into inequality. Just like in the 1920s, the gap between the rich and poor is growing fast. The richest 1% of Americans now make nearly 139 times as much as the bottom 20%. Wages aren't rising fast enough to keep up, and the result is a system where most people are running harder just to stay in place, while a tiny fraction races ahead. This isn't just about unfair paychecks. Inequality drags the entire economy down. When workers feel stuck, their motivation collapses, productivity slows, and people do less because they expect less in return. That stagnation shows up in the data. In the 1920s, America was building. Factories expanded, assembly lines got faster, electricity reached more homes, and farming became more efficient. Productivity surged. That investment didn't stop the crash, but it helped lay the groundwork for the recovery. Today, we're not building much of anything. Instead of expanding what we can produce, we're stuck in place. Companies aren't focused on long-term growth. They're chasing short-term profits, squeezing the system for every last dollar or shareholder value. Rather than investing in things that build long-term strength, like infrastructure, education, or innovation, companies are pouring billions into stock buybacks and low-wage jobs that offer little future value. In April 2025 alone, US companies announced $230 billion worth in buybacks, the second highest amount ever recorded. But why does that matter? Because in the 1920s, corporations did the same. Profits were artificially inflated through share manipulation and creative accounting. Real investment was neglected, and when the downturn hit, there was nothing underneath to cushion the fall. Today, it's even riskier. This short-termism doesn't just weaken companies, it leaves ordinary people exposed. Over 60% of Americans are invested in the stock market through 401ks, index funds, or retail investing apps. A market crash now wouldn't just wipe out the rich, it would gut retirement accounts, pensions, and middle-class savings. But what about smaller banks? Wall Street might be breaking records, but the high street is struggling to survive. Regional banks are under pressure. Silicon Valley Bank was just the canary, but it wasn't alone. In 2023, 5 US banks failed. 3 more followed in 2024 and early 2025, and nearly $1 trillion in commercial mortgages are coming due this year. With interest rates climbing, many of those can't be refinanced. This doesn't just squeeze property firms, it threatens the banks that back them. What we're seeing isn't isolated, it's systemic. And what's the response? More borrowing. Federal debt has surpassed $34 trillion, and interest payments alone are now close to $1 trillion a year. To put that into perspective, with that amount of debt, you could buy Tesla 11 times over. There's a pattern. More leverage, more exposure, more risk. And this time, it's not just America. In the 1920s, the financial system was still connected. The gold standard bonded economies, and trade agreements existed. But it was much simpler, much less integrated. Today, supply chains, trade routes, and investment flows are all interconnected. The crisis in the US doesn't just stay in the US. It spreads faster and deeper than ever before. There's no policy cushion big enough for a reset. There's just more debt, more fragility, and less room to maneuver.
Too many taxes kill taxes. I wanted to talk to you about taxes. More taxes. We've all been paying a lot more taxes in recent years. And where does the money go? That's what I'd like to know. If one day we can find out where the money goes, if there are so many taxes, it's because the state is spending too much. We're on the brink of collapse. We're fed up with this society. I'm fed up with it, and I say we need to leave it. You're paying a lot more taxes than you think. Probably more than 50% of what you earn, no matter what your tax return says. As an aside, I sent all the figures I share in this video to accountants so they could check them. One of them replied to me by telling me that not only are these figures correct, but that he also cried because even this accountant didn't realize all the taxes he pays. When you come back to France, it's a bit of a cold shower. In this video, we're going to see exactly how much you pay to the state, Why is it difficult to realize it? Because the state has chosen so cleverly to hide the amount of taxes you pay. You'd have to send our politicians to Roland Garros. Yes, they're champions at rackets. The problem is the way our politicians think. In other words, they have software that is programmed to increase taxes on entry. And in the last part, we'll also see when taxes reach such a level that you literally become a slave. Work. I know what some of you are thinking, but how do you mean how much tax do I pay? I know, it says so on my tax return, so it would be nice if it were like that. But unfortunately, the reality is that it's more complicated than that. In fact, many taxpayers miss out on important taxes when calculating their tax rate. So, ready? Let's go. So, let's start with a little history. Today, we pay so much tax that it seems like it's been around forever. But in reality, income tax is very recent. In France, it only dates back to 1914. And that date is no coincidence. In fact, it's the same in several other Western countries. In the United States, income tax was introduced in 1913, in Belgium and Greece in 1916, and yes. In 1891. And yet, before succeeding in imposing this tax, governments had to fight for decades because resistance was fierce, even on the left and the far left. In France alone, more than 210 income tax proposals were rejected between 1870 and 1906.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god!
And I definitely won't say that they're the most comfortable jeans I've ever worn. Or that they make your butt look amazing.
Yeah.
Why would I need to do that? But if you said that you want to buy the jeans, I'm not going to stop you. But just so we're clear, this is not me telling you to buy American Eagle.
And she's not wearing shoes.
Sweetie, Casper jeans.
See what I did,
Yep.
right?
And by the way, the entire context of this is them talking about her boobs, by the way. That's what's being discussed with jeans. Everybody that's not a retard, all right.
A friend that's too woke because those Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird, like fascist weird, like Nazi propaganda weird.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My jeans are blue.
Sydney's tweet. Casper jeans.
Should we be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle?
I love how like the idea is American Eagle is like somehow like fascist or bad or propaganda. Didn't America like fucking beat fascism in World War II? Didn't we get rid of that? What are we talking about here? Oh my god. Look at our background. It's Pokemon and the ever-changing pride flag that adds a new color every single year. Oh my god.
Making fascist propaganda like this? Probably not, but it's still really shocking. Like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes.
Yeah, because of her boobs, obviously. And also she's attractive. And this is something that people might not want to hear, but it's true. A lot of people's appearance is genetic. Like if you are ugly and you look weird, there are oftentimes genetic reasons for this. It's not because of, like, there's some people that are just fat or something like that. Oh, absolutely. But if people have a weird sized face, especially women with body proportions, these are primarily genetic. And so there are chicks that have huge-ass titties. They didn't do anything to earn that. And there's chicks that don't, and they didn't do anything to earn that either. And so the entire idea, that's just the way it is. And so fat fatigue, yeah. America has fat fatigue. We're sick of looking at people that are ugly and displeasing to look at modeling clothes. It's insane. Why would anybody want this? And so, yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what this is. Someone said there are Nazi dog whistles in that ad. Well, of course, right? And that's what it is. Genetics have to do with it, but she works on herself in the gym eating healthy. She shouldn't be ashamed of her hard work to look good. No, bro, like I'm telling you, genetics play a bigger role than you think. They really do. Genetics play a huge role in people's attractiveness.
And some people are just born ugly, and that's it. Now they can improve their appearance, and they can do things to make things better and make it easier for themselves. But in the general sense, they're born ugly. That's it. And that's too bad, right? Too fucking bad.
Like, that is Nazi propaganda. I'm
Yeah.
also thinking about, like, all of the young girls who are going back to school shopping.
Right.
At places like American Eagle who are seeing ads like this.
This is the person, by the way, who is ruining everything. Remember when I said 2 groups of people? This is exactly what I mean. This person right here is a bigger threat to America than ISIS, Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, all put together. Okay? Like this is the real enemy within. All right?
It's true, and I'm being serious about this. These people will ruin everything.
Also, American Eagle is mostly a brand that, like, teenagers to, like, young adults shop at. And so the fact that, like, this type of advertising is being used that feels so for the male gaze and so...
It is for the male gaze, that's right. Because guys like looking at hot girls with big boobs. That's right. That's correct. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Lilith. You've given us the insight that nobody else ever had.
Wow. Did you guys know that? What a fucking surprise.
Back to the grave.
Sexualized, like, I just don't like it. I don't like it even a little bit.
Wait. So, talking about the liberal outrage.
Ultimately, sweetie, which is what they're calling Nazi, fascist, eugenics, propaganda, is an ad campaign with American people out there.
It sure seems like it works.
Sweetie has great genes. Because she has great genes, it's Nazi, fascist, eugenics, propaganda, right?
Of course.
And we're upset. The bogus thing, sweetie, had
It's not even liberals. It's just you'll see. What? You'll see. You'll see.
American Eagle, their stock has enjoyed a lot of that.
Wow, wait, what? Really? So you telling me that they put out an ad
With an attractive woman that had big boobs and it caused the number to go up? Has this ever happened before? Guys, oh man. Like, I'm not sure if this has ever happened. What? What do you mean you could just go and do that? What do you mean you could just go and put a video game out and then have a bunch of people play it and say that it's insanely good because the characters are hot? No way! They cracked the code. How do they keep figuring us out? They're pissed because they can't fit into the machines?
these liberals that America's back. And that's what I want to talk about here today, because that's what this is.
Sure, they sell Forex.
Liberals are upset that non-woke advertising is back, that companies are making money off of not being woke, right? And in fact, trying to appeal to a majority of America.
Yeah, the majority. Imagine that.
Wow. Appeal to the majority of the country, not the fringe left, right?
Yeah, the thing is that, like, and this is the problem, is that we've had a society that's been fucking held hostage by these hogs for, like almost 10 years now. 10 years we've had to deal with hog oppression. I feel like I'm in fucking Animal Farm. Really. And like for 10 years I've been being sent to the food factory, and I'm fucking tired of it. This is insane.
Wait, I want to go ahead and play some clips here of liberals losing their minds over this. Okay. This meltdown is probably one of the funniest I've seen in a long time. It's truly pathetic stuff. Take a look.
Sydney Sweeney has officially flown too close to the sun.
Yeah.
And nobody should ever be shooting her bail ever again. Never again. She's shown you who she is multiple times over.
What?
Because see, everybody seems to have forgotten about / swept under the rug the fact that at her mother's 60th birthday party had spin-off hats made of Make America Great Again hats that said Make 60 Great Again.
This guy got a retard that tweets about me.
Better be locked and
Bro,
loaded.
this is that same kind of retard that makes tweets about me, bro. Like, yeah. Oh my god.
That her close family was at that party wearing Blue Lives Matter shirts. Not only that
So wait a minute. So she's wrong because her family members wore a shirt? And she made a joke about the obviously most popular campaign slogan and he's probably about my age in our entire lifetime. They made a joke about that? Somehow you're losing your mind?
Throwing out a branch, and that may seem like an insignificant detail compared to these other two, right? Yeah, but you couple aesthetic of the clothing that people are wearing with the fact they actively chose a branch at the venue.
And also, by the way, why do cops' lives not matter? I don't think there's a problem with saying Black Lives Matter or Blue Lives Matter. Yeah, I support both of them. Sorry, I guess this is going to be like a Ludwig perspective of mine. But yeah, I agree with both sides. I think that obviously police officers shouldn't treat minorities badly, and people obviously should care about police officers. Yeah, sure. There's no problem with that.
Well, it's kind of just blatantly saying racism. It's saying a conservative piece of shit. That's what people and people do the typical thing they do. The white person they like shows them that they are actually conservative. They say, oh, well, that was just their family. You know what I'm saying? They came in for their family's views. Like, that doesn't say anything about their political still. You know what I'm saying? And then citizens came out with a statement, oh, you guys, I just wanted to share photos of my mother's birthday party, and you guys made it some insane political statement. No,
yes, motherfucker. The thing is that these people lose all of their power once you stop giving a shit about them and start laughing at them. That's what you have to do. You have to laugh at these people and never take them seriously. Because if you give these people any level of power, any level of credibility, you listen to any of their grievances, it's like a fucking parasite that gets inside you, and it just infects more and more and more of you before it takes control, and it starts running the ship itself and replacing people like Sydney Sweeney with hogs wearing bikinis that nobody wants to see, except for other people that look like that. And even they don't want to see it. That's why they use filters on themselves whenever they go on dating.
Wearing a great big hats and Blue Lives Matter shirts at a birthday party. You're picking your political votes. That entire never born at a birthday party.
Your phone is not broken. No,
What?
not AI. Yes, that was a good.
Now, I'm not going to say that's crazy though, right? I mean, we are too, sorry. No, it's 3 out of 4. I've been 75% right on this one.
That's crazy. What are the odds on that? Honestly, I'm surprised it's not higher.
Here. Y'all gang soccer pubs need to come home for me. I'm out here on the cold, y'all. I'm being wrongfully punished on the street side, y'all. Spraying myself with rubbing alcohol on shit, y'all. I got termites biting me in my ass. I'm sitting on this here bench. I can't write any short stories until y'all give me some money so I can be in a hotel comfortably. Peter Griffin told me that hey, y'all need to donate. I think I'm gonna pepper spray a dog if I don't get no money. Oh shit, that's some songs in one headline. That's definitely a gang stalker, y'all. Oh, somebody just walked by me. That's a gang stalker. 100%. You need to get away from me, you gang stalker pub. Get out of my chat, fake doll now. Fake doll Nisha, get out of here. Goddamn crusty ass fake Donishas up in here, y'all. I need a donation, y'all. I'm almost out of alcohol. Oh, your microphone's crackling. Did they force manipulate your microphone? They manipulate my microphone, y'all. How's it sound, y'all? It sounds like static, like it was dipped in water and fucked out. The government manipulated it in order to silence your message there. Let me go spray it with some alcohol. This is illegal behavior.
The fake goddamn buffalo chicken strips, y'all. It's a fake.
Walnut Witch, welcome in. Wow. I haven't seen you at my show before. Thank you for showing up. It's cool. Appreciate you. Well, oh shit. I only had 3 dinners tonight, y'all. So I need y'all to donate. I had
Just want to.
There you go.
Excuse me, y'all. Just want to.
Excuse me. Much better that guy. I was only able to eat 2.5 pounds of sausage tonight, and 3 corn dogs, and what else did I have? Some marinated chicken, 2 seafood boils.
You're gonna waste away. Did you at least get a second pie?
I was trying to get one, but the damn false manipulating gang stalkers wouldn't provide one for me. About
Lord.
I don't know what she's been up to, but I'm sure. Oh shit, she's live, folks. Let's go. Fuck me. Oh. Well, guys, what will I say to this? I'll tell you what. If you're going on vacation and you have some socks, definitely take your socks on vacation, because she is live right now and we are watching the chat. Switch to live chat. Wrongfully banned from a funeral, y'all.
I got my socks and my Crocs, y'all.
Oh. And professional streaming at its finest. I forgot to share the motherfucking screen. Yeah. Here we go. Much better, you know. What's up, J Dub? Welcome in, you crusty ass perp. You're going to prison.
Hi, Shalon. You got the money for me?
Oh, we don't allow you to live stream anymore, can we?
Hell, sir. They've been using weather manipulation. They've been making it rain every time I try to write my short stories, y'all.
I've been having regular videos lately.
Regular.
Why, kid? Why?
Almost over, and I think I would get less than $120 for August.
Oh, no.
I have over $300 or $400 for,
That's still 120 more than you earned.
Catch up and earn that much.
I'm 100% positive on
Dude, so guys, I need some chicken breast for myself here. I'm gonna have just my homemade yellow mayo. I made an extra chicken breast for my dog. I feed my dog chicken breast 2 times. I don't even mess with salt and pepper on it, but my dog likes it with salt and pepper. So that's what I do. It's still a lot more healthy than regular dog food. I don't feed her this every day, but sometimes you just want to give them pure chicken, right? Healthy.
She would have caught that shit.
Those kibbles, those pebbles.
That was the perk for the red fight.
Her video quality isn't doing so great.
So let's give this Chihuahua her chicken breast.
You want some chicken? You ate all your chicken from the other day, so I know you like it. Yeah, look at that. It's still a little bit warm. I don't know if you're going to want that. Yeah, come on.
So, shared this title with someone. So Lauren Southern made a Substack, and she talked about
her experience. I was considering, I mean, alright, just like the Candace Owens video, if I hit 20 likes on that one, I will react to the full podcast episode with her and Nick Fuentes. If I hit, let's say, fucking 20 likes on this one, I will buy her book, read it, and talk about it. Because there might be some interesting stuff in there from her conservative perspective. Alright, let's read this. I've decided to release a few chapters of this book for free, specifically those involving Andrew Tate and his ongoing criminal cases. Let me address a few things. The reason these chapters are beyond a paywall is because they weren't written with the intention of profiting off this incident. They're written because they're part of my story and they're true. If you're here to just read about Tate or think this is some kind of selling point, please don't buy the book. You won't find anything more significant about him and its pages beyond what's already here for free. I'm strongly considering buying this book. I also want to profit off it because I'm a scumbag. I'm joking, obviously. I don't earn any money on this YouTube channel. I can assure you no one is more aware of this cosmic irony or the colossal trademark of my life than I am. I've made mistakes, some mine alone, others shaped by the psychological toll of existing in a deeply toxic political space. It is deeply toxic, and you just got to meet the right people. It's just most people are the wrong people. It's tough. I've already written in the book, I've named the skeletons, told the stories, owned my mess, but let's be clear, my personal drama doesn't change the credibility of the claims I've made. I hope those who can think for themselves, okay, I was not the first person to talk about this event publicly, and others involved, but to undermine, I spent too much of my life, and I remain silent with the story. I understand people want evidence, so given the deeply personal nature of the material shared privately with two media sources, one mainstream and left-leaning, the other independent and right-leaning. I did this knowing readers have different levels of trust in different outlets. Respect. She has a lot of self-awareness. I'll hyperlink it. I haven't done any interviews and I don't plan to. If anyone seems unusually informed, no, it's not some grand matrix conspiracy, just a few DMs and some advanced copies in the mail. And while this is my account, also I saw Andrew Tate talk about, I'm about to expose the demons of you wanting me, trying to use that as a means to claim that he didn't do what he did. Anybody who's still defending Andrew Tate, fuck you. Andrew Tate's a piece of shit. So I don't know why we're still defending him in 2025. Like, fuck, Jesus. I've seen the claims online, blah, 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 every kind of misdirection. I don't know any of these women personally. I didn't know that I exist, and I know that people before, just hundreds upon hundreds of times. It's nice. Legal case, blah, blah, blah. As we've seen recently, I've seen information is powerful. The more people understand the digital. I know clickbait, strict auto publication. Hope my care in writing these notes. Okay, chapter 10. I skimmed through that. If you guys can pause and read it yourself for sure. And this is free, so I'm not stealing anything from her. I'm not entirely sure how it's affiliated to much. But around February 2018, Tommy Robinson mentioned, is that Andrew Tate? Is that his? Oh no, his name is fucking Andrew Tate. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Obviously, his name is not Tommy Robinson. I am going to skip fast because I don't know how long this is, and I don't want to be here forever. Things are going probably with my YouTube videos. You're always chasing the next big idea. Right-wing European media outlet hosted by some of the most famous figures in the dissident right. Not clear what the right-wing flight to report them was instantly by the investors. I'll never forget. You know what? Again, the right does such a good job by pushing their voices and pushing their creators, whereas the left is so fucking, man, the left can't get their shit together, and there's no middle. Like, I'm one of the few centrists. I don't even like to call myself a centrist, but I have my own values. We need a bigger coalition of people who is willing to tell the truth, and are not bought by Russia like Tim Pool. I need a good nickname for Tim Pool. Charlie Cook is the best thing I've created so far. Taida, Tim Pool, Tim Drool, Tim Tool, Tim Tool. Will Tim Tool land though? Like Charlie Cook is brilliant. Tim Tool, Tim Tool, Tim Tool, Tim Pool, Tim Pool. You know, there's a humor to Tim Pool. There's of home ownership in Canada. The thing that
you do not ever want to happen with you is actually happening with me right now as we are speaking, guys. It is, I'll tell you, the extent of the damage is unknown. I say it could cost me over $50,000, and it's happening as we speak. Look at this. Oh, look at this rain. Look at this beautiful weather today. You know, somebody called me today and said, "Hey, or how are you doing?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't know because there is two options that's going to happen with my house right now. Option number one is I'm going to get some extensive renovation for $2,500 deductible if insurance covers it. Option number two, I'm going to have to pay insane amount of money for extensive renovation that is happening right now." So as we are speaking right now on this channel, my basement is getting flooded with water, and there is a contractor, flooded restoration company, pumping out water, cleaning it up, and trying to maintain it while it's pouring. You know, it's pouring, pissing. I don't know what's going on with this rain, but definitely it's doing damage to my property. And guys, I'm working in real estate, and I keep on telling people about the 9 minutes of hot water. I say, you know, hot water tank. By the way, I always explain it. Hot water tank is going to break down. It's going to break down. You know, all sorts of things.
I changed my name to Diddy.
First person to let me oil them up, get 3 AirPod Pros. You might have you know, I changed my name to Diddy. So the first person to let me oil them up, get 3 AirPod Pros. I do not even know what is going on. And I'll tell you what actually happened. Let me tell you the story what happened. At 5 a.m. I wake up by something, and I don't even know what time it is because I'm still asleep. I hear my flood detector because I'm paranoid. I'm a paranoid person. I put my flood detectors all over around my property, under every sink, under every vanity, under the dishwasher, under the fridge, and it's going off in utility room. So I go there and I see water, and I'm like, okay. So I switch on the main shuttle valve so the water does continue, and I start to search for the leak. And you know, in my basement, it looks like it's pretty dry. But I'm starting to pump out water, under the flooring, the flooring in the basement, just in the utility room. And everything else was pretty dry. I don't know what's going on. Next thing I know is I'm pumping out water from the utility room, and I'm going with the bucket to dump it upstairs. Onto the grass like this, just pouring out. Guys, I promised you I'll make a video of life in Canada, and this is my story. I'm telling you what is actually happening here right now. So I'm pouring it out, and the stupid water keeps on coming back, and I don't know where it keeps on coming from. Then the alarm goes off under the refrigerator, which doesn't even have, the refrigerator doesn't even have an ice maker, so there's no water supply there even. I don't know what's going on. I struggle to pull out the refrigerator, trying to rack my back to pull it out, and I see water there in the flooring. And I travel with a leak detector and keep on pumping out. We call the insurance company. It takes them forever to get through automated system.
Hey, Miss B, you guys pick me up. Alright, well, let's start over. My name's Kyle, and guess what, guys? I'm a Steeler friend.
Steeler B, like, right here, like, he's there, phone number, and luckily I get the right one, and I get to get in the phone. And here's how, as my basement is flooded, you know, I have to interrupt myself from the process of pumping out water, go through the entire process, go through a questionnaire. And the questionnaire is so stupid. It's like, oh, can we call you on this number? Can we have a communication with you? Can you give us consent for authorization for whatever information, for whatever authorization? I don't care. All I want is to tell me what to do because I don't know what to do in this kind of situation. And they give me a contractor's contact, and they said somebody will call within an hour. You know, nobody calls me. Nobody gives me a call from anywhere. So I call the contractors myself. I call that company, and they say that somebody's going to call me within an hour or so. And somebody calls me later, like 3 hours later. By the time I already hired a Ukrainian contractor, and said, if this video is not sponsored by them, another company that they already came and they're already dealing with the emergency because I cannot wait for that I'm going there with buckets of water for the company to come out. And the extent of damages, I don't know yet. It's getting assessed. They are literally removing the carpets. They are settling the flooring. They are pumping out water. They are, scanning the wall and checking for where it's coming from. I hope they find what's going on. But look at this rain. And also, on top of this, guys, not far away from my house, I see a city doing hydraulic power wash, flushing the sewer lines for the city main line. And it comes to the lens. Could it be that? Could it be something else? I come to those guys from the city of Calgary, and they're telling me to call the 311 number and deal directly with the city, and they're saying that if that's what they did, then the city is going to pay for it. But they told me that they're flushing the water into a different direction away from my house. But who knows? Maybe they flushed it into my direction before that. I have no idea. Maybe they have another truck. I'm not a sewer line expert for the city, but they are telling me that probably 1,000 houses right now in Calgary are getting flooded as we speak because of the rain. How this infrastructure has failed. Guys, this is insane amount of money that is going to cost. Right now, I'm just guessing. They're moving the floors. I'm already estimating the call-out emergency services 3 years. That being said, I'm already estimating $15,000. It's my guess. They haven't said anything about the drywall. It's very crazy. But they are working on it. And finally, the contractor told me about the whole end. I said that contractor was having an emergency. And honestly, guys, everything is super smooth. My insurance company's headquarters in the US, and the entire thing that I understood from everything that I told you right now is that my legal went off. So they told me that their contractor to give me a call, no other information provided. Which is ridiculous. Now, guys, I just wanted to tell you, this is the life, this is the horrors of homeownership in Canada. That's one of the most expensive things that you can have. Unless you're hired and house breaks down, that is going to be over what I'm having. So what I'm having is probably lesser. And the people who came from the emergency, flood and fire restoration, they said that's not a big deal. They said yesterday they went to a house where it was like, over your ankles. Water there, so I have less water. I'm like, yeah, thanks for letting me know that somebody has it worse, and it makes me feel better about myself, right? But no, you cannot be happy about some other people's suffering. And I want to tell you that this is freaking Canada, guys. This is how things are. And honestly, guys, I'm gonna cross the road here quickly. And honestly, guys, it's pretty insane that this is happening this is. Honestly, it's quite insane, guys. This is happening in Calgary right now. There's all this flooding. There's all right. I don't know what the flooding they're talking about. Look at this. I'm not even back to this rain. Look at this. That's what they're saying that infrastructure in Calgary is not prepared to maintain this kind of water. Rain happens rapidly, and their infrastructure can be handled. It's pretty insane, but it's one of those expenses that can scale up. And I'll see you guys in summer, the smokes and crazy. I have a bunch of pregnancies, I have 6 pregnancies right now for sale. It's quite difficult to sell them. They're going to get sold, but it's summer. It's a slower season as well. Because it's going to be up soon. Just wait for August, September. It's going to be better in those months, but there's a slowdown for the summer season. It's natural seasonality for real estate, so it's not like I'm floating in cash. But I'm definitely going to say that this kind of situation can make you go broke in Canada. Like especially with the standard of living right now and the incomes, where people are struggling to, for example, if the hot water tank breaks down, it's expensive. If
we designed this one together. Thanks to your ideas. It's
a lot of money.
And now, I want to address the next problem.
That you can have.
Too many people so I ask for your help and you to listen. All the feedback, one suggestion stood out. With about 72 mentions,
never happen to
and a
you
gate
like
or
it's
one-way
happening
door
to me. And I'll tell you more.
to stop babies from selling out. So here's what I did.
Well, I'm also
I added a leaf spring just tight enough to let babies in, but not out. The print came out messy. Supporting that tiny spring is a nightmare, But functionally, it works perfectly. The BBs stay in place, and in one swift motion of trip, I can load all 25 into the launcher, ready to fire. Now there are two problems I still need to fix. First, the accuracy. It shoots far, but not consistently in the same direction. I sometimes have to shake the magazine to get the BBs to align and fall into the firing chamber. So, if you've got ideas on how to fix either of those, feel free to share them. This thing's getting better with every round of feedback.
Like, honestly, I thought I would be way more upset. But the thing is, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it but to deal with it. So I'm dealing with it, and I have multiple crews working in my home right now. Remediating this.
Like something
this flood,
like specific, like a hobby or like
so. Yeah, guys, that's what's going on. That's one of the nightmares. The home donation. It's happening to your guy Igor here, who has helped many people from this channel purchase homes. And I've heard lots of stories. Literally, one of my clients told me last week their football stand started to leak because it was almost 2 decades old and they have to replace. But I hear stories, different kind of things happening with people who bought homes with me as well. You know, normally normal wear and tear. The bigger information that I heard, so far, as expensive as it yeah, that's what's going on with your guys here. So if you don't see me publishing too many videos, you know, guys, I'm busy not only with this thing, but also my own stuff. And this is one of the nightmares here in Canada. In honestly, it's like the American people in the US. Yeah, it can go back. I mean, if it's $50,000 and you don't have insurance, or insurance doesn't cover you, luckily I have an insurance. It's literally some families income a yearly income in Canada. So, yeah, if you don't want to have this kind of unexpected expenses in Canada, the best way is to rent. Guys, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. Bye for now.
So I want to give you guys an update of what's going on with the trade negotiations between Trump and various countries in Asia.
So what's going on today?
Well, Ludnick was on TV sort of bragging about these supposed deals, and I want you to have a listen to this.
Let's talk about Korea for a second. I don't know what's going to happen. There's no deal before August 1. But I've got to tell you, they have plants in this country, but when you look at the plants they just assemble, all the IP is from Korea. How do we get them to be serious about the plants that they have here?
Well, what happens is, when it comes into the country, you put a tariff on it. So if you bring the engine in, you pay the tariff. If you bring the parts in, you pay a tariff. So if you tariff the parts, you capture the idea, and we're all over that now. You know, they're Korean manufacturers. They do produce plenty of cars here, but as you pointed out, they tend to bring a lot of things in from overseas. That'll get caught by these tariffs. And you know, the Koreans also, like the Europeans, they very, very much want to make a deal. And when they saw, I mean, you can hear expletives out of Korea when they read the Japanese deal. Because the Koreans and the Japanese, they stare at each other. And so you can imagine what they were thinking when they saw that Japan made that deal. They were like, oh, man. And of course, she's going to be in my office today talking.
So what do you think about the election package?
And we're gonna have a meeting with office. What's that to?
I felt pissed off, to be fairly frank, from the whole thing, because, you know, I live here, we're in Korea, and we just kind of know how business is normally done. The way that Ludnick or Trump talk, it's like basically the stereotypical ugly American.
Yeah, they're talking about country to country.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of this way, guys, like, if you're taking important business from it, it's like have terrible manners, and, you know, you're swearing, you don't even respect someone else's home, and like this kind of thing. Like, just normally we'd walk out of that meeting or cut it short. Like, you just wouldn't want to talk to some people. So there's been a lot of questions on, okay, how are these deals being structured, and a lot of people are basically saying, okay, it's going to be the first Japan supposedly gives this aid, and that's literally 90% of the profits. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, right? And so you want to check what Japan says. So from Japan, they were like, okay, there is a world where you could have 90% USA profits and 10% Korea profits, but in that world, how would that be structured?
So USA put 90% of the money,
Right.
and Japan put 10% of it. Then it makes sense.
Yeah. So basically, Japan was saying from project to project, depending on whatever the ratio is, then the profits would go the same. So if Japan puts 100%, then they would 100% of the profits. Like, and then Trump started making up this crap about 90-10 or whatever. It's like it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of the stuff that you're going to hear from Trump and Lutnick has to do with their culture, basically. They're kind of people. And this would
Just another day in Canada filled with insane disappointment. You know, our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, he campaigned on the promise that he was going to stand up to Trump and get the best deals for Canada possible. And he was even going to just stick it to America and say, you know what, we're going to go and we're going to trade with the rest of the world, because if America doesn't want to work with Canada, we're going to stick it to them. And so far, Canada's now 35% tariffs across the board on America as a punishment for barking at the world superpower. Mark Carney is Then you also have Trump, who now signed the biggest deal with Europe. So this whole deal that Mark Carney was saying that Canada's going to get with Europe, Trump came in and got the biggest transaction from any country ever in the history of the planet. This is insane. And Trump is going to talk about it, he's going to brag about it. That's supposed to be Canada's deal. Just like the Japan deal that America got with LNG and all that stuff. Canada was supposed to have that deal. And Trudeau said, yeah, no, we don't want to trade with LNG with Japan. It's ridiculous what's going on. Canada is literally a single ship. And that's why so many people are wanting to jump overboard. Down all of this. Welcome back to the channel. I really want to encourage everyone to like button and subscribe if you haven't done already. It's pretty much the only thing that we have left in Canada. It doesn't have tariffs. At least not yet. Since we are talking about all of these crazy things, we have to talk about this one to protect yourself online in today's digital world, which is the perfect introduction into today's sponsor. This video is brought to you by today's sponsor, Private Internet. You're fed up with government censorship and with government tracking and selling your data while delivering a fix for private internet access. I go to VPN. It's the best way to cloak yourself so that you can browse the internet anonymous. Also unwatch a whole bunch of censored news here in Canada, which liberals don't. In addition to that, Netflix, Disney Plus, it allows you to access content that is restricted by these countries. So you can use American Netflix, French Netflix, whatever it is that you want. There are so many benefits to private internet access, but my favorite is the fact that it works on so many different devices. One subscription protects unlimited amount of devices at the same time. You can also change your IP address to more than 91 countries around the world. If you use my link down below in the description or the pinned comment below, you'll get 83% off private internet access. Alternatively, you could go to PIV.com/sunshine. That's for sponsoring today too. So lots of crazy stuff happening in Canada. We're going to start off with the most trending topic that was, going on this weekend. This stinger, Sean Feucht. He's a MAGA enthusiast. came to Canada to sing at churches and worship the Lord Jesus Christ. And he's been attacked by police. He's been attacked with smoke bombs by Antifada. He's been attacked by Palestinian protesters. It's super bizarre. And the media is smearing his name everywhere. But all he wants to do is just worship God.
Will you do that show tonight, sir?
Oh, of course, we're not stopping. Sure. We don't back down for anything. I do want to say this. The police have been amazing. These guys are so kind and so hospitable, and they've just been amazing. What did they say? All day long. What did they say? So we're really grateful. And we're grateful that, that they would show up, that they would warn us about how the anti-Christian bigotry is strong in this city. I haven't done a lot of stuff in Montreal, but that's what they've been wanting me to do. And I appreciate that. I think that's a really good thing to have police officers that are standing up for the people that are suffering. So I commend it. I think you need a permit to work
Because it's religious freedom, Radio Canada. It's religious freedom, you know that? Religious freedom, you don't need...
You so stupid, CBC. Radio Canada, you need a permit to be in insurance. Shut the hell up. No, you don't. It's getting out of control. It's getting out of control. So much so that you've got headlines coming out like this. Montreal fines local church for hosting MAGA-affiliated musician. Oh my freaking God. He's now facing a $2,500 fine. This show runs counter to the values of inclusion, solidarity, and respect that are championed in Montreal. Freedom of expression is one of our fundamental values, but hateful and discriminatory speech is non-acceptable. So they're saying that praising the Lord Jesus Christ is evil? A ticket was issued because the organization violated the regulations by going ahead with the shows. Oh my goodness. So attack on Christians is just never been more apparent. And he posted this on X, and it blew up. And 14,000 likes. What the heck is going on? So in Canada, Muslims can pray all over the streets and sing about eradicating Jews from the Middle East. But how dare a Christian singer, worship leader, come to Canada and worship Christ? Like, in a place of worship, and he's under attack. But you can go and spew your religious views outside of a place of worship, as long as it's not Christian, and it's absolutely okay. And what the hell is going on? How did Canada become such a fallen country? It's disgusting. It makes me embarrassed to say I'm Canadian. When I used to travel, I used to tell proudly that I was Canadian, the world, because you didn't want to be American, because America had like a reputation of just being certain ways, and now it's the opposite. Now I would rather lie and say I'm not from Canada. Where's from? I don't even know. I don't even know what place I'd like to brag about. Maybe America. I don't know, but I'm definitely afraid, or not afraid. I'm definitely embarrassed of being Canadian at this point. Oh my goodness! And the embarrassment doesn't continue there. The Canadian passport continues to lose power. Global ranking reports suggest. Okay, so how this is determined is kind of interesting. Visa-free destinations, right, where your passport, you can just enter countries and you don't need a visa. Canada is now going down to the 8th place, where we can only enter 184 countries visa-free. So, I think that was what you will, but our Canadian passport it's valid every single day. And I mean, I can't think people aren't proud to be Canadian. There's like the elbows up Canadians, I'm sure, but the average Canadian, it's like, what the hell is wrong? But I think it's mentioned. Especially when you've got a prime minister who goes around and talks like this. That our phone is ringing off the hook. We got so much trade lined up, everybody. So much trade. Listen to Prime Minister Mark Carney just recently say this to the media.
CTV News. Can you elaborate on what that means to get a good deal for Canada? Tangibly, what does that include? And if we can't get there, will Canada retaliate?
Well, the first thing is we're working positively for a deal that takes stock if there isn't one that works, but that depends on the overall circumstance. That's the first. The elements of what's positive, and let's start from the position of really the longest standing and one of the largest trading relationships in the world between Canada and the United States. A relationship until recently that has been tariff-free. A relationship that has many integrated sectors, including the auto sector, the steel sector, the energy sector, and beyond. And so a good deal is something that preserves, reinforces, and stabilizes those relationships as much as possible. A good deal is also one that doesn't tie our hands in terms of other things that we can do so that we can pursue that positive agenda that we focus so much of our time on. And maybe just to go back to the start of your question, look, we have a lot to do in this country. We have a lot positive to do in this country, building this country in a way, building one Canadian economy. We are trying to dream off the hook from other countries who want to be more with Canada. I've had over 80 bilateral leaders since I became Prime Minister. A number of those premiers have been on major trade missions, and we have other things to do. And so we're going to focus more and more of our time on those positive aspects going forward. Thank you.
Why Canada has done the biggest deal in Canadian history with Europe, right? Well, no, that's actually not the case. Our phone is not running out of it. People are not lining up to do trade with Canada. People are lining up to do trade with America, even when there are additional tariffs. America is the shiny, awesome, most foot traffic wall that's ever been constructed. It's the king of the crop. Like, it's a Canadian, West Edmonton Mall, but on crack on steroids. Insane. Huge. Marble floors, chandeliers. It's incredible. And you have a bunch of business owners that want a spot in the shopping mall, that want to be a kiosk, that want to be part of the food court, that want to have a storefront, whatever it is. So, you have to pay rent in the mall. You have to pay your dues. You can't just get a free ride. That's what's going on right now. Trump is saying you want to be in America, you want to do business here, you got to pay rent. That's the barrier to entry. Canada seems to live in this privileged elitism mindset that we don't have to pay rent because we're neighbors with the mall, right? We're neighbors with the biggest mall in the world, so we should just get access, and that's not the case at all. As you're going to see, the biggest trade deal in the history of Earth ever, $600+ billion going into America. Oh my goodness. When Trump announces trade framework deal with European Union that puts 15% tariff on European goods. This is wild. The United States has struck a framework deal with Europe imposing a 15% import tariff on most European goods and averting a spiraling growth between two allies who account for almost a third of global trade. Let's now take a look at a series of these videos talking about trade. This one in particular has to be the August 1st deadline.
Now, the August 1st is that the deals all started on August 1st. Most of the deals, other than steel and aluminum, which we've been getting 50% tariffs from, I guess, just about everybody, and those have come in, and we've taken in, hundreds of millions of dollars just on steel and aluminum. You've seen the numbers. We had a tremendous amount of
The real mystery is how they cram it all in there.
and it's coming in very rapidly, which is fair. We have a lot of steel mills and plants, mills and plants being built. We have a lot of AI being built, and we have a lot of other plants that are going to be built. Not because they don't want to pay tariffs.
This thing could kill on safe.
If they don't want to pay tariffs, the best way to do it is just build your plants in the United States.
There you go. You don't want to pay tariffs, you build a plant in the United States. You know, a smart business move for Canada would be, hey, America, we understand that you want to scale, you want to build more plants. Why don't you have a plant come here in Canada where you have to hire maybe 30% of your workforce from Canadians and they'll let you use our land and you can conduct some business here, and that's like a sign of good faith. Like, that would be something good for Canada to do. It would bring jobs into America. It would show, hey, you know what, Canada's willing to work with America, and maybe there's an expansion from there. But instead of Canada having that mentality, we're stuck looking at headlines like this, where the biggest trade deal ever was conducted just this morning.
So we're going to do the top European Union is going to agree purchase from the United States $750 billion worth of energy, $750 billion worth of energy. They are going to agree to invest into the United States $600 billion more than they're investing already. So they're investing a large amount of money. It's very substantial, but they're going to invest an additional $600 billion. They're agreeing to open up their countries to trade at zero tariff. So that's a very big factor. Opening up their countries, all of the countries will be opened up to trade with the United States at zero tariff. And they're agreeing to purchase a vast amount of military equipment. We don't know what that number is, but it's the good news is we make the best military equipment in the world, so sort of you have to do better. So somebody tells us which is not going to happen. Every other country so that's in Iran, and you see that. Unfortunately, you see that on the global rallies and so. So those things are 700 million, 600 million. We are agreeing that the tariff straight across for automobiles and everything else will be a straight across tariff of 15%. So we have a tariff of 15%. We have the opening up of all of the European countries, which I think I can say was actually brothers. I mean, you weren't exactly taking our autos, you weren't exactly taking our agriculture. And then you would have some other things, but for the most part it was ours. And now it's open. It's open for companies to go in and do a good job with it, and they feel like it. And we will, very importantly, the military is a big number, but that's one of the not determining. It's going to be whatever it is, but they're going to be purchasing hundreds of millions of dollars worth of military equipment. Very importantly, they're going to purchase $750 billion worth of energy. So that's going to be great. And $600 billion worth of investments into the United States over and above what they have. So, and I think that basically concludes the deal. I mean, those are the main factors. I don't think there are too many other factors, other than we're going to get along great. And we have a great relationship now with NATO, which is the one between the same, exactly between Africa and as you know, they're going up to 5% from 2%. The relationship is very strong with NATO. So I think it's making a deal today instead of making and maybe not making a deal at all. I think it's I'm going to let you say it, but I think it's the biggest deal ever made. Thank you very much.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how to conduct business with not just America, but with Donald Trump. That's insane. I mean, why is Canada fighting? Canada would rather go to Europe, but we don't have a freaking leg to stand on. America just went to Europe and undercut Canada in every single way. Canada is going to be left behind. You understand that our infrastructure, all of our roads, all of our water lines, everything in Canada was built many years ago, 15, 16 years ago. The foundation of our infrastructure was built under a algorithm that was supposed to be based off of steady immigration and steady population growth that, it's just like a bottle, okay? Close the bottle, open the bottle. Close the bottle, open the bottle. Well, I could sit here and I could do this 15, 20 times a day. That's what the bottle is meant for. But if I sit here and do this 8,000 times a day, my water bottle would probably break in a few days. That's what's going on with China. All of our infrastructure is going to crumble. Our cities are not made to support overpopulation. We need money, we need growth. Why are we doing that? Because we have liberals that are running the show. There's a reason why Toronto every time massive rainfall are like economic powerhouse, right? So much money comes out of Toronto. The city floods all the time. The highways flood all the time. The highways aren't meant to support however many millions of people there are today. It was meant to support how many millions of people there were way back in the day with a steady growth. Like, our Liberal government has been flooding the gates, letting people in. Our roads are getting overly abused, like doing this 10,000 times a day. This has a 50,000 open close lifetime capacity. So if you do it too much, too fast, you're just going to blow your load and you're not going to be able to sustain. And that's the perfect analogy. There's probably so many better, but that's all I can think of right now on the fly. That is the state of Canada. So we need money to be able to fix our infrastructure. Not even just put more money into our military, not expand into private ventures, just to fix our infrastructure so we don't crumble. It's pathetic. It's very sad. And here you have the European Union eradicating infrastructure. That was the biggest deal that's ever been made in the history of ever. You are known as a negotiator. Let's listen to it. Because you know each of us has ever strong, and mostly I'm just going to judge tariffs and realtors say that people are going to pay tariffs, and we're dealing with a low income because we don't have any and we love it when I work for the business. This is really the biggest trading chip in the world, so you should give it a shot, right? And I'm looking forward to that. See, people are excited to be in that shopping mall. And Canada lives in this opium world where we are living somehow of the world, which doesn't make any sense. Or you can say he's in the like, it doesn't matter. California produces more, sold more cars in the state of California alone. But they're all Canada. Canada is nothing. We're not even a grain of salt in a patch of hay. We're failure than that. It's crazy that our liberal government can't even get in front of our own people. I mean, a good part of the population is not like liberals. But the goal should be with America, with the flow, where the world is heading. But it's going to be America first. The whole world sees it. That's why you have Japan saying, hey, let's make the biggest deal with America. The biggest deal biggest in the world. And they just did it. And now, a week later, he pops it with Europe. I mean, great. Don't you want a piece of the pie, Canadians? Don't you want success, better road, better infrastructure in our country? Aren't you sick and tired of this freaking shit? Our homeless, our freaking these guarantees of death. And we have an opportunity to fix it. And old people so I guess we just have to wait till they all die off. I mean, is that the only option I have? It's kind of crazy. I know it's all voted conservative. Don't get me wrong. It's not that people are the problem. It's people that are voting liberal that are the problem. And a lot of them just people who don't care about their children, who don't care about their grandchildren, who don't care about the future of this country. The future of this country seems like we're heading towards total collapse if we can't make a freaking deal with America. It's crazy to me. The phone is ringing, really, Mark Carney? The phone is off.
I would be happy to pilot the operation.
Relax, don't do it when you want to get congruent. Alright, we sound good. This one goes, condo owners wake up to the grim reality that their homes are worthless after law change. And what law is this?
So I read this article here, and it's absolutely unhinged. And Mary Ann Barbie, right there, she has no journalistic integrity. The article, the case she's making is essentially that all of these baby boomers, lots of them, and younger and definitely with us, and they can't get anyone to buy them. So they're both sitting on the market for months. Some of them are $2,000 for them. But that didn't sit right with me because I know that Gen Z and millennials are desperate to buy property. And dude, if there's a condo for $1,000, I don't.
Next week, you get what all that was? For the Daily Mail, I think you have to have a subscription.
Yeah, I need a subscription for that. Fill out my credit card, you know. So I did some digging. One of the places that she mentions in the article is the Sunrise Bay Resort, and you can see right here, I found one of these condos that's, you know, under 10,000.
$9,000 for a condo. You know what? We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna remix. Popping into Zillow, dude. My favorite thing to do. Now, I actually found some of these condos he's talking about here. And the reason why this condo would be $1,000 or $15,000 for an apartment or $29,000, I'm going to go ahead and just tell you already. I'm going to spoil the whole thing. Let's get out of here. I'm going to spoil the whole fucking thing for you guys. Let me tell you exactly why. How much you want to bet the HOA fees like $2,000 a month? How much you want to fucking bet? Bet you $5. Okay, right here. HOA, $1,500. So even if you were to own this magnificent piece of work, this 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom palace, no matter what, you're paying, you guessed it, $1,500 a month. And how much you want to bet 5 years from now, it's going to be even more money. Here we go. $29,000 seems like a steal. That $1,000 one's confusing. Not really. It's probably even more insane. 2-bed, 2-bath, regular, standard, not luxury. There's no pool on the roof. Standard house. Let's go ahead. How much you want to bet? It's probably the same shit. Let's see the HOA payment. HOA fee, $771. Okay, that's actually not bad. That's not bad at all. But they probably have special assessments. Something's up with $29,000 in South Florida. That's how much this is. $29,000. I'm not, no fucking way. Let's look at this $1,000 one real quick. Something's up with this. So we got $1,000 a month for this joint. 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,300 square feet. Looks pretty nice. Hold on. Something's up with that. That's either a typo or something's up. Okay, so HOA fees, $1,500. See, this is the problem with these apartments. This is the real issue. I don't know what fucking law he's talking about, but this doesn't even make sense. There's got to be some astronomical... Hold on, we'll go back to this guy. There's got to be some astronomical yearly... That's what's going on. Okay. Some kind of shuffleboard court membership. Something insane here. Alright? Like some kind of swinger sex party, dungeon-esque type deal. Okay, I'm reaching with that, but you get my point.
It even has waterfront balcony. But you know why this thing has been on the market for so long? You know why it isn't selling?
Tell us.
Because it's a timeshare. That's why no one wants to buy it. Because Gen Z and millennials, and even to a large extent, Gen X, don't buy timeshares because they're a ripoff. But it actually gets crazier.
Okay, I don't... Oh, it's the same unit. Look, that's the one we were just looking at for $1,000. Classic. Let's see. Oh, I gotta see this shit.
It's a $1,000 condo.
He has to figure out why this is so expensive.
In Hunter's Run in Boynton Beach. This is another one of the neighborhoods that gets mentioned in the article. This one's actually not a timeshare, but it might be worse. Couldn't find the current numbers, but this is for 2023. And so if you're buying a new unit there is a non-refundable $85,000 initiation fee.
Hold on, dude. Whoa.
Maybe.
Whoa.
I read this article
what
here.
The fuck?
And,
just ruined the entire moment.
Earlier today,
What?
I saw a video.
I read this article here.
Just ruined the entire video. Hold on. He actually went to the website, though.
That's so crazy.
Hold on. I was trying to zoom in. I can't zoom in for you guys. Okay. This one says social membership a year is $15,000. Racket sports. No, dude, I was kidding about the fucking shuffleboard stuff, but there's actually a membership for the racket, for the pickleball, 17 grand. Golf, racket sports, social membership, 18,000. Okay, so every single year, I'm assuming you have to pay this every fucking year.
What's a social membership?
Exactly my point.
You paying for friends?
This is what I'm saying. That's why you're here, because I pay for somebody to be with me. No, I'm just kidding. My point is, though, is 85 grand a year, non-refundable, and then you have to pay this every year. And let's not forget, let's go back. Hold on, let's go back. Let's add it up. Same unit we were just looking at. That's funny. What a coincidence. I live in South Florida. And they go, we already know this, Jack. How old are you? Just kidding. Oh. Okay. Plus $1,500 a month. Call you back. Okay. Okay, so we're getting to the bottom of this. This is good. No. This is good stuff here. Oh my God.
Kilo over here.
3. And so if you're buying a new unit there is a non-refundable $85,000 initiation fee. Every year you have to buy one of these memberships. You have to. You also have food spending that you have to do. Like, you have to spend at least this much.
No.
Dude, even the employee, where was it? Is it in here? Yeah, the employee holiday fund. So rather than the company that, like, administers this, giving your employees a Christmas bonus, it's actually you. It's you paying for their bonus, and you have to. You don't have a choice. And I think the most frustrating.
What the fuck? No wonder no one's buying these. Of course not. Nobody in their right mind is going to buy this. And that's something I worry about with my house. I have a townhome, or I guess a condo, you would call it. Our HOA is $600 a month. It's not luxury. You know what I mean? It's literally like the clubhouse looks like it's from 1985, which I like that kind of vibe. I do. I'm big time old school like that. But my point is I worry about that whenever I go to sell the place or even rent it out, because just in 5 years it went from $250 a month to $600 a month. And I'm willing to bet that these places that he's talking about, at one point it made sense. You know, $200 a month, $300 a month, that's fair. That's more than fair. But what happens when it's $1,200 a month, $1,500 a month? That's when you get prices. That's when you get prices like this. $1,000. That's when that happens. That's when that happens. And yeah, technically, it is worthless. They kind of got fucked. Let me see. But the problem is, so many places are HOA now, and it's really fucking up people's groove, I'm not gonna lie. This one goes, I have no sympathy for boomers. Their generation was given everything on a silver platter, and they raped it for everything, possibly. Okay, let me see. Yeah, it made sense at a time, but now it's like forced on us. I don't even want to get started going through Zillow finding you some shithole apartments with $1,000 HOAs. It's criminal. No wonder they're not selling. But even renting them out. Like, if it gets to the point where the HOA is $1,200, you can't possibly rent out your shitty condo for less than $1,200. Does that make sense? All right. I hate the term fixed income. Boomers are so mad that millennials don't fall for the same scam. Actually, I think they've been priced out of their own activities. That's why so many condos are on the market. Here, real quick, let's just look. Let's just check this out for 1 second. How many... Hold on. I got it typed in. I only have it up to 150K at the maximum price. But for 150K, just in this small area in Florida, that's a pretty big area, there's 1,255 units for sale. Just in this small area. 1,200 for sale. Under $150,000. Okay? And we're in a housing market crisis, right? Let's jump this up. Let's have some fun. That's what do you say we do something that's crazy? Let's jump it up to $1 million. Let's go $1 million. Down. Okay, so now we're talking 5,129 units. 5,000. Hold on. Let's do a comparison. Let's go ahead. Let's get crazy. Let's see how many houses are for sale up to $1 million. Okay, there's 4,000 houses for sale up to $1 million. All right. That's way more than I expected. Did I click that correctly? Yeah, houses only. But let's see. This is the problem. It's the same shit for these houses. How much you want to bet? This 200. We already covered this house, but I didn't mention this. This was in one of the last videos we did. $230,000. This is like a fucking steal. Unheard of where I live. Unheard of for a 3-bedroom, 2-car garage. But what I didn't see last time I looked at it, is I actually considered looking at it. I was like, hey, we might have to move out to Wellington. Oh, it doesn't say it. I found it though. The HOA was like $750 a month. That's the fucking kicker. That's why these places are. I guarantee you, most of these houses for sale on this. I'm willing to bet money. All of them. Some kind of HOA bullshit. Look at this fucking monstrosity. Look at this fucking thing. It's a beautiful house. 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, sex dungeon in the back, a basement for the workers. Okay. Hold on. HOA fees $400. All right, but I'm willing to bet you there's a special assessment every year for some bullshit. Every 2 years, we need $6,000. What is $6,000 out of nowhere? You get a letter. That's how these places do this. My point is most of these houses for sale, all HOAs, and they all just keep going to the brute. Let's go back to the comments now. It should be criminal to list something for $1,000, 85K fees. So that's how they get you in the door. Then you start going, well, honey, technically, it's going to be cheaper. That's how they swindle you in. Yeah. But in reality, no one's going to go for it. Those kind of places will fail. Guaranteed. Florida is just one giant HOA.
Insurance is about 2 year review of $70,000 mistake here.
Nearly 20% of all Canadian buyers in Q2 of this year committed to monthly payments of $1,000 or more.
Pay like $1,300 a month. I just can't afford the car anymore.
So today we're going to be taking a look at people who honestly just regret buying their car. Pretty straightforward video will hopefully help you influence you if you're looking at purchasing a vehicle right now. The high car means the regular maintenance, the repair costs that will inevitably come with it if you purchase a modern car are honestly just getting to be too much. We have a ton of stuff to look at today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into this.
I just got a brand new Jeep Wagoneer. It has literally less than 3,000 miles. I think it has 2,700 miles. It's a regular shop. The road trip was like 3 hours away. Not that crazy. And while we were on the way back, the check engine light came on. And then I took it in. There's something wrong with the brakes too, and there's a bunch of recalls on it. So I got a loaner car. It's a Wagoneer. The Love the whole interior. It's fully loaded, all the bells and whistles. It has 2,600 miles on it. And the check engine for like my brand new loaner car. I've had it for less than 24 hours at the Jeep dealership, and it's so much wrong with my car.
So when the loaner car starts to break down right away, you know you're in trouble. It is also interesting to see how many people love red interiors, and as crazy as it sounds, can be one of the deciding factors on purchasing a vehicle like the Grand Wagoneer that's $80,000, instead of actually taking a look at the reliability, the maintenance costs, and all the other problems that go into it. So we can look at some of the comments. This surprises nobody.
Why do people keep buying Jeeps? Do you not watch the app of all the horrible reviews of this vehicle? So, I mean, if you're not a huge car person, I totally understand. Hopefully these types of videos can shed a light to a lot of people who don't really know about all the issues with a lot of vehicles. So you won't get into the same situation as that woman. Both cars having issues when they're basically brand new. A comment from you guys goes very similar to what I just said. People are willing to go almost $100,000 in debt for a car and spend countless hours of their life working to pay off that, but won't take 5 minutes to research which cars are junk. I do think one of the positives, if you do decide to look it up on TikTok, after you search up a particular vehicle's issues, look at a couple of videos. The algorithm starts showing you tons of different videos on your For You page, so it can broaden your horizons a little bit and see a lot of the issues, especially when we're talking about modern vehicles. But unfortunately, there are many who don't even take that first step. They just jump right in and spend apparently $70,000 on a Ford Explorer.
This is my 2-year review of my $70,000 mistake here. Between the year 2023, just walking in and letting them play with the numbers. Since the 2-year warranty is up, I'm doing all the stuff. So one thing I noticed right off the bat is that I have an air filter. So this thing has changed in 2 years. They also told me about Ford's biggest thing about the half-days.
I mean, there's tons of issues. The paint chipping already, the dealership not actually doing maintenance, like the cabin air filter being filthy, and of course not looking at the interest rate, how much you're actually going to pay in the end. $70,000 for a Ford Explorer, even if it was the top of the line trim, is just absolutely brutal. But up next we have kind of a two-parter talking about a very popular vehicle over the past 5 years, the Kia Telluride.
The Kia has about 57,000 miles on it right now. Bought it for around 39,000, 12,000 over actually. And then I added warranty to the car too, so.
Just like this, just a mere 12,000, right?
Sure. I know it's crazy. I know. I had warranty and outdoor, it almost ended up being like $60K. But my mom, she was able to co-sign for me with like 15% interest. So I pay like $1,300 a month. I just can't afford a car anymore. I broke up and I need something cheaper, and I saw the 2018 Toyota Highlander, and I mean, just I have conversations and I've been seeing on TikTok, and I learned so much from you, and I really just wanted to call in to see if we could work together, because yeah, I need to find something cheaper.
So at least this person knew that they made a huge mistake, and they want to go to a Toyota Highlander that's a little bit older. It's 12 grand of negative equity to start, most likely not having great credit. If they needed a co-signer that still had 15% interest rate, you're paying 60 grand for a Kia Telluride, which I don't have to tell you. If you watch my videos, have a plethora of problems as well. 15% interest is insane for a Telluride. $1,300 a month for any car is insane. I mean, again, I am glad that she watched this creator who does a lot of this type of content, and she realized that she's in a very bad spot, cannot afford it anymore. So she's trying to change her ways, but nonetheless is going to end up losing a lot of money.
It's crazy seeing these cars come in on trade-in like that Bronco and this Kia Telluride. But a couple of years ago, people were paying $10,000, $15,000 every sticker for it. And now it's just another beat-up used car. After a heavy, heavy detail, this car will be on a lot for like low to mid 20 grand range. You can come in, zero down, and buy this car for like $400 a month. And it's a 2020 with 65K on it, so it's really not even that old of a car. I mean, people were literally on a wait list for 6 months waiting for that car. It's just to pay 10 grand every sticker.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the way they look. Overall, they do look better than most Kias, I will say. But this was another one of the vehicles lumped into paying over asking, apparently being on wait lists as well during COVID. It was the new nice mom SUV you could be rolling around your kids. Apparently that was worth $50,000, $60,000. And within a couple of years, you're probably seeing them around 20, 25, let alone any of the possible maintenance issues you could have with it. But one of the arguments that I see all the time when people are talking about new versus used vehicles is that somebody ended up buying an old beater that needed a ton of maintenance, everything was breaking down, and they don't want to be in that same situation again, so they're going to buy something brand new that don't want any issues, which I mean I do understand, but especially when we're talking about today's vehicles, that doesn't mean you're not going to have problems as well. We have a clip up on screen right now. When you've been traumatized by used cars, so you go get a 2024 and $40,000 in debt, and the check engine light still comes on barely a year after you get it. So even after putting yourself in the hole $40,000, you're still dealing with reliability issues in the end. You look at some of the comments that bring up another good point. The top comment, if you aren't a car person, buy a Toyota, which I do understand and agree with, but the next comment also makes a very good point. I hate to buy a Toyota comments. It's gotten to Toyota's head, and they're now charging a premium, which I do agree with also. I'm pretty sure they just unveiled the new 4Runner TRD Pro, and I believe the MSRP starts at like $65,000 or $67,000. And then I also got recommended on my For You page a Toyota dealership near me, and they have one for sale that was about $75,000. I guess that means they still have dealer markups some places, but if you want to get a Toyota, especially something new now, you are going to pay quite a bit of money. I mean, even the used market as well. Very, very difficult to find a good deal when it comes to those brands. You can lump in Honda as well. It's just getting harder and harder to afford any vehicle in today's world. But we can go over to a simple screenshot of this day financially growing in my life, and it's him signing on the dotted line for his new car. And we can go right over to the comments. I will never finance a vehicle ever again in my life. Me with my Jeep Compass, $610 a month. It's okay, bro. It's 2025. We're all signing our lives away for these cars. And that's why there's unlimited content online when we're talking about high car payments or issues with modern vehicles. People are still purchasing. Plus insurance, i.e. water and ice, salt and tomatoes. Paid $2,000 a month with insurance. It's better to go the repo route. And you can lump that into the repossession videos that I make consistently. As I get older, I realize how ridiculous it is to buy a new car, go on paying $1,200 a month, and the vehicle's not even going to last as long as you think. We have a comment from one of you guys. Anyone remember when we were growing up, our parents didn't buy new cars every 3 to 5 years. They bought them every 15 to 20. Same thing with appliances, washers, dryers, refrigerators. They lasted for years and years. Companies got smart and started making junk products that won't last long. I agree with that. Hence the company profit goes up and we, the consumer, get screwed. They're banking off of our ego and their marketing teams that are top tier. Your whole personality is wrapped up in what kind of vehicle you drive. Oh, you got a Mercedes or BMW, you must be rich. Nice big lifted giant pickup trucks for the tough working man, even though they're financing a $90,000 vehicle they probably can't afford. I mean, we have a prime example right here. You look happy or thanks. I was sad and went to trade my car in for the 3rd time this year. How much negative equity are we rolling in this time? Bought a new car 6 months ago, already ready to trade it in. It doesn't feel like me. You know, vehicles were primarily made to go from point A to point B, but as I just said, it needs to be your entire personality now. You wonder why we see people in 5 figures worth of negative equity constantly. And real quick, we have a couple of clips of people regretting buying electric vehicles again. It's like there's zero research that goes into actually purchasing any of these vehicles. They want it and immediately go buy it, and then after that they realize it's not like owning a normal gas car.
We had a young kid that loved the car, bought it, drove home to another state, called us the next day, and had buyer's remorse. And in our business, buy a car, you drive it away, deal's done. So I've been calling and just figure this thing out. I've been talking to everybody, and the dad's called in, and I figured I had to take a turn. And for something out, man, I don't want you to feel like we're not taking care of you, but I also want to make sure that we're being treated fairly. I don't think you need to be in a bad spot. I don't think we need to be in a bad spot. Did you just like, oh crap, I shouldn't have bought an electric car?
I love the car. There's nothing wrong with thinking that the charging that is a deal breaker for business. I don't have my own home. I live in an apartment. You know, they're charging my house. My parents don't want to go in because they don't have an electric vehicle. But I wouldn't have thought of that when I have the charging cars. I just throw it up in 10 and triple the rate. I would say that this has to be some sort of bait video for engagement until you see video after video with these kinds of examples.
Why didn't anybody tell me that you have to pay to charge your electric car? Hold on. Yo, I did not know that we was paying to charge these cars. And I know to some people that might sound crazy. But for me, I was just like, what's the benefit of having an electric car? What's my pay to charge it? Is it like emissions? Is that the biggest thing? Saving our environment? Mind you, The car was discharged 3 days ago.
The lights are on, but no one's home. Gas isn't free. Why would electricity be? I blame the public school system. It really just doesn't stop.
The most annoying thing about having an electric car isn't actually charging the car. It's the fact that even if you charge your car all the way, you're only going to have like half as much as mileage range after you go to the car.
It's almost as if they show the range of each one of these vehicles when you purchase it. I don't have a problem with electric cars personally. I still think it'll take time to do research, improve the batteries even more, increase the range to be able to outpace any of the gas vehicles. You get 500 or 1,000 miles, that'd be amazing. Hopefully we could get there someday, but right now you're kind of sitting at around anywhere from 2 to maybe 400 miles, and that's an estimate. If you're in a colder climate, it'll be much less as well. But I guess a good amount of people purchasing don't do any of that kind of research and basically have to learn the hard way after they spend 5 figures on that car.
We have a worst customer that's using a little bit too much gas on DoorDash. They're to return their car, I guess. That's not necessarily something we typically do, but we'll see if we can make something happen for this guy. I didn't expect him to deal with that. How long do you talk about Porsche? Okay, yeah. How you guys liking it so far?
We're waiting for service.
Swap it out for something else. What happened?
You know, I've been using it for that. Last night and today, but man, they just make sure gas
for your ports.
Yeah.
In regards to that, honestly, there's not much I can do there. I don't want to leave you in a bad spot, but work with me, and I'll try to work with you. But how return the vehicle? You guys traded in your other vehicle, so how would we go about that?
Before I say anything about it, we can look at the comments. Door dashing in a Porsche is wild. People really need to make better financial decisions and quit worrying about what other people think of them. I mean, my thoughts exactly right there. Why are people using high-end cars for delivery services? Because they care about what people think of them. I think it's amazing he qualified to finance a Porsche working at DoorDash. Well, Porsche Macans are not nearly as expensive as people think, especially if you buy used. The depreciation is brutal. A 2020 Porsche Macan right here I can see is $39,000. A 2015 Macan S is only $17,000. I see another 2020 for $29,000 right here. 2017 for $24,000. I mean, of course, if you buy it brand new, it's going to be much more expensive. But people want the Porsche badge on the front and back of the car, even though he realized very quickly that premium gas is going to be much more expensive while he's working all day doing DoorDash and had buyer's remorse within 24 hours. That's just insane. And this isn't even a one-off clip either. Here's another one. Customer wants to back out completely of the car deal he bought 2 days ago. So this one, instead of it being a Porsche, was a BMW, so we could look at some of the comments. FYI, always check insurance before you buy a car. It's part of the expense that could go with the Macan. Everybody wants to be big time at BMW until they realize it's for big timers. $15,000 in negative equity and proceeds to buy an M4. Oh, man. And as we're on the topic with the dealerships, we could take a look at the most recent data for car payments.
This is insane. Nearly 20% of all new vehicle buyers in Q2 of this year committed to monthly payments of $1,000 or more. That's nearly 1 in every 5 buyers, which is a record high. We also saw more extended loan terms in the second quarter of this year, with 22.4% of new vehicle loans being stretched for 84 months or longer, which is also a record high, up from 17.6% just a year ago. And sure, I get it, the longer-term loan does help lower monthly payments, but it also increases how much interest you pay over time. It greatly increases your risk of being upside down on that loan, making it extremely difficult to get out of. It's usually not ideal. Car buyers are also putting less money down, they're financing at higher rates, and let's be honest, just for a second, in many cases, buyers are buying way more car than they even need. According to a recent analysis from Edmunds, the average monthly new car payment right now is $756 a month, and the average term is just shy of 70 months. On the used car side of things, the average monthly payment is $559 per month, with the average term also just shy of 70 months. How long before $1,000 a month is just the normal payment?
Well, there are a lot of car dealership videos that are trying to make that $1,000 monthly payment something that's almost a good deal. I have $1,500, $2,000 car payment, so $1,000 isn't that much. Even the data from the used market being $550 and 70 months, I don't want to hear that argument either anymore. When we would initially see very high car payments in the four figures like that, I would see people arguing, oh, they must be doing it for a very short term, 24 months, 36 months, and now we're seeing the average 70 months and 84 being much more popular. Something to also add on to that, the comment here, people financing for 84 months are doing so at 14 to 17%, which is bonkers. Again, not even talking about the car insurance that goes with it, or something that we're about to see, the maintenance and repair costs. We have a comment from one of you guys to anyone considering a Mercedes-Benz. If you can't afford the repair costs right now, then you shouldn't buy a car. Let's just take a look at this BMW.
found my shades for today. I can't take it seriously. Yeah, before I start. So, just got my bag. My front and my back brakes are on school. Front brakes, $3,500, $11.40. Back brakes, $2,500, $13.96. I could have those backwards. All in all, $5,500. I want to rip this up. So I guess I won't be going anywhere that requires me to use my brake.
I would also like to add that that looks to be a BMW X2, so kind of low on the totem pole when you're talking about SUVs and you're still paying $6,000 for brakes, let alone the battery. But if you want that BMW, no matter if it's the highest trim or the base model, you're going to be paying these types of prices to keep it alive. Everybody wants to be boss bay until it's time to pay.
Alright, quick update on my truck. It is a 2025 Ram 1500 E-Torque. It's a lemon for 2 separate issues. It's been in the shop 11 times. I've had it for a year. It doesn't have 10,000 miles on it yet. It's been in the shop 4 times with this engine noise. And I pushed it up yesterday, and I think at this point they're honestly just replacing random parts to try and make it out. It's got weird noise. So this time it got 2 new drive belts, and they ordered a new water pump because the manager said that the truck got hit and bad. So that's been ordered along with the new alternator. I do have a new alternator on, but it's been like it's broken, so it's not. So yeah, I'm waiting for those parts to come in. I take it out of that. I haven't heard the noise, but I've only driven it twice, and usually like after I get it back, it takes a few times of me driving it for the noise to come back. So we'll see if they actually fix it this time. I don't know. Not optimistic.
That sounds like an absolute great time. It goes in the shop basically monthly since you bought it. I mean, I don't know how much worse it could get. It definitely sounds like a lemon to me. And we can take a look at the caption for this video. I miss the 4Runner. If you're talking about the older versions of it, that's why it's so popular. Maybe it's not the best gas mileage, but overall the reliability is much better than a 2025 Ram. Up next, we have another one of somebody trying to flex with the luxury cars paying an ungodly amount of money until they realize that they just can't pay it anymore.
Hey, brother, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm calling about that Mercedes BMW, BMW
M50.
MA50, okay, MA50. Yeah. Tell me what you got.
So I have these 2 cars, right? I'm paying $5,000 a month. So I'm tired of paying $5,000. Right? I think I can get something much better than $5,000. I know I'm overpaying. The stupidity that I did, I actually found a local board because I needed a car at that time, and I was just not being smart with my decision. So I bought, I leased the car locally in California. That's the worst mistake I did to me.
So this is a very long clip with him rambling, blaming California a lot for these vehicle choices. I don't really know how that ties in that much, but an 8 Series BMW and a S-Class Mercedes, $5,000 a month. I think the only thing that's worse than those payments is him realizing how much those vehicles depreciated when he tries to sell them or give them back, trade in, anything along the lines of that, because especially those 2 vehicles love to immediately tank in price as soon as you drive it off the lot. $5,000 a month will get you a $700,000 mortgage, and now he's got 2 luxury vehicles that he regrets getting in the first place. He keeps blaming California as if he doesn't insist on making the worst decisions. I'm not sure where he lives in California, but if he lives around the LA area with some of the wealthiest people on the planet, would probably have a big role in him spending $5,000 a month to look like he's super rich. Bro, I feel bad for you having to sit and listen to this dude ramble. And so it really seemed like he was trying to make excuses along with knowing that he made bad financial decisions, just a mess of a situation. But here we go over to a very different way of buyer's remorse. Somebody just committed fraud after they got repoed because they couldn't pay for the payments.
Your car was repoed, but now you want to say that the monthly payments that you made for 3 years are fraudulent. What do y'all be thinking? $521 is your monthly payment for your vehicle, and you're saying that because the vehicle was repoed, that the transactions are fraudulent and you don't owe that money. You've had a claim of $521 for the last 2 years, saying that the transactions are fraudulent. You don't know what the payment is for. You don't know who this finance company is. But in the first sentence, you said that your car was repoed. How does that make sense? But then have the audacity to say the vehicle had been repoed 4 other times and you didn't know that any additional payments were going to be due. There you go, definition of fraud. You can afford the vehicle, baby. That's all we had to say. But don't report it as being fraudulent because you were irresponsible and not did you? No, baby, you can take it up to the finance company. We aren't going to report these transactions being fraudulent because you authorized it and now you're trying to look for some money. And it's denied.
It's amazing to think that people could try to claim a chargeback or that they didn't recognize the transactions from their credit card and it would just magically give them all of their money back. That's how easy it is. Clearly they're going to look into this and now there are people who do this for a living. So yeah, you're not going to get that $500 a month back. Very interesting story, but wouldn't doubt that they have some buyer's remorse. Some of the comments, I couldn't be a fraud analyst or investigator ever again in my life because the things people would do voluntarily, like pull money from the ATM and then call it fraud, even though you have the bank's cameras and it's clearly payments are fraud because of a repo. You drove the car for 3 years. That is new. I have not seen that kind of fraud making these videos.
Big yikes, guys. Tesla is now accepting Cybertruck trade-ins, except the owners are bleeding money on these deals. One owner bought theirs for $127 grand 8 months ago, drove it less than 9,000 miles, and now Tesla is generously offering it $78,000. That's almost $50,000 lost value in 8 months in less than 9,000 miles. That's 38% depreciation. And this is why I tell people, let other people take the hit on depreciation, and you go buy a used car that's at least a few years old in cash. So Elon, good thing you left the White House, now you can focus on your own house.
So this is one that's almost universally hated. I mean, most people just ended up buying it because it looked so odd. It wasn't that great being a pickup truck. It just looked like a wedge, like a trash can. And now people are paying the price, losing $50,000 just to be different and be weird, to impress other people. And can't really say I didn't see this coming. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on the screen right now. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
My Airbnbs just got foreclosed on today, and all my other ones are losing.
Airbnb wonders why they're going out of business, and I'm sitting here trying not to be annoyed.
The realtor said, I've never seen this many vacation rentals come to market for sale. Every day someone's asking us to list their Airbnb.
So today we're going to take a deeper dive into Airbnbs in 2025. We've talked about this a little bit when it comes to the core sellers, the current real estate market, and some of the hardest goals to landlords and renters. But I think it would be interesting to go over it a little bit more. And so we have a lot to go over today. The prices compared to hotels now, of course, the grifters trying to sell you a passive income dream, the terrible conditions some of these Airbnbs are in, the hosts misrepresenting their properties on Airbnb just to get the sale, and on the other side, the terrible conditions some of these customers will leave these homes in, absolutely destroying it, making this whole thing not worth it in the end. We also have some comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just start off with a few customer stories.
I will never understand why people book Airbnbs instead of a hotel. So you're telling me not only am I going to have parents watching me, but then I have to clean up the whole house, and I got a little arbitrage bill at the end of the stay. Airbnb wonders why they're going out of business, and I'm sitting here trying not to be annoyed. So I have a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom villa, and in the description it says the entire property is to yourself, the amenities to yourself. So I just arrived at this villa, and it's like a duplex situation, like an upstairs, downstairs situation, with like a shared pool, which is like, I specifically specified that that's not what I wanted.
my Airbnb host is harassing me to delete my review, but I didn't even leave a bad review, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm not even the kind of person that would normally leave reviews, but I checked under this Airbnb yesterday, and since then I've already gotten like 5 messages from the supposed being like, please review me, please review me. So I did, and shocker, be careful what you wish for. I was honest. Oh my god, I gave a 4-star review overall, because it was a nice stay, but not worth 5 stars.
So these are just some of the problems you'll come across if you look this up online. The first clip, having to do chores before you end up checking out, which overall wouldn't be that big of a problem if you weren't also charged a cleaning fee when you're already cleaning yourself. The second clip, misrepresenting the property, saying that you have everything to yourself, which overall would demand a higher fee on Airbnb, but that was a complete lie. It was a duplex. And of course, the last one, the constant emails or text messages asking for a 5-star review non-stop. We can look at a couple of the comments from these clips. Airbnb was legit when it first started, now not so much. They're more expensive than hotels with a lot less than guarantees. Airbnb are why rents are so high in so many cities, and we're definitely going to see some of that in a little bit, but if another experience from one of you guys, count me.
I told you Alberta's jobs numbers reveal more than we're telling a story about who's moving ahead and who may be left behind. The headlines look strong, but the reality on the ground is more complicated, especially here in Calgary. According to Stats Canada, in June, Alberta added 30,000 jobs. Calgary contributed about 5,500 of those, and the city's unemployment rate dipped slightly from 7.8% to 7.4%. But there's a catch. Nationally, Canada added 83,000 jobs last month, but 70,000 of them were part-time. That means the majority of the growth was in roles that don't provide consistent hours or income. Even here in Alberta, where full-time growth was stronger than average, part-time employment played a big role in these numbers. And with inflation still elevated, especially for rent, groceries, and transportation, a single part-time job doesn't cut it. Many people go to 2 or more jobs just to keep up. We're also seeing the impact on younger workers. In Alberta, youth unemployment remains one of the highest in the country. For those aged 15 to 24, the rate was 16.4%. You have a right only in this feeling you get the central statistics in April and May. That's well above national Gen Z have a harder time with even as job numbers are falling. There are also a lot of younger people in more sectors by AI, but more on that for now. And while some industries are big jobs, other parts of them permanent. Robotics and housing-based robotics automation has officially shut down operations after filing for bankruptcy protection and laying off all of its 200 employees. Once seen as a success story, the company is now finding support even in a city like Calgary, where economic growth is happening. Tech and innovation sectors remain especially those companies depend on outside investment or long-project money. For workers, I touched on this briefly, but looking further ahead, there is a report already reshaping the job market, which is part of the social growth. Across Canada, about 60% of jobs from exposure to AI automation, and around 40%.
Hello everyone, welcome to Bald Guy Money. And to start this one off with something I shared on X earlier in the week, which may be a harsh truth for some to accept, but it is a truth nonetheless, and that is, as the mainstream and financial media trumpets a continuation of the bull market in stocks, the fact is that a weaker US dollar is actually real weakness in the stock market, because when you measure the S&P 500 in other currencies, what you can see here is that instead of making new real all-time highs, the S&P 500 is falling, down 7.7% in euros from the February high, and down more than 8% when measured in Swiss francs. Now, this is what some people call a stealth bear market, a market that is in decline, but for various reasons it goes unnoticed. In this case, we all believe this, but when we price the S&P 500 in gold, what we see is that in terms of real money, which is what I think gold is, the S&P 500 didn't top out back in February of this year. In fact, it actually topped out back in December 2021, and is down 27% when priced in gold. Now, Jerome Powell is the chair of the Federal Reserve. This week, a letter was submitted to the Department of Justice for potential criminal investigation and prosecution for perjury. We're going to look at the evidence that Jerome Powell is a criminal. Let me give you some backstory about the current controversy. Here's a map of Washington, D.C. You have this long park with the Capitol building at one end and the Lincoln Memorial at the other end, with the Washington Monument in the middle. The White House is here, and very close to the White House is the Mariner S. Eccles building, which contains the offices for the Federal Reserve. Jerome Powell has been overseeing a renovation of the building, as well as the building next to it. Initially, the renovation was going to cost $1.9 billion, but construction costs have ballooned to $2.5 billion. Just to illustrate how wild this is, here's a chart that compares the Federal Reserve renovations with other federal building renovations in cost per square foot. You can see how out of control the spending has become. I want people to just take a step back and think about this. What kind of building costs $2.5 billion? That's a lot of money. This is not even new construction. This is just renovations. Just as a comparison, before Donald Trump became president, he built Trump Tower in Chicago. He did it for $847 million. That was a freaking skyscraper. And the Federal Reserve is spending $2.5 billion for this little building. What are they spending the money on? They could have built more than 2 Trump Towers for what they are spending. Now, it would be one thing if maybe the building was going to be used for some highly specialized reason. Is this some sort of special construction? We have to ask the question, what are the people going to be doing who are working in this building? Well, they work for the Federal Reserve. So they're going to be looking at Excel spreadsheets and doing financial analysis. Why in the world is that going to cost $2.5 billion? Let us be clear about something. This is the American people's money. The Federal Reserve will claim that they're using their own money from their operations, but that is misleading. The Federal Reserve earns money from the interest it holds on U.S. debt. Who is paying for that debt? You. The Federal Reserve also prints money, which you pay for with inflation. You are paying for this $2.5 billion renovation. Now, what would you want them to use your money for? Do you think that $2.5 billion of your money should be spent on a building for people to look at Excel spreadsheets? Or do you think they should give the money back to the taxpayers? With the growing outrage over these cost overruns, Jerome Powell sent this letter to the Office of Management and Budget with an explanation. He writes, both buildings were in need of significant structural repairs and other updates to make the buildings safe, healthy, and effective places to work, including the removal of asbestos and lead contamination, complete replacement of antiquated systems such as electrical, plumbing, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, as well as fire detection and suppression systems. That is his description of the renovations. I think that's a bunch of baloney. Just from my own personal experience, I have worked as an accountant on some very large building projects. I know how much it costs to remove asbestos. I know how much it costs to put in a new HVAC system. It does not cost $2.5 billion. I think Jerome Powell is lying. If there's anyone watching who knows about construction, can you please confirm in the comments down below that I'm correct on this? That what Jerome Powell is describing should not cost $2.5 billion. Let me show you what the experts are saying. This is an interview with Bill Pulte. Bill Pulte is the grandson of William J. Pulte, who founded the Pulte Group, which is the third largest home construction company in the U.S. So Bill Pulte has been around construction his whole life. He is currently the chair of the board of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. This guy is a construction expert.
You said something is very, very bad. What do you suspect is going on, given what you saw there? Okay, now you're outside. I know you're going to get an official tour later on this video. On Thursday, some of the White House officials, James Blair and Russ Vought, we're going to go and check it out and see what the hell's going on the inside. But from the outside, I've been in the construction business my whole life. $2.5 billion is a lot of money. I mean, you're spending $2.2 billion to build an NFL stadium. But I go outside of this building, and they're taking down marble. By the way, marble lasts for a long time, right? Hundreds, if not some cases, thousands of years. Steel is very strong. They're taking down the steel. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Are they doing some rewiring for the internet? Well, they can claim anything, but I'll tell you, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Jerome Powell is the worst Fed chairman in history, and I think it's going to get a lot worse for Fed Chair Powell. I think most people understand that these are old buildings in Washington, D.C., and some level of renovation is going to be required. For example, ADA compliance regulations for handicapped people gets updated on a regular basis, and you have to renovate your buildings. People understand that. But with a price tag of $2.5 billion, something else is going on. The real question is, why is Jerome Powell lying about it? What is he hiding about this renovation? News reports have started to surface that the real reason for the cost overruns is that Jerome Powell is putting in high-end, opulent renovations. The rumors are that he's building himself a palace. That would explain the $2.5 billion. This is not without precedent. If we look at what central bankers in other countries have done, they have also made their central banks to look like palaces. Just as an example, this is the Central Bank of France. The hallways are full of fine art and gold trim. Is this what Jerome Powell is trying to do in America? Is he copying his fellow bankers around the world? I don't understand this at all. It's like these central bankers are acting as if they control the world. Why are they making their buildings look like palaces? This week, a letter was sent by the conservative representative from Florida, Anna Bruna. This was sent to the DOJ for potential criminal investigation and prosecution for perjury. This is over comments Jerome Powell made last month at the U.S. Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. Just to be clear, committing perjury is a federal crime, and penalties may include prison time. I'm going to show you Jerome Powell's comments, and I want you to see if you can tell if he is lying. Would you talk a little bit about just exactly what's going on with your building? When you have that type of an overrun on the prices and you're talking about billions of dollars in costs, I think it's appropriate for you to be able to explain to the committee exactly what's going on. Would you take a few minutes, please, and explain what's going on with the value of that building and why the costs seem to be so exorbitant?
I'd be glad to if I could have that time. So please, thank you for the letter we received late yesterday. We will provide a much more detailed response, but just generally, I would just say we do take seriously our responsibility as stewards of the public's money. And the other thing I would start with is no one in office wants to do a major renovation of a historic building during their term in office. Much prefer to leave that to your successors. And this is a great example why, let alone two historic buildings that needed a lot of work. But we decided to take it on because, honestly, when I was the administrative governor before I became chair, I came to understand how badly the Eccles building really needed a serious renovation. Never had one. It was not really safe, and it was not waterproof and that kind of thing. So we took it on. I would start by saying, I would also say that the media reports that you actually accurately quoted, they're misleading and inaccurate in many, many respects. And I would just point to, there's no VPI dining room. There's no new marble. We took down the old marble. We're putting it back up. We'll have to use new marble where some of the old marble broke, but there's no new, there are no special elevators. Yeah, they're old elevators that have been there. There are no new water features. There's no beehives, and there's no roof terrace gardens. Other than that, so all of the sort of inflammatory things that the media carried are either not in the current plan or just inaccurate. So But notwithstanding that, the cost overruns are what they are, so let me just say on that.
He says there are no fancy renovations going on, and the cost overruns are what they are. I think he is a liar. Let me highlight one thing he said. When I was the administrative governor, before I became chair, I came to understand how badly the Eccles building really needed a serious renovation. Had never had one. Well, it turns out that the building did have a comprehensive renovation from 1999 to 2003, including replacement of the roof, all major systems, and a full refurbishment of interior and courtyard spaces. Jerome Powell makes it sound like the reason the renovations are costing so much is because nothing's been improved since the building was constructed in the 1930s. That is obviously not true. Why are we replacing renovations that were put in place in 2003? So right from the start, Jerome Powell is telling a lie. He goes on to talk about the specifics. He says, there's no VIP dining room, there's no new marble, there are no special elevators, just old elevators that have been there. There are no water features, there's no beehives, and there's no roof terrace gardens. So he is saying that all these fancy things that people are claiming are in the building plans are not really there. Let's look at the building plans. I'm going to show you plans that were submitted to the National Capital Planning Commission in 2021. Now, part of the problem is that these overruns have happened since then, so we do not know what changes have been added since then to the plans to cause the overruns. This is very curious. Why is Jerome Powell keeping these building plans a secret? But looking at the original plans, we start to understand what is happening. These yellow sections are new additions to the buildings that were not there before. In addition to this, a large part of the construction is underground. They are completely digging up the street that runs between the buildings and creating an underground tunnel that links the buildings together. They are also building a 3-story parking garage underground. I have never heard of a renovation like this. Who builds a 3-story parking garage underneath a historic building? Why didn't they just build an above-ground parking garage someplace else at a fraction of the cost? I want to draw your attention to this description from the building plans. Revisions to the private dining room lobby on level 4. That sounds like the VIP dining room that Jerome Powell claims doesn't exist. The plan also says the West Atrium will function as a space of respite for board employees with an interior garden and a flexible event space. That sounds like the terrace gardens that Jerome Powell claims doesn't exist. Here's a photo of the proposed level 4 lounge. It looks like a palace to me. The plan also says the governor's private elevator will be extended to discharge at the dining suite level. That sounds like the special elevator that Jerome Powell claims doesn't exist. The only thing that doesn't show up in the building plans are the beehives that people have been talking about. But it seems like Jerome Powell is lying about everything else. Why does Jerome Powell refuse to release the updated building plans so that we can all see what exactly has caused the cost overruns? It seems like something really suspicious is going on, and it is costing the taxpayer $2.5 billion. Here's what Donald Trump says.
I don't know anything, but it's highly unlikely, unless he has to leave for the fraud. It's possible he's fraud involved with the $2.5, $2.7 billion renovation. This is a renovation. How do you spend $2.7 billion? And he didn't have proper clearance, etc., etc. So you know that's going on. So you know, there could be something to that, but I think he's not doing a good job. He's got a very easy job to do. You know what he has to do? Lower interest rates.
Donald Trump says this might be fraud. This is Donald Trump, who's worked on many large construction projects, and he looks around at all these facts and thinks of fraud. Now, just to be clear, Jerome Powell has not been charged with anything. He deserves his day in court. But I showed you the evidence for perjury, that he was lying to Congress about the renovations. So we will see if the department.
As Ontario continues to deal with soaring temperatures, we're seeing a growing number of tragedies on our lakes.
For the mother, myself, and obviously a drowning prevention advocate, it really does break my heart.
Stephanie Dackler with the Life Saving Society reacts to news another 3-year-old has drowned. The incident comes at the end of National Drowning Prevention Week.
It is hard for the first responders. It is hard for the bystanders. It is heartbreaking for the family, and it is something that will stick with you forever.
The drowning happened Saturday afternoon on a beach near Long Sault. That's about 15 minutes away from Cornwall. OVP officers say off-duty medical professionals tried to resuscitate the child, but the 3-year-old later died in hospital. Hours earlier in Wasaga Beach, a 24-year-old man tipped out of a kayak and went under the water. He also died in hospital. In recent days, a 3-year-old child drowned at Sandbanks Provincial Park after going missing while playing. Also in Prince Edward County at East Lake, a man went out in his canoe for a swim and wasn't able to get back in. Search and recovery crews found his body later on. Investigations on all these cases are ongoing, but officers sounded the alarm, noting drownings in the eastern part of the province this year are double compared to the same time in 2024.
So drowning by and large is preventable in all cases. There are some instances where someone may have another issue.
Women are complaining about men not coming up to them and approaching them in public. This is very, very common.
There's a really interesting trend of very attractive women complaining that men are not approaching.
That's right.
And I find this absolutely fascinating. So, when I was a young man, I looked at the courage to actually just walk up to a random woman on the street once because she was really attractive and say, hey, it's like that. She told me. Every other time I young girlfriends or young women who have been interested in me, they basically come to me to sort of signal to me that they're interested. And so, frankly, I've never been sort of like, walk up to them and just start chatting up.
Absolutely, 100% so. Completely agree.
But that's it. Most of the time, women will signal when they are interested. If you're interested back, you pick it up and go from there.
Yeah, sure.
But I think that there is at least a certain kind of who enjoys the attention, who likes the look, that actually she is an attractive woman, and she's flattered by men making the effort. With this one, it says character. That's this. I wonder why.
Here's the thing. Is if I was doing that to her, she'd be calling the police. Women don't actually want this. They only want it from guys that they find attractive or they like. This is a massive fucking thing that a lot of people don't talk about. Is that the reason, like, women don't have a problem with guys approaching them in general, as long as they do it respectfully. But I think another big difference is appearance. If you are a weird-looking or an ugly-looking guy, you going up to a girl is totally different than if it's somebody who is attractive. And so a lot of these girls say that they want this, but if it's some weird-looking guy coming up to them, they're going to be very uncomfortable and they're going to complain about it on social media. That's what happens. It's, flirting versus harassment. Exactly.
So, now there are many people who are saying, well, this is another video of the woman in the army. I forget, very attractive women, and men have just not approached them.
Yeah.
And they're becoming frustrated. And as Colin here points out, many victims, not all of them, spent the majority of the 2010s bitching about rape culture and assault and capability too. And now that young men are constantly approaching.
It's again, if young men that they are mad that young men that they are attracted to are not approaching them. if weird, ugly guys started approaching them, they would be posting about how annoying it is publicly all the time. The same as they did back then.
You create the problem.
This is totally...
I don't just young men, although I think the age thing is an interesting question. I mean, this woman looks like she's in her early 20s, and, well, do men in their early 20s actually spend a lot of time dating anyway? It seems that a lot of Gen Z are quite shy, introverted, not great at approaching one another, and, I mean, not time that
Me Too ruined everything. No, Me Too didn't have anything to do with this. This was happening way before Me Too. Me Too was like a COVID era thing. This has been going on ever since like 2013, 2014.
Probably a lot due to social media and phones, so they don't have to actually go up and personally involve themselves. And they seem to have been losing the customs on how to show someone that they're interested in.
But here's the reason why that happens. In the earlier days, many years ago, there was much more of a shared cultural identity that we had here in the U.S., or that I'm sure was over in the U.K., or in other countries. But there was a shared cultural identity that most people subscribed to. So whenever you went to approach someone, or you went to talk to someone, your behavior would probably be inside of that cultural expectation. But I think what the internet and multiculturalism has done, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing or a good thing, it's just what's happened, is it's segmented different cultures, different groups of people with different expectations. There are women that like guys that when she tells them no, he keeps trying to pursue her because it makes her feel special. There are women that like that. Most women don't like that. And my advice to you is to assume that they don't like that, because I think it's weird. You know, again, like if they like that, but then that's how it is. They want it. Yes, exactly. But no means no, exactly. And so do you know if are you approaching a girl that is a no means no girl, or are you approaching a girl that is a, ask me 3 times to make sure that you really actually care about me? You see what I'm saying? And there's no way to really tell that really at all. And so you have this dilution of culture, and so there's no shared set of rules of engagement anymore. And so nobody knows how to approach this and how not to approach this. There will be guys that will be very respectful, and then girls will still post their DMs and be like, hey, look at this guy, what a thirsty boy. How to solve it? I don't think that you can, really.
It isn't embarrassing to be mean in some way.
And by the way, the girls that do that, that post the DMs and guys, the reason they're doing that is to feed their own ego. They're doing absolutely saying, look at this kind of person who's interested in me, but I'm too good for it. There's not really any other reason besides that. Yeah, it's their ego. It's validation.
It tends to be to help. And I don't think these are things that I think generally haven't been well passed down. I like that very much. Yeah, once you say no, that's what your relationship is like.
Or post your interaction on social media and embarrass you publicly. Or if it's at work, they can be fired for sexual harassment. Or, fucking ostrich something. There's a lot of things they can do to reverse this thing.
Doesn't have to be, I can imagine it's that happens. But at the end of the day, as a man, it's tough, and you will get to not be able to. But it's not those when you think, okay, that woman actually seems quite like me. Well, it's actually drafted that feel like accomplishing. I said I haven't done much, but now I'm thinking, how much have you done for people this time? There was only once that they walked past this woman, and I was just like, she's really attractive. And I was single at the time. Yeah, I walked up to her, but at the times where it's even,
I have never done that.
had a date with a girl who sold internet. She was, one of the women on the street, people on the street, so trying to sell broadband. So, 20 years ago, I don't know how long. We know, and I didn't want to, but I ended up getting it because she was really cute. And I ended up, I asked her on a date. She was like, "Yeah, okay, great." It didn't go anywhere. Like, it was no big deal. But I ended up but the point is, it is what it is, brother. Yeah. Great. But anyway, that's not the point. Is there's definitely the feminism of the 2010s, and this big I see on a weekly basis, even now, women exposing DMs from men all the time. This happens constantly. I mean, you guys have seen this too, right? Like, I'm not crazy. I'm not the only person that's seen this. This is quite common. That's kind of things. Me Too, hysteria, catcalling, something, rape, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, you can say thanks, but it's like easy. Probably catcalling. Fitness videos, yeah. Fitness street videos, stuff like that, definitely. But you have to marry yourself instead. And now these women are feeling the effects of it. That's definitely an issue. And there are lots of women all over the place. It's not just like the other two.
As the scandal of the Jeffrey Epstein files shows no sign of abating, the Republican Congress, in a desperate bid to clear Donald Trump's name, is now preparing to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted sex trafficker and longtime associate of Epstein, to testify amid growing controversy over the Trump regime's decision not to release remaining documents tied to the Epstein investigation. Ghislaine Maxwell was sentenced in June 2022 in Manhattan Federal Court to 240 months in prison for her role in a scheme to sexually exploit and abuse multiple minor girls with Jeffrey Epstein over the course of a decade. Maxwell was previously found guilty in 2021 following a one-month jury trial of conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts, conspiracy to transport minors to participate in illegal sex acts, transporting a minor to participate in illegal sex acts, sex trafficking conspiracy, and sex trafficking of a minor. Why such a hardened criminal would be given the right of reply in a committee hearing is beyond me. Maxwell is much smarter and more calculated than these Republican lawmakers. She is likely to play them as she has played others. Trump might not get all he is bargaining for. Representative Tim Burchett, a Republican from Tennessee, introduced a motion to compel Maxwell, who is currently serving a 20-year sentence in a Florida facility, to appear before the House Oversight Committee. This move coincided with news that Department of Justice officials also plan to meet with Maxwell in the near future. We need to send a clear message to the people involved, Burchett said in a statement on X, referring to those believed to be named unreleased Epstein records, including alleged clients and accomplices. It's been 4 years. We can't keep tolerating this, he said. Shortly after Burchett's remarks, House Speaker Mike Johnson announced an expedited adjourned meeting of the House, sending lawmakers home the day earlier than planned for their summer recess, which was originally scheduled to begin on the 24th of July and extend through August. The abrupt schedule change has disrupted the Chamber's usual legislative calendar, especially as pressure mounts from Democrats and some Republicans to make the Epstein records public. We won't let this turn into a political stunt, Johnson said during a press briefing. Meanwhile, a federal judge in New York has ordered the Trump regime to provide more documentation supporting its effort to release grand jury testimony for Maxwell's 2021 prosecution. Judge Paul Engelman emphasized the urgency of the matter, but noted that key materials were missing from the government's filings, including justification for the disclosure and specifics about the information being requested. The judge set a July 29 deadline for the government's legal brief and asked Maxwell and her accusers to submit their responses
by August 5.
Donald Trump has branded Mar-a-Lago the Southern White House. But in the 90s, Mar-a-Lago was Trump's South Florida party palace, one frequented by Jeffrey Epstein, who is facing charges for sex trafficking. He has pleaded not guilty. The president says his relationship with Epstein was no different than anyone else in their elite circle.
Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I think I've spoken to him for 15 years.
Yet, a tape in the NBC archives of a Mar-a-Lago party shows Trump giving Epstein his personal attention. The footage, shot in November of 1992, before Trump opened the resort as a club, shows the future president surrounded by cheerleaders for the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins, capturing Trump's fun-loving bachelor lifestyle for an appearance on Faith Daniels' NBC talk show.
You get great ratings in your show.
After a while, Trump goes to greet 3 new guests, among them the financier Jeffrey Epstein, more than a decade before his guilty plea on state prostitution charges. Donald Trump knew the cameras were there. In the video, he makes a point to draw Epstein's attention to them. And the video captures Donald Trump and Epstein chatting while watching a group of women at the party games. Not an image that matches Trump's declaration that he was not a fan of Epstein's.
The Epstein scandal continues to cast a shadow over the Trump regime, with calls for transparency growing louder, fueled in part by renewed scrutiny of Trump's past ties to Epstein. According to a recent Wall Street Journal report, Trump once sent Epstein a sexually suggestive sketch, featuring a fictional conversation between them. In response, the regime has filed a lawsuit against the newspaper and its owner, Rupert. Pressure on Capitol Hill is also intensive. Both sides of the aisle demanding the release of the main files. Earlier this week, the Republican House Senator Johnson, who initially supported full disclosure, but later reversed course, voted to begin its summer break early before avoiding a scheduled vote related to the Epstein case. Burchett confirmed that he introduced the motion instructing Oversight Chair James Comer to issue a subpoena for Maxwell. Comer's on board, Burchett said. I believe he's going to move forward. He's a solid guy. In an interview with Axios, Burchett said he expects backlash but remains undeterred. I'll take heat for this, but I've got to answer to a higher authority, he said, adding, you're not consulting Trump before initiating the subpoena request. Burchett has previously written to Comer urging him to bring Maxwell in for questioning. She's the last person alive who can tell us what really happened at Axios, adding he believes Maxwell holds critical information about how the trafficking operation functioned and who supported it. Ultimately, he said, I want to see justice. The subpoena push came the same day the Department of Justice confirmed plans to send Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche to Florida for a meeting with Maxwell. Just last week, Trump instructed Attorney General Pam Bondi to petition a court for the release of all remaining grand jury testimony connected to the Epstein case. Maxwell's attorney, David Oscar Marcus, acknowledged ongoing discussions with federal officials and said Maxwell will always speak truthfully. On Tuesday morning, a statement from Blanche shared by Bondi reaffirmed the DOJ's position, stating that their earlier July release was still accurate and confirming plans for the upcoming meeting with Maxwell. The contradictions and confusion of these cases all revolve around clearing Donald Trump's name and have nothing to do with justice, certainly for the victims of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. If it goes ahead, this testimony is likely to cause further turbulence for Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. It also might not bring the results that the conspiracists seeking the release of these files are hoping for. I'm Anthony Davis. You can find me on the 5 Minute News YouTube channel and podcast, on Wednesdays co-hosting Uncovered, and on Sunday on The Weekend Show with Midas Touch. The truth.
And they're censoring the protests? So, are there actual big protests going on? UK protests. Wait, why is nobody talking about this? What the fuck? They're getting censored? We have it bad here? Well, let's take a look at some of these.
Rain has really dampened things down. Until a short time ago,
They're gonna melt.
there were hundreds and hundreds of people here
Yeah.
protesting outside the Brook Hotel. We're on the outskirts of Norwich, very much against the fact that asylum seekers are being put up inside that hotel. Then on the other...
Big mistake, bro. You got people that are homeless, but you're dealing with asylum seekers? You're worrying about asylum seekers? Why don't you give asylum to the people that are living in the country that can't fucking afford shit? Why don't you give them asylum first? Then maybe you can think about the guys that live somewhere else. That's just me.
The side of the road, on the other side of the roundabout, was a group of people very much in support of those people who've come to this country.
Oh,
many of
jeez.
them on small boats. They actually left already. That was a planned ending at 3:15 before the rain really began. But actually, it had been going pretty peacefully. They were separated by the main road until, according to reports, someone from those supporting those inside the hotel crossed the road. They had their face apparently covered in a balaclava, and that caused an enormous surge of fury with the protesters on this side pushing against the police, shouting.
Surely nothing bad will ever come of this, right? Surely there's no way this is going to turn into a problem, right? There's no way.
And then there was a surge, maybe 100 metres or so up the road, and it appeared that someone was going to be arrested,
I thought
and
so.
possibly a decision was made
I was worried for a minute.
to do that. Since then, we've heard people coming past, beeping their horns in support.
It's like Kingdom of Heaven, bruv.
You can hear that now, but far fewer people here than there were. Now, I did have a chance to speak to some people, many reluctant to go on camera, and certainly those supporting those in the hotel, none of those would speak to us. But I did speak to a man called David, a father of an 8-year-old boy. He's from a couple of miles away in Cossey in Norwich. And he said that he's a veteran. He knows a lot of people who are homeless, that they have nowhere to stay. He himself cannot get a dentist. The people in this hotel are able to get a dentist. He said
They're completely right. There shouldn't be any. If you can't afford to take care of people's teeth, why the fuck are you bussing in people from other countries? What are you doing? What are you thinking? You got homeless people there, and you're dealing with some other random ass people coming in from nowhere. A migrant, a fucking migrant. What the fuck does a migrant got to do with it? They have dentists? Yeah, there's 3 of them in the entire country.
as well as the food that they have inside that hotel.
Oh, I thought that's the reason why a lot of British people watch my stream, is they saw my teeth and they thought I was one of them.
They're given meal tickets, he said, to be able to go to the restaurant across the road, and he just said that simply wasn't right. He also talked about being on the bus.
Why do so many countries worry about asylum seekers and not their own citizens? I'll never understand. The reason why is because it makes Karens feel good about themselves whenever they vote to help these people. But the reason why they feel good about themselves doing it is because they live in a world of privilege where they never have to experience the zero-sum environment of resource allocation. So in their mind, everything is okay and things are fine. So they're okay with giving away other people's money to migrants because it doesn't matter to them, because they're never going to face any consequences on it. And so that's the reason why it gets voted on. And of course, cheap labor, and obviously there's other types of exploitation that occur that way as well. I think that's a good point, yes. That's not the reason. It absolutely is. It 100% is. Look at any of these weird protests. It's always, not always, but it is primarily Karens.
With his 8-year-old son and some people he believed to be asylum seekers staring at his son. He said it wasn't right. He said that many of these people abide by different laws, different rules to the kind of thing happening here. So that is what we've been hearing from here. And this, of course, against the backdrop of protests that we've seen in Epping.
Suicidal empathy? Yeah. I don't know how you can avoid that problem Like, because it would be a really good thing if we could figure out a way that we could just stop people from voting based off of empathy. Like, I just stop doing that. It's illogical. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't help people out. It's usually short-sighted. And also, like, by the way, in a lot of cases, it's not really empathy. It's what makes a person feel good in the moment of making the action. That's really it.
That began last week, about 18 arrests.
No, I don't think it's only women. I think that men do this too.
But also others in Canary Wharf, also in Southampton, in Nottinghamshire. But here, certainly things starting to calm down.
This is why I've said many times, I try my best to advocate for less voting, less people being able to vote. And you have this. Oh my God! Wait. So you telling me? Hold on. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that this happened, and it's happening right now, and they just randomly happened to do that censorship law on the internet at the same time?
Yesterday. Huh. That's crazy.
Look at that guy. Whoa, hold up. That guy's only 2 fingers away. I told y'all it was coming back. And it's 60% back. I said it was 60% back, bro. Like, it's on its way. Nah, he's just a Serbian. Kanye.
It's a good deal for everybody, I believe. And it's 15%. It's probably the biggest deal ever reached. The minute the best, the third of the episode. So the downhill, not spiky.
For more, let's bring Bloomberg's Oliver Kerfel. Oliver, it's President Trump, so obviously there's going to be superlatives. It's not just a good deal, it's the best deal that's ever been reached. What is in this deal?
Where exactly should we take the artifact?
Yeah, so listen, we're spending a little bit of time here just to go through what we got from this deal between the EU and the United States in Scotland, as you mentioned there. So what the EU went into these negotiations hoping for was 0 for 0, 0% tariffs for 0% tariffs. What they ended up with was 0% tariffs for 15% tariffs. So the Trump administration can call this a big win. As far as the Europeans are concerned, this is materially lower than what was threatened by the end of this week. That was 30%. About half of the rate that would have kicked in automatically virtually Trump's deadline on August the 1st. So this comes as a real sigh of relief to many of the corporate people that I've been talking to CEOs. When you read a lot of the research that's been put out there from the various houses that have looked at the impact on European stocks, and you saw that illustrated the futures at more than 1%. This is a very sort of bullish case compared to what the alternatives were for much of the European sort of trade picture. So this 15% tariff is the baseline tariff. According to Ursula von der Leyen, that will also include things like semiconductors and the pharmaceutical sector. That, however, is not very clear from the Trump administration whether or not that is going to be the final tariff rate on pharmaceuticals, for example. We're saying they're still working on that Section 232 investigation. They may have other tariffs on another day. So that is something that is going to continue to rumble out into the court. As far as the cars are concerned, we can say that 15% is quite a bit lower than many people were anticipating. They brought that down from 25% down to 15%. And that is going to be also in exchange for some other parts of this deal that you mentioned there, Giovanna, which is the Europeans will buy more fossil fuels from the United States. $250 billion worth for the next 3 years. That is $750 billion worth of natural gas, oil, and those sorts of things. I should mention, again, as a footnote in that, currently, the Germans, a large LNG sort of importer within Europe, they already buy 92% of their LNG from the United States.
Remember Happy Gilmore? Well, he's making news on the...
Gilmore. Growing up, I always wanted to be a hockey player. But then 30 years ago, I picked up a golf club. Turned out to be a pretty good decision. So, I got to marry a great lady named Virginia. We had a son named Gordon. The wins didn't always come as expected. Like Grandma always said, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And I was getting lucky in more ways than one. For our fourth boy in 4 years, Virginia had an idea for an endorsement. Trojan. Kids are great. In moderation. I tried to get the boys into competitive golf tournaments. All of that, but their hockey instincts were way too strong. What are you doing? Tiger Woods had a video game, so we did a Happy Gilmore one. But I think the computer guys made it a little too realistic. Anyways, the boys loved how violent it was, but it made my little girl nervous. That's right, we finally had a little girl, Sweet Deanna, Mommy's new best friend. Oh, and I hosted Saturday Night Live a few times. That was nice. The Spice Girls are here. Maroon 5 is here. The Weeknd is here. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Yeah, we had it all. So I told Virginia we should just retire so we can hang out with the kids all day.
We're not done with golf. Golf's not done with us. Like Chubbs is the same. We've only just begun. Oh, come on, don't be on the slip and slide.
Appreciate your time today. It's Mother's Day. We honor all the mothers who are watching.
But in golf, even when you're at the top of your game, you can always shank them. After the funeral, I decided I would never pick up a golf club again. I was now a single father of 5 children. There was really only one thing I couldn't do.
Rapid response team Alpha.
I'd never been
Security
a
Chief
booze,
Blanchard.
but alcohol was
Copy.
the only thing that helped me to forget
Barricade
what
at
I
command
did.
center.
We just want
Don't
to
live
let
there.
it go.
All live.
Oh, one more
See if there's
thing.
anyone left to say.
Money.
Body cams live. Keep eyes on.
See, Virginia was fine, so without her, a lot of stuff fell through the cracks. And then I caught some guy trying to break into my Ferrari. Hey, what am I doing? The guy was home. He was a repo. Turns out I didn't know I had to renew the lease. The big baby sued me and I lost everything, including Grandma's house, which was devastating.
Be advised. We lost contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as much as firepower.
The boys have been in an apartment together. Me and Deanna found a new place that was affordable. Not the best neighborhood, but walkable to me. Happy Gilmore. God, I'm such a massive fan. Okay, you ever hear of Max's Voice? I think that's out. Oh. It's my company, I own it. I'm Frank Manatee.
Rolling the
dice. Studying in solve project that I've been working
For a team who didn't
on.
expect to take on an apocalypse today,
Come do something.
you're handling
Sure.
this well.
I figured maybe you would start golfing again once you heard how huge this league is going to be. I wish you luck, but I'm not interested. That's the thing, nobody's interested in traditional golf. It's a boring sport played by boring people. It ain't boring, man. It's my friend. You don't understand. You inspire us. You pass this up and have your life turn out. I get it. Get your skunk breath out of my face, or what's up, guy? So much as like one thing. That's a guy you can call.
Only a
Hey,
fool would
turn the security fence off for night traffic.
Great.
Give me a weapon and let me do my thing.
On my girl today. Wait, you're not great.
Come on, I'm down range here.
Who's happy for? Sorry, no. Wait.
Who's happy with your team?
Nope. Jenna.
Who is Hippie Golden Man?
That is incorrect. He is Jewish. We were looking for Happy Gilmore. Let me see. Okay, good. Good. Wait. Let me get a better teacher. Absolutely. Yeah, you're gonna have to make more stock. See, Bobby, make your own.
Yes, sir. I know a fucking force multiplier when I see one.
Really love the loot.
I might like that better than shooting.
Please, come to drugs. This guy's in the ship with Betty.
Not what I expected, but it'll do some
We don't even know. Honest response. Everybody needs a play. Chase their dreams. You guys didn't even go to college. Still keep an eye on me.
What are you talking about, Rounds? It's not risky. We got hockey games.
You just said you thought any of us could get into college.
No. You should turn a phrase, guys.
What's that phrase?
Turn around and think of a phrase. That just makes sense. You turn and look at
Get a lot of bedtime. I saw you, Bobby. Enough out of you, bro.
Back on the floor. Last time you popped the water bed. All right. Come on, let's go. All right.
Thanks for coming, guys. How do we get there?
Wait a minute. How many four of you? Wait a minute. Who's staring, Gordy? Don't stare with your feet.
Chips off the old block, huh?
Hey, Uncle John Daly.
Hey, Vienna. Hey, Happy.
Hey, pal.
I'm almost out of here. I just put a down payment on a tent.
Will you please stop? I don't want you to leave. Stay as long as you need to.
I appreciate you, man. Hey, you want to come watch Love Island?
I do, but I'm going to have a couple of nightcaps to get some rest for work tomorrow.
Make that scratch, dog.
Absolutely. Good night, my brother. Night, night. Love you. Love you. Oh, my God, I hope you marry her. You in bed.
Well, Dad, I noticed Simon coming to your birthday in school. Don't even think about it.
When I was a teenager, I wanted to be on the Bruins. This was your Bruins. Except you're not proud of this.
Paul is a great dancer. Yeah.
I see you have arrived safely in West Virginia. Is your payload secure?
If you mean the so-called Sentinel artifact,
Apologize for that. Enter the Manhunt and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
I heard that one. Tossing Semtex grenade.
double points.
Hell yeah. I sure as shit know what to do
I
with
have
you.
every confidence you would recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it up.
Captain, I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
What? The real mystery is how they cram it all in there.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. No, leave that. All right, my grandfather.
Weapon gachapon? Cool. I'm in.
Max armor.
You gonna hit that? I don't know if I can, Johnny. How are you gonna put me in at the ballet school? You know about that?
Of course I do. I'm on $75,000. That's 4 years of theater.
That's terrible, man. That's 300 grand. Hey, if you get a discount, that's great. But now you can start one way to make $1
Stop
back.
gambling. I'm playing the
Rip
odds.
it and rip it. Start. Have the power.
Yeah. Knew I could count on you, Box.
Bonus points.
After.
This is going out at 15. You can join them. Nate? I won't.
What's that? Whiskey Adams?
I don't know who that is.
Is it just us three?
No, Starter set up fourth is playing with us.
We gonna play with some random?
Yep.
It's always some yin gang who plays like shit and never shuts up.
Oh man, is that him?
I think he got a divorce 4 seconds ago. Are you the one that's playing with us?
So, yeah. We like to play quick, so try to keep up.
Get this party started, huh? Woo, fuck that! Oh yeah. I would take that all day. Son.
Top minutes. That's how I do that for
Check this out. That's all. That's
What the hell?
Boom! Explosion!
That's my dog.
It shows
Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Shuffled right into that one. Give me a weapon and let me do my thing.
Time to die.
Solid add to the kit.
Sauce on my dangling wrinkly. I promise, the central architect will deliver results. But using it may prove 10 difficult as it got to obtain.
Seriously? I swear, Max has better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the dark ether.
Duke the golf upset just put them in pancakes. Put that pancake salad.
Nice putt, dude. What you down for a 12?
Yeah.
I think he thinks the team markers the ball. Told you.
Hey, DJ Khaled, maybe give the Happy Gilmore swing a rest, okay? Because it ain't working.
Yo, that is Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore sucks.
Can you go forward inside?
Whoa. Hey man, at least you went in.
It's in?
No.
Man, Happy Gilmore's such a joke. It's bad.
Still gotta ask for his autograph though. My anti-Easter creamer jeans for that fool.
Oh. Tell your aunt I'll sign her jeans for $300,000. I guess I'm a little rusty, gang. The Steinman recently had a lesson at the golf hut.
Yes.
But I haven't swung a club in 10 years, so sorry.
What?
How about you, Chubbs? You got any tips for me?
Relax, just what you talking about, huh? It's all yeah, it's all yes.
Oh, yeah. Ease attention. Oh,
My man have no wet dream, we don't know that.
Yeah, that is some Happy Gilmore shit.
Yeah. I mean, I've hit some big ones, but that was a freaking rocket. It was like an effortless, but still ferocious. You gotta teach me how to do that, dude. Go!
Remember Happy Gilmore? Well, he's making news on the golf course again. And not the good kind. He was apparently driving a golf cart while intoxicated last week and struck another cart.
Hey, man.
Gilmore was arrested and charged with vandalism and driving under the influence. Prosecutors agreed to suspend the golf cart-related charges on the condition that Gilmore refrain from any physical violence and attend a radical alcohol treatment program. He was also fired from his job at Stop and Shop. Truly, a sad end for a sports legend.
Thanks for being with us here today.
In 1996, you were arrested for inciting injury to persons or property, conspiracy to commit vehicular manslaughter, criminal menacing, and stealing a jacket. At trial, you were found not guilty by reason of insanity and remanded to this facility. That was 29 years ago.
Feels like yesterday.
29 years is a long time, Mr. McGavin, so this board is inclined to grant you release. If we were to do so, what then?
Well, I want to get back to the community, especially the children who are, of course, our future, and animals also, who need to be snuggled and neutered with their permission, of course.
What about Happy Gilmore?
Well, I would stay far, far away. Far, far away from Gilmore.
What if you ran into him? Say, on a golf course?
I'd wave, or I could nod. That's also good.
And if he was wearing a gold jacket?
When's the gold jacket? I would fill a pillowcase with golf balls and beat the face out of him. I would take the jacket off his back and stuff it down his throat.
Bring this animal back to his cell.
That's a fly chicken. I take it straight as well. And
Lunch? Been hunting?
Hell yeah.
Excuse me. Is this where the alcohol meetings are?
You're in the right place. How are you feeling?
A little shaky.
First 5 days are rough. Just get through today and your body will start turning the corner.
Thank you. And this is all on the down low, right?
Happy freaking Gilmore! I can't believe you beat the bottle so.
It's best you didn't get the down low memo.
Yeah, that's all right. Where's the therapist?
He'll be here. He likes to make an entrance.
Mr. Gilmore?
Holy shit.
As I live and breathe, it is wonderful to see you. How's Grandma?
Grandma passed away maybe 15 years ago. That's a shame. I know you loved on her so much. Yeah.
Is that when you began abusing alcohol?
No. That actually started up after my wife got killed.
It's always something, isn't it? Okay. Happy, why don't you come on up front? We have a new member here.
I'm happy and I'm
Oh, we don't say alcoholic. We're not scientists. We're just people trying to get by. We say alky. Gives it life.
I'm happy and I'm an alky.
Say it loud and proud. Hi, I'm happy and I'm an alky.
Celebrities think just like us.
Except they got a lot more cash.
Now, Charlotte, last week you were concerned about a musical festival you were to attend. How'd that work out?
Fine. It was a concert. My friends were drinking and offering me drinks, but I didn't have any.
But I bet you wanted that liquor something fierce, huh?
I mean, I was tempted, but
I bet you would have kicked your own mother right in the face just to get it.
I'll leave that fucking couch up for 2 goddamn seconds. If you think you got the right to just lay down on it? Who do you think you are? This ain't some type of game, man. You think this is some type of game? That's This ain't some type of game. You have done something unforgivable. Unforgivable, Adley.
Really?
Charlotte, if we don't stop lying, we don't stop drinking. Why won't you stop lying?
Because I'm an alkie?
And how does a degenerate, low-life alkie take the first step to recovery?
By washing your car?
Bingo! 3 o'clock Thursday? I got the soap, you bring the rags and bucket, we make it a party?
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Yeah.
What does the car washing have to do with the no drinking?
You're thinking. Mr. Gilmore's up in his head when really he should be listening to me and keeping his mouth shut. This is a radical alcohol treatment program, and the chief judge, my Uncle Dave, he told me that I could do whatever I want with everyone in this room. Check out the name tag. You're in my world now, Grandma. You're in my world
The greatest game. Just got a triple shot of adrenaline. Experience the revolution of fantasy. Game over regular golf.
Pretty great. That's felt good.
Yeah, it's something for sure. That's interesting. What is? I mean, what
is it?
What are we seeing?
So basically, Maxi is a reimagining of golf. You know, it's golf for today.
What is golf so boring and dumb?
Golf was invented like 800 years ago, something like that. I thought about it and I was like, wait, if society could change, how come the rules of golf have stayed the same? And that's why I created Maxi.
That's deep.
Yeah. The NBA, the NFL, the NHL, they offer the highest quality product. So does Maxi.
You're saying Maxi has the best golfers in the world? Oh my God. Are you doing okay, Frank?
I think I'm gonna die. That's what's up. But listen, gang, how you gonna get all these professional golfers to come play in this new league?
I've already got my golfers, and they're the best.
You think they're better than the pros on tour?
I don't think, Stat. I know.
You should think about talking to Happy Gilmore.
I actually don't know who that is.
Yeah, tell that to the lobsters.
Johnny, what are you doing with those chicken wings? They've been in the fridge for 3 weeks now, bro.
I just put this sauce on it to get rid of all the bacteria.
I don't know about that, but good luck.
When you're done that, the TV remote.
Always wondered why that didn't work.
What are you doing on that computer? I'm looking for a job. There's a new Dairy Queen right around here. I think they're hiring. You're not going to look 330 grand and no Dairy Queen. You know what you got to do. I tried the golf. The golf didn't work out. Cuckoo clock.
Grandma's cuckoo clock? That's sacrilegious, Daddy.
Yeah, I know. You can't give up just because of one bad round, man. You had to at least hit a couple of decent shots. I think I hit 1 out of 117.
Yeah, and next time you'll hit 2 and then 3, and before you know it, you're the best again.
I'm 58 years old, B. Forget about being the best. If you finish 30th in the Tour Championship, you make 100 grand, brother. How much I finished 30th? I lost to 3 idiots on a municipal course. Dude, you were hammered.
Maybe you need to practice that like I did with dancing.
What else you gonna do, sober boy? You can't drink no more. Hand sanitizer.
Let Uncle John take care of it.
This is hand sanitizer. Gotcha.
What are you, Happy Gilmore? Do you want to try some clubs?
I do, yes.
Here, try the 6 iron. A lot of pros like it. I'll do.
Hold my blanket. Blanket, all right. All right. Get low on the back leg. Yeah. Okay. Oh, thanks. I don't know what happened. Just do your thing. Go.
It's a journey, not a destination. I believe in you, Happy.
What Chaser didn't understand, what she couldn't understand, is that I only cheated on the test because my mother had yelled at me about the oatmeal cookies. Yet again, Franks! Nice even strokes. Thank you, Charlotte. Good. Finish the louvers, then do the corners.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vienna Kelman.
I'm sorry.
What the hell are you doing?
I'll take off. Have a good day.
Go back to your mobile home.
Let's cut you a little something there, pal. What is that? 30 days sober, congrats, Daddy. My house, brother. I am so sorry. I did not mean to do that.
I put a thermos of coffee in your passenger seat, Dad, and a protein bar.
I love that. Thank you, BB.
You gonna bring back another gold jacket, Daddy?
Oh, don't be disappointed if that does not happen. Just looking to get in the top 30. That gets you enough money to send me out of the dance room, right?
You gotta do it, Dad. One of us kids has to amount to something.
What are you talking about, Terry? You're all something. Something to me. Get in there. Love you guys.
This is the first time you're gonna be far away from us since Mom.
You can FaceTime Dad every day, Bobby. It'll be okay.
Yeah, dear. You hear me? Man, I'll be back Sunday to see you girls. I promise you. Hopefully we won on a big checks.
Hell yeah, Dad. Let's go.
Make sure John Daly doesn't sleep in my bed. If he does, no M&Ms.
Yeah, got it.
Arnold. Jacko. Tiger. SpongeBob? What is that? What's with the beaver teeth? Well, the truth can hurt sometimes. Oh my goodness. Doggy boy! I missed you, bro. How's everything been going? Oh, it gets harder every year, Happy. How's it getting harder? I'm not around anymore. You know, honestly, the Maxi Golf League. Maxi, I saw a commercial, but it looks stupid. Well, supposedly it is faster paced, and our biggest sponsors are suddenly slow to call me back. I got a bad feeling about this. We got the greatest golfers in the world. That's what people want to see, the best. Manatee says his guys are better. Well, there's only one way to find out. Challenge them. People would love to watch that. Whoa. Virginia really rubbed off on you. We had 5 kids together. She rubbed off on me all the time. And I just laid there like a sack of potatoes. Charming as ever. Hey, just get inside. The guys are really excited. Did you at least get Invisalign for that? Thank you. Hey, Happy. You gonna finish off that blueberry jubilee? Oh God, Freddie's still snaking everybody's dessert. Thank you. Cheers. I am so happy to be with you guys. Look forward to getting out there tomorrow. Getting out there? You got to play tomorrow? Why, you guys aren't playing?
These kids are like 20, 30 years old. We're kind of old and stuff.
I mean, we're cool. You guys take an aspirin before you get out there, by the way?
No, I'm popping like 10 counts.
That grinds up in my having a salt shit.
They said that you hold it up and swim. Now that maybe 2 minutes without Just grab me a half iced tea and half lemonade.
Arnold Palmer.
No, Jack Nicholson. But I do get that one.
Fantastic. Be back in the gym.
So happy, what gives you the comeback attempt after all these years?
Well, I'm out of cash. My daughter has an opportunity to go to this ballet school in Paris, so
Happy, I've known you for 30 years. You're like a son to me. How much you need?
300 grand.
Good luck tomorrow. Hit him straight.
Excuse me, pal. Yes, sir. I asked for Tanqueray and tonic, but I think they gave me Bombay instead.
I'm the boss boy, sir. Sorry, I will get your server right now. Do you want some bread?
Just the right booze, thanks.
I think I rattled him.
Hey, Happy, whatever happened to that guy, Shooter McGavin?
I believe he's still in an institution there. Wasn't he friends with OJ? Well, they used to vacation together. I don't know if they were friends, but...
This guy's losing it. This guy's losing it.
What are you doing here? It's quiet time.
We suddenly got some very powerful friends, McGavin. This is a court order for your immediate release.
Excuse me. Gentleman would like new gin and tonic. He said, Bombay, no Tanqueray.
You told Speedy that was on me, man?
No.
You threw me under the bus. Oh, so you can be the hero?
No.
I took a knife and stabbed you in my back. That's what time it is?
He just...
I can't work like this, man. Watching my six all day, every day.
Well, I overread.
You mess around, you find out. You're fired.
Hey, pal, yo, do you think you're a little harsh on that dude?
Sorry you had to hear that, Mr. Gilmore. You don't know the backstory. Mr. Couples, Blueberry Jubilee.
Maybe.
Yeah, back in 2.
Yakety yak, don't come back.
Shooter McGavin.
I'm such a massive fan.
Gentlemen, thank you for being here at the Tour Champions dinner.
That's what she said.
I'm sure that makes sense there, Axel.
Every time our sport has overcome a challenge, we have come out stronger. Today's challenge is the Maxi Golf League, who allege that they are going to make golf more watchable.
That's what she said.
Great joke, Mr. Joffrey. Thanks, buddy.
I just got off the phone with the president of this new league, Frank Manatee, and I challenged him to a competition. Frank accepted that challenge and then farted into the phone.
Do what?
What's the competition? Our 5 best players versus his 5 best.
Make it our 5 worst. It doesn't matter. We're going to smoke them anyway, right?
Now, I know that you all want the honor of kicking their ass. So how about this? Top 5 finishers this weekend represent us in the challenge.
All right.
Gentlemen, by showing the world our dominance, we will eliminate this league before it even officially launches.
Now you've got someone else to play for, Happy.
I think there's a fork in my ass.
Now that's what she said.
The sun is shining, the greens are shimmering. What a day to play some golf. Welcome to the big one, the U.S. Bank Tour Championship. I'm Bert Lundquist. Here is always with Jack Beard. Edwin Crawford, everyone is talking about Happy Gilmore's answer. Gilmore returns after a 10-year absence.
What do the guys say you're longer? I'm happy.
Times, preparation day, relax, and just get it, and dampers. Yeah, that's pushing it.
Did you make this last time, Rick?
Oh, I doubt it.
I'm actually just worried about me.
Hey, Mr. Gilmore, somebody had told me you forgot to bring a caddy your first start. Is that true?
Oh, he said that? No. Oh, yeah, but I didn't know the rule back then. That's insane. Yeah, that was silly. I would do that. So here's what happened. My regular caddy moved to Switzerland for tax purposes. That's all I got nowhere to go. What do you say? You and me for old time's sake.
That's nice, Mr. Gilmore, but I unfortunately I can't caddy for you today.
You're not still mad about the whole choking you thing, are you?
No, it's not that. It's actually I don't caddy anymore. I play now. We're actually playing together today.
I didn't know that, Blondie. I'll see you.
I'll see you.
I can see it. I'm still mad you for choking that son of a bitch.
We're minutes away from the start, and Happy Gilmore is apparently bringing in yet another new caddy.
It's a club, not a club. Oh, like the club sandwich. Not the club sandwich. Okay.
Now let's check in with our own Gary Potter, who's with #1 ranked Scotty Scheffler.
Thanks, Vern. Scotty, you have been on quite a trip. Oh my God, you see the ball in the hole, the position of the ball in the hole, all good things. Is there a question in there, Gary? Scotty, if you're the best, does that make anything else the worst? Which gotta go on. Always great catching up with Scotty. Back to you, Vern.
Thanks, Gary. The threesome of Justin Thomas, Will Zalatoris, and Happy Gilmore is about to tee off.
Family loves you. I'm actually happy for you. I got
Stop. No, keep it. Yeah. Zalatoris. That's your name. Do it to me. No, keep it coming. I need all of it. Yeah. Now on the T. Zalatoris. Widow. That's your name? Do it to me. What an idiot. I'm a little intimidated. All these guys hit it big now. Do you need a water refill and a breast? No. Maybe I'll go to my happy place. Okay, I'll look at you. That's how it works. I don't drink beer anymore. Good. Now I'm busy. Gilmore. Happy.
All fans around the world are excited to see Happy Gilmore again, but at 58 years old, I'm not sure even Gilmore thinks he can compete with today's best.
Thinks I need to update my happy place to something a little more. That's good. Will you bring those? Those always come. All right? That's it. That's it. Sorry. No. They got a strap if you want to use a strap. That's weird. Mike here. Sorry, everyone. Oh, there they are. Daddy's on the team. You want to see Daddy drive the ball? Come on, just speed up. What are you doing? Please. You gotta see a doctor about that.
Entering day 2 and feeding off the fans' support, Happy Gilmore has jumped into the top 10.
Oscar, where were you? Who's this? Oh, he's Stephen, my guy. Oh, okay. Stephen, nice to meet you. No, you don't get a caddy. Caddies don't get caddies. I'm sorry. Can he play? What do you mean? He said it's the pro tournament. No. Sorry. He's got to go. Pay attention. Give it okay. Okay. Where you going? Okay, got it. Take care. Okay. Go. Okay, we got to play, man. Let me get scratched. Now he gets it.
And heading into Saturday, 2 shots back. The comeback kid, Happy Gilmore. No one could have expected this. Happy Gilmore, from off the couch to the top of the leaderboard, and what was supposed to be a nostalgic footnote has turned into one of the best 3 rounds anyone has ever seen.
The thing is, if I go for this and miss the cup, it's going to roll right off the grade. It's okay. I see. Yeah. What's agreement? Oh, you know what? Don't worry about that right now. It's just I'm looking for some positive energy. Can I help? Actually, you can. Remember the happy place I went to? Yes. You go to yours. Okay, I try.
Okay. What do you got there, honey? What is this? What is this? Is this about the job? Come on. Come on, man. Oh, no. No, not a bear. Not a bear. Bye.
I'm happy. Hit the ball, yes. Oscar, you were thinking about a bear eating that waiter, weren't you? Yes, I thought so. Was there honey involved?
See, that one's stopping. Wait a minute. And the fairy tale continues. Happy Gilmore has somehow turned back the hands of the clock.
Less than 2 months after hitting rock bottom in a drunken golf cart crash, Happy Gilmore is 18 holes away from a 7th gold jacket.
The only possible conclusion is that Happy Gilmore has reached an agreement of some kind with Satan, a.k.a. the devil. What's up, man?
It's on the day.
We were hunting. We were doing okay. A little luck involved.
Hey, Mr. Gilmore. Billy Jenkins.
Hey, nice to meet you, Bobby.
Billy. Billy was on fire today. I was like, where did that come from?
The best round of my life.
Yeah. I'm in second place. You and me play together.
You're kidding me. All right, I'm looking forward to that.
I've never been in the hood before. It's like a dream come true, Mr. Gilmore.
You're going to love it. By the way, you get in the top 5, you get to play against those buffoons from the New League.
What's up with that? It's all starting that goofy league.
Bubba, the guy came to see me to talk about it. He literally had the worst breath I've ever smelled in my life. Like somebody died in his mouth or a donkey took a shit in there or something. Like, it was not good. Anyways, I got to get to a meeting.
Love you, Bubba.
David, good to see you.
It's Billy.
Sir Marie, I am no longer allowed to purchase magic markers in the state of Connecticut. I am Nate. I am 1 day sober.
Nate, you're an example to us all.
What?
Before we finish, I'd like to say a few words about the remarkable achievement of our brother Hank.
We've been watching you play, Mr. Gilmore. So inspiring.
Gilmore making black people like golf again.
That's right, Bessie. I just hope Happy is able to continue to play as well tomorrow. Tomorrow being, of course, Mother's Day.
Welcome. Final round of the Tour Championship. Here come your current leaders. Journeyman Billy Jenkins, getting his first taste of success after an undistinguished career. The only man in his way, a golf magician named Happy Octavius Gilmore. Octavius is his middle name? Nah, but it sounds cool, doesn't it? Wait a minute.
Can't wear shorts in this course, Mr. Jenkins. It's a two-stroke penalty. That's okay. I don't want to be hot today. Makes my balls itchy.
Was that confidence or just pure stupidity?
Now I'm going to see. Here we go. Happy. Nice shot, man.
Happy Gilmore is trying to defend his 8-shot lead on his glorious Mother's Day. Gilmore was aiming right for some reason, and that's where it went.
I always love to play.
It's okay. It's okay. With it. With it. Yep.
Mr. McGavin. I just sleep. This place is amazing. Pillows, the steam shower, the free porn, and this lovely paintings. Oh my God.
What do you say you want to go on a tour? I show you over all that. Make sure there's a fresh stack waiting for you when you get there. Slippers on, and why don't you throw on some underpants too?
Hey, Jeffrey, you remember me? My dad used to be your boss when you worked in construction. I'm truly proud of you.
Hey, thanks a lot, Mr. Larson. Drago Larson. Little Drago Larson. Hell yeah. My God. I always felt bad about what I did to Daddy and the whole meal thing.
Actually, I forgot to move the kind of business, so he had to put back.
Oh, okay.
He passed away a few years ago.
I'm so sorry. What happened?
He rolled over in his sleep.
Oh, yeah.
At least I say he have mom. Every boy needs his mom.
Yeah.
He have 5 kids, mom.
Oh, tell your wife Happy Mother's Day.
It's
I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Why didn't you tell me, Jericho?
Mommy, don't hit me, Mom.
Reg. Every boy needs a mom.
You don't have one. You got it, Happy. You make the shot. Do it. Come on, Happy. Sorry.
Through the basket.
Came at a very special moment, Shooter. Changed in the end.
What changes that?
Golf. It would improve.
Gilmore must love all this.
I wouldn't know. Abby Gilmer's a broken man.
A broken man?
Yeah, ever since the loss of his wife.
Wait, Virginia Vinnen? Is that what her name was?
Target recognized.
All right, come on in. Our current leader, Happy Gilmore, has been in the restroom for an unusually long time. Let's play some golf. Billy Jenkins is playing an inspired round. Meanwhile, Happy Gilmore is struggling to get in the fairway. Want a sip of my free one? No, gracias. Okay. Scratch it? I heard cheers. Thank you, Jesus.
Plenty of golf that he played. Happy was Mother's Day mean to you?
He sucked my white ass, Gary. He sucked the entire thing. Psycho. And it is all falling apart for Happy Gilmore. Happy! What is that? He was staggering, literally, to the finish.
What I'm about to show you is the foundation of Maxi Golf.
An X-ray from 1957. Who's been there? He's the only guy who could hit it farther than Happy Octavius Gilmore. How come I never heard of him? Well, he was a degenerate. Couldn't putt for shit. Just drove around the country in the 1950s, dominating long drive contests. They say he could carry the ball 500 yards. One day, one of the mobsters we owed some money to took a golf shoe and shoved it right up Ben's ass. And that's where this X-ray was taken. You see anything unusual here? Well, there appears to be a shoe on his rectal region. That's true. But see that? That's the iliolumbar ligament. Why is it in two pieces? Let me guess. Shoe up the ass? No. This actually happened much earlier in his life. Turns out Daggett severed it in a childhood go-kart accident. The separation of the ligament from when he was a kid, he increased Daggett's range of motion in his hips, dramatically improving the amount of torque and club speed that he could generate. That's why I could hit it so far. Because of the shoe. Will you stop with the shoe? We're done with the shoe. It was a go-kart accident that severed the ligament and turned him into a long ball hitting freak. All those golfers outside, they snipped their iliolumbar ligaments too. That's cheating. Who would agree to a surgery like that? Journeyman. We're good enough for the pros, but can never figure out how to beat the legends.
All in the hips, Grandpa. All in the hips.
Shooter, I want you to be the captain of the Maxi team. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Mr. Maxey.
Pancakes next time. And I ain't even showed you the best part of it.
18 holes? Boring. We do 7 holes. Slow play? We got shot clocks.
This is it's a lot to take in. I get it.
Anything to do with this abomination.
No, sugar. It wasn't very easy to get you released. But something tells me it'd be pretty damn easy to get you recommitted.
Damn, that's hard.
I was told you liked it hard.
Do you?
Yesterday, Happy Gilmore had the entire sports world rooting for him, and then he took all that goodwill and basically set it on fire. He also lost out on playing against the Maxi League as he finds himself with a 6th place finish.
And so it is Jenkins who will lead the 5-man team against the upstart Maxi League. Or so we thought.
Sorry to be in your punch bowl, folks, but I am actually a proud member of the Maxi Golf League. I'm not a regular golf.
That's right. Billy's part of a new league where we hit longer, look cooler, and party harder. And the best part is our guys are Maxi good.
My sources in the DA's office say Gilmore's actions violated a plea agreement relating to his drunken golf cart crash earlier this year, and that he only avoided arrest due to an ally causing a distraction.
Gilmore is now facing 6 years in state prison
But I hope the authorities will deliver justice to golf fans around the world by sentencing him to the electric chair, which at this point, he richly deserves.
Virginia, I'm sorry you're no longer with us. You were a woman working in a man's league. I bet that wasn't easy. Huh? I guess I should also apologize for asking you to get me a Pepsi. Diet. Gilmore. Sure, my dad.
Last time I saw you, you were running in slow motion with my gold jacket. It was my jacket. Take it. I've got 5 others.
God, you would never have won then if I wasn't
In the loony bin.
You stole my life from
I
me.
see you have arrived safely in West
I want to
Virginia.
see you.
With your payload secured.
Somebody.
Game over. Come on. We're going to fist back in. Now you want it. Yeah. Come on.
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my main station.
That was for you, Grandma. I am so sorry I lost the house of the true. My Grandma. Grandma, talk to my God.
We are done.
Max.
Should I
Only a fool would pass this up. I have every confidence you would recover the central archive. Therefore, I will also send you the real charges.
Come on. Get up. Hey, are you with the next cut, man? Hey, whatever.
Rolling the dice.
She just made myself last thing. Liar the Okay.
Yes,
Looks
sir.
like my
I
frickin'
know a
car.
fucking force multiplier when I see one.
That looks like ridiculous screw is just. Uh-oh. What are you doing? John Dillon, nice to see you again.
Stuck, kid.
Run a lawyer? I thought you were the IRS. I was, but I got tired of it. I had to take it from. No, yeah, they got you. To law school. Didn't want to
Better
do
be locked and loaded, or I'm coming back with a crowbar.
That's fine.
Hell yeah. I sure as shit know what to do with you.
The school goes payment to not objectify women anymore.
What? Okay, great. Looks like the DA has withdrawn the arrest warrant. What? Even though you appeared to some onlookers to be inebriated at the tournament, you weren't administered an alcohol. And at better news, you came in sixth. That's right. That's right. forgot about that. How much did I win? $496,000. Now you're really gonna hate me. The tour is fining you $500,000 for that behavior.
So he lost $37,000?
No, it's $33,000.
It's $4,000, you buffoons. How is that good news?
Well, you came in sixth, but the winner, Billy Jenkins, opted out of the tour team because he's playing for bad guys. So you made the team.
Oh, okay, pal. I am a disgrace. Freaking embarrassment.
Let's go outside that for a second.
Next.
Well, Shooter, due to Mr. Manatee's sworn statement, you are now technically an escapee from a mental institution.
Welcome to the club.
Look, Dad, it doesn't matter if you play for that team or not. You have to stop drinking.
I did. It's just that
Just nothing. You gotta find peace somehow.
There's no peace. The only reason I joined that tour again was to get you the future you deserve, and I lost $4,000.
You think if you made that money, I could leave you like this?
It's not your job to take care of me. I told. Hey, you gotta put a little mustard on that ball so it doesn't get stuck where the pirate had his booty and shit.
the whole.
Yeah, the hole. Get at it, kid.
You, Slim Peterson?
That's what they call me.
Your dad Chubbs was my teacher. My name's
Happy I know who you are. Hey, you gotta hit it under the octopus and bank it off one of his leg things.
The tentacles?
Yeah, testicles. Now, what was you saying?
I need to talk to you for a few minutes.
Damn, mosquitoes ain't everywhere. Look at this. Alligator? No, vending machine have enough change. Had to reach up there to get my fingers ain't with chocolate chip cookies.
Man, looking at you just reminded me of what I did to you.
What you do to me?
What I did to my own kids, stole the parent.
Man, you gotta forgive yourself for that.
I don't want to.
Yeah, I didn't want to forgive you either. Because it was easier to hate you than to deal with the fact that my daddy wasn't coming back. It was kind of like I was using hate to keep him alive. But once I forgave you, I became myself again. And that's who I knew my daddy wanted me to be. You love your wife, you love my dad, and they love you, period. You know what else they love? Golf.
Oh my God, yeah.
No, I talked to your little girl, and she said you got a chance to save the whole sport by playing against some clown, dude. Yeah, well, won't you go kick some bozo ass then?
Let's do it for them. I am so sorry.
Why you had to squeeze it like that?
Throw these out.
Give them here. I got some Gorilla Glue.
Yeah, love you, buddy.
Yeah, man, thank you for stopping by.
You know, we could use some help.
Oh, about time somebody recognized my genius. Save the ass.
Okay? Okay.
Where do you think you're going, Flip?
I'm going to help save golf, Charlie.
If you leave now, then you ain't ever coming back, you big pork chop.
Damn straight I ain't never coming back, you fine-ass English hillbilly.
Well,
Gentlemen, you are the 5 golfers who represent our tour in the grudge match against the Maxi League. I don't have to tell you how important it is that we beat them. And here to talk about how we're going to accomplish that is Shooter McGavin.
Thank you, Doc. I'll take it from here. I want to talk to you about pressure. Now, as the most successful golfer of the 90s, I've faced my share, believe me. But nothing like my 30 years in the can. If I let my guard down there for a nanosecond, stab! I got a shiv in my guts. Anyway, I hear you guys all have Mike's water in your veins. Review the footage, and I ain't seen it. What's happening? Bryson DeChambeau. 2022 Portland Open. 8th hole. You got a 2-stroke lead. You got an opportunity to pull way ahead, and what? Huh?
Fools. Come on now, Shooter. Promise I'm not every count then.
Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, wait.
2019 Cadillac Invitational. 3rd hole. You're tied top of the leaderboard. Pressure's on. And you. Into the woods. The woods, Scotty. Are you afraid to win?
What are you?
Oh, yeah, 1996 for championship, final run.
Short lead on the back line.
Jackass! Oh, pressure perfectly myself. I just perfectly modified freaks to play. I just spot making you play on. And if you can't take the heat, golf, you know what? It's finished.
The director retrofitted
Let's
this
do this.
but you might call my
Right, on 3. 1, 2, 3, come on! Now you prepare for a moving target. The cups are going to be moving. Damn it, Rory, nothing's off limits for these commies. Now, Oscar's cousin, Devin, it's startup. It's back. And a losing up front. We'll start the red flag. If we make it to the blue flag, we haven't done our job.
It's cool with us hitting?
Yeah, it's been great. What do you say? Okay, shit. He is Xavier. I'm so thirsty.
Gambling and playing the odds.
I am Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete the final arrangement.
Cada primo, casi llega. Hey, stop! We got him! We got him! I said, stop! Who did that?
Come on, I'm downrange here.
You Look at I know this was a player's fight. One of the guys was pulling the jersey was the head of the other guy. Yeah. That hard? It's easy. You want to okay, brother. Can I borrow you for a second? Huh? Basically, all you do is pull a share on it. This straps the arm. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Not on? On? Sure? Yeah. Okay. How much? 50. I'll give you 100. Right. You know her name? Nice. You got it, guys. There you go. Okay. You got it. No confidence out of it. You go like your mini golf style, but it's about 2 angles and options. You can avoid the optic. Let's put it. Configure those angles out. Yes.
Is this ball down? I have an idea.
One more thing before we face these chunks. This is how I used to chop it off.
I sure should know what to do with you.
Hey, Oscar, let's see your stuff.
back, babe? Nothing else? Well, I think we're in your head, Brandon. Otherwise, you wouldn't be snooping around and following. My name is Billy.
Hey, settle down, guys. Get off the electric voice, all right? No. Look, Captain. I won't have to humiliate you tomorrow. You're in the DNA of my league. I rebelled against the vision of much of the crowd. So, I'll give you one last chance to get one. Okay? Hell, looks like Freddy Krueger worked in Star Wars. I'll give you 10% of the company.
I can't believe I'm the one who's sticking up for tradition, but my wife liked the way golf was played as is. She was pretty much right about everything. So sorry, boys, but tomorrow your dumb league is done.
No, tomorrow I'm going to finish the revolution you started, Happy. And I heard what you said about my breath to Bubba Watson. I have gingivitis. It's hereditary, okay? And I got it from my great-grandfather. So I'm so sorry.
I'm literally smelling it from here, and the wind is blowing that way. Something has to change in your life. I'm telling you.
Come in, bring it in. Just wanted to say thank you guys for always getting me back on track. I love you.
Let me tell you this. So this ain't about Vivi going to dance hall. It's about saving golf.
Who knows? Maybe we can do both, but we will figure that out, I promise you. Because we're Gilmores and we don't know how to stop it.
in the passenger seat, sitting out like a sound is more important. Still trying to get safety first. Safety first. He was out the window. Yeah. I called him 3 days ago, and I'm like, hey, what's up, man? I said, yo, I was talking about dinner when I get
works hard, is in the right networks.
fossil fuels. However, it was never actually proven that oil came from fossils, and that while oil rigs drill up to 35,000 feet, a fossil has never been found below 16,000 feet. On top of that, Rockefeller donated over $180 million to the General Education Board, and now every textbook states that oil is a
I see you have arrived safely in West Virginia. Is your payload secure?
All right, let's go. This is good.
Hurry! There's so much to do, and it's lonely down here.
Welcome to an event unique as the Annals of Skills, a one-time showdown between golf's greatest players and the wild upstarts who seek to supplant them.
It's going on.
Welcome to the Magic Tour Challenge. I'm your host, and my new partner, DJ from North Gulch. Truly bitching to be here.
What? The real mystery is how they cram it all in there.
Are you prepared to have
This thing could kill on stage.
Tippy toeing? I still anticipate you.
Sir, is everything in place to deploy the Sentinel artifact?
Oh, almost ready. We are still a few steps short of our shared goal, the restoration of Agent Nexus.
Sweet. Eight ball. And you champion Billy Jenkins.
Max armor.
Holy shit. Is that Shooter McGavin? Oh, look who decided to show up.
Weapon
Never
got
finished
the
your pancakes, by the way.
I'm in.
Well, reading that right? Get a furlough from the funny farm. Shooter. Laugh it up the blue ball.
Knew I could count
It's
on you,
eight ball.
Box.
My name's Davis Miller. My brother's called Ruben. It's eight ball now.
Tell them I said what's up. You guys get these clothes from the Lost and Find at Comic Con? Did you get these melons from your mom?
That's right. Those are my boys' titties. Those are my titties. Hey, I'll twist your head off. That's
Golfers, we have a 7-hole course. First up, Mr. Shepard going up against Mr. Holly. Ladies and gentlemen, please, so let's go.
Well, you got your own. Don't do that. And so it begins. Hole number 1. Best of 5 matches, so we only got 3 of them. But I say we sweep these goofy bitches. That's a good idea.
Manifesting. Ray gun. Oh, auto shotty with incendiary ammo.
Fairways of forest? I don't even know where to lay up.
Or, young man, crush the ball 500 yards over the trees.
Stone chump. Just let me step father. Miss it! Miss it!
Quite an impressive right cross, but Scotty Scheffler is going to be disqualified before ever swinging a club.
Woo! That was some gangster shit.
Gangster shit indeed. There comes the swing.
Yeah. Oh no, not again.
Come on.
Another drop.
Sorry, boys.
We'll take care of business now, all right? Next on the tee, Rory McIlroy and Screech.
Screech? Yeah, they call me Screech because that's the sound my chainsaw makes every time I check the golf course.
Isn't Screech a character inspired by the film?
I trust your journey will
It's kind of like the comic relief on the show.
Yeah, like the White Earth. Nobody cares about that kind of shit.
Besides, dude.
Let's just wait for Matt to talk, all right?
No problem. We're in the trees.
enter the main hall and descend to the main
Regular golfers? Not so much.
up to meet face to face.
You know the sexy smell. Go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Oh my gosh. There goes the eggs. You feel tight over there, right? You look like you want to go for a swim, Davis. It's the new golf, Bryson. Let's stay ball.
Bad shot, man. This will make you feel better. I bet you take just a tiny little sip.
I promise, little art will deliver results. But
Wow. Doing a breath contest? Yeah, I'd walk away too, pal.
McIlroy's tee shot landed in the right bunker, which, like much of this hole, appears to be on fire.
Yes, sir. I know a fucking force multiplier when I see one.
Hey, man. I think it's so 10. Right, you sit your ass down. Watch it go. All right. So. Get home. Get home.
Give me a ride, baby. Let me do my thing.
Maybe then this. God damn it, I just washed it.
It seems like nothing is going to slow Gilmore down. All right.
Let's see you try and beat this one.
Jackass.
What?
Are you kidding me right now? You just cost me the whole dude. Happy Gilmore. Man, I wish my father was here to see this.
Yes, jackass, jackass, jackass.
Unfortunately, he's in the great city on the sky. You know what? I don't miss that dude. What are you gonna do, Happy Boy? Unless you want to go to jail, you can't hit me, jackass.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we can. You guys can? Well, who's this? Is your posse? This is what I do. I'm gonna just for you. I'm gonna go get some help.
Okay. Okay.
I'll bite your leg off. You want some smoke? Nothing. Now you got me really pissed. Oh, what is this? Oh, you want some of this? Oh, you got the whole family. I just don't give a fuck.
What is he doing to those gators?
Well, it looks like we have our first fatality. Woo! Well, if you can believe it, the Maxi golfers are up 2 matches to 1. which means Kepka and Gilmore are going to have to win out in order to defeat the Maxi team.
No pressure, food. Next up, Brooks Kepka.
For me, the smartest way is to come up short of the icing lead and give yourself a chance to chip it in.
Hurry! We have so much to do, and it's lonely down here.
The team is busy schmoozing with the
Sorry, guys. I knew I should have fist bumped. That's for you guys. Another disqualification.
Game over. Now wait. In the event of an injury, you have the right to substitute. All right, fine.
Now that's the summer cut.
What do you guys got?
The one and only.
What's that? And a wild day just got a bit wilder. Shooter McGavin will take over for Brooks Kepka here on the 6th hole and putt from flat. Oh, it's all close.
I am Herr Doctor.
We're going to see an opening. Listen, Joker. Look at the golfer anymore. What are you talking about? You still got the truth in you. It's long done, you know. Time to wake them up. Look at these comments. Like we do this. Never want to split on the unit for 800. The greatest golfer of the 90s, except for me and Tiger. How dare they disrespect you? Where's the back where? Back to what? Thanks. Because this is who's for?
Rolling the dice.
To who's for? Scooter Star, baby!
Knew I could count on you, Bob.
It's the old pistol tracking. The man is Bob West. Well, I'm feeling that.
Great. Guess I'm stuck with this
So
thing.
you're not going to make it,
F my life.
Tick tock. 5, 4,
Yes, sir. I know a fucking force multiplier when I see one.
Now, Shooter McGavin jars the cup, reaches the hole, and is back. That leaves us high, with only Willie Jenkins and Patrick Gilmore left to be decided. And it's come down to this, the final hole. Winner take all. The shot clocks are off, the pressure is on.
was in the mountains. I was in the par 4. Live long. Not for me, big man. Yeah, check this out. Well, whoa, whoa. That is the longest drive I have ever seen.
Hey, my name now? Bitch.
I can forget ever seeing that hit thing. It was disgusting. Jenkins could be on the green in 2, while Gilmore has no hope of getting on in less than 3 strokes.
Well, that sucks. Okay to use that hate one last time, son?
Yeah, let it all now.
Ain't no surgery for that.
You never made the Bruins because you suck at skating.
Such a stupid face. Who's he talking to?
Oh, and your daughter's never going to ballet school because your dad's a washed up drunk.
I'm gonna kill you.
Well, kiss my grits. We finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that
Jenkins is first to hit.
Hurry! We have so much to do.
Patience, Sam. Sabine is busy schmoozing with the locals.
I can't believe there's taxis without drivers, AI girlfriends, and now, quite possibly, the end of traditional golf.
Give you a chance to think about how you're going to play that. Better dig it. Wooden hand. You catch that kid.
What? The real mystery is how they cram it all in there.
Skeptic by creating life out of thin air.
I am
Wait.
but our team must still complete some final arrangements.
Go stand right there. No, it's not. Hey, God damn it. Excuse me. You know what? You're fired. Makes sense. You quit messing this up with me. Come on. I'm trying, sir. Just get it on the right way.
Jenkins is in for 4. Gilmore has 2 shots left to even tie this thing. I'm not even playing in my palms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti.
Hell yeah. I sure as shit know what to do with you.
No ideas, we're in trouble, dude. I say ricochet that shit. Yeah, that's a good idea.
This thing could kill on safe.
Not better, babe.
Come on now, dude. After you hit on the green, you can't stand it.
Mr. Black, I'm at this. Go to the other side directly across from me. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Oh my God, I can't find a watch. Oscar, how much do you weigh? 170? Pick up the bag, please. Actually, take the plugs out. 2 plugs. Okay, pick the bag up again. And on the count of 3, we're stepping on the green. Hey, get ready. And 1, 2, 3. That's it. Okay, we're gonna hop forward. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Now we're gonna go sideways. 2, 3. Oscar. Nice work. Check this out.
What's happening?
What the? Sorry, Happy, I had to. We don't do tiebreakers at Max League. How about we raise the stakes? I end this whole project if you sink this putt. And if I miss? It's simple. You join Maxi League. How about this? You pay for my daughter's dance school, buy me my grandma's house back. Plus, I get you a Rolls Royce. Plus, you gotta buy Oscar his own restaurant. What kind of restaurant are we talking here? What kind of food, Oscar? Sushi. No. Italian. Fine, you're wrong. You're right. No playoffs today. Oscar, I found news. I'm holding a sandwich. I need a putter. Just take it slowly out of the bag. That's it. That's it. Take the sock off. Okay, so we're going to throw it to each other on the count of 3. Okay, we can do this. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I got my own club.
Physics is a bitch, isn't it?
Here's what we're going to do, Oscar. We're going to throw it straight up in the sky, okay? Let's do this. Not get sick, Oscar. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
High five. Hey, Gilmore can do this. I've seen it. I lived it. Wow, cool. How about we take this to the next level? You go.
Hang in there, Oscar, please.
Do it like my daddy charges. Captains. Happy New.
Such a piece of shit. Happy death.
Stop.
Your training paid off. You did it. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Yes. On it, ready, wait, let's go to Hooters. How do you do? How do you do? How do you do? How do you do? I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're all free to go.
Memphis.
We have the best Italian, Dominican, Puerto Rican, Cuban restaurant in town.
Well, I've won a lot of trophies and champions over the years. But out of all of them, I have to say this is by far the most special. I want to thank all my friends out there who helped me achieve this monumental moment. 3 months sober.
Splendid, Mr. Gilmore.
But will you make it? Educate says.
Honey.
This man. This man molested him.
each other during long distance.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Exactly.
Like,
When you want to be in a relationship and you want to be committed to someone, it is not hard to do that because that's literally what you want to do. You shouldn't be forcing yourself.
Sonny. Yeah. Hey, I mean, so you're actually practicing hockey, brother. You're actually a paparazzi guy? Nah, I get that. Yeah, you know, you can. Yeah, if you're coming. Yeah. But if that was all, I'd be moving your ass up and down the street. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
What are you talking about, Hal? Happy's gonna make it a full lifetime.
You know what else is full, Charlie? My gutters. Full of dead leaves and squirrel droppings. But you'll be cleaning them out this weekend.
Hey, I don't like the way you talk to that kid.
It's fine, Mr. Gilmore.
No, it's not fine. That kid has helped me more than you have now.
Seriously, Mr. Gilmore, I got this. Guys, can we be done here? We've got enough.
Why are you talking into your collar? Are you high? Are you high?
Come on, man, let's reply this question. We got enough footage of you being a sick son of a bitch to lock you away for life. You
Yes, though?
Hey, man, I'm just trying to help these people. Manual labor's therapeutically beneficial.
Hey, Happy, what? Catch. Oh. I believe that's Mr. Gilmore. So he got my toy.
A very cool guy. Remember my dad.
Just have fun in Paris. If you get homesick for America, I'll make you ship over some whatever you guys want. British Open, that's over for week right here. Only 60 minutes, you can't dance, you don't get any fun with that. So
That's how we're going to separate ourselves from the other minds, by singing.
Okay? Yes, you know,
Parents, there's so much to do and
even looking at six now. I know it's true.
All you guys, I'm gonna miss you. And if you're hungry on the flight, just enjoy the bread from Oscar's restaurant. I'll push you over there for Mom. Have a ball. Hey, get a basket. Hey, nobody. Yeah, get him. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Love you, I'll miss you.
Hey, Happy.
You're okay.
Battery, 0%.
I didn't charge it, damn it!
Hello, Big Cal. Hello, Ben. This is Howard Dare. Thanks for stopping by. So, I haven't been here for a little while, about a week or two, and I've got a few things that I want to talk about, that I want to share with you, because I think that they are important ideas. And I'm not going to tell you this in any particular order, okay, because it's a lot. One of the first things I want to ask you is, do you know why they hate better dealing with a very unfair, nasty situation? Much of it is the reason for it, why men have decided to go big time. They're being treated unfair. They're being treated and resentment. Do you know why that is happening? Do you know exactly where it's coming from because it appears to be coming from the women. It appears to be a gender issue. You know, the women hate and resent the men. Okay. Also, it's coming from this hierarchical position that whoever's in charge here, wherever, in this case it happens to largely be white men, right, here in America. This is the perception, but it's everywhere, you know, in the Asian culture, it's the Asian man, and the Hispanic culture, it's the Hispanic man, and, you know, so it's whoever is in charge, okay? This hate, now, you, as a man, belong to this group. Even if you are not, you know, one of these super alpha, chat, multi-player, even if you're not each other, you're still in that group according to the women, right? And the women have their fear and their resentment and their emotional responses to your anger, you know, to you, what you represent. So does everybody else who does not consider themselves in that group, okay? You know, the obvious, the people in charge. Now, what's funny is that, and I don't want to upset you, you're not actually the group in charge. It's just, you know, another man, like me, like anybody else. You're special, you're unique, there's nobody like you, but, you know, well, you are just another one of us. And I'm just another one of you. So, we get lumped up. And we get judged as a group, and it appears to be coming from the wicked. Now, I think you can understand why descend and have some fear towards that, right? It's natural. Same way, you know, anybody might feel towards anybody who's a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, a little bit more aggressive than that. It's like, I don't know if I'm particularly comfortable around that. This is natural. Is this the source of what men are going through? This natural instinct of women be a little intimidated by men? No, it's not. That's been there all along. But it is being used. It is being purged. It is being bad. It is being fueled. Okay? Who's it being fueled by? These are your enemies. Okay? The people who are carrying out this stuff, they're just useful idiots. But there's something else driving this entire attitude towards men, towards traditional values, towards your existing culture, no matter what form it exists. Some sort of like a normal society dysfunction. Okay? So who are your enemies? Are your enemies the super rich, the institutions, the corporations? You know, it's very interesting, isn't it? Like, these companies, these corporations, there's incredibly woke bullshit. Like Dylan Mulvaney or whatever, you know, the transsexual that you use to advertise, you know, Bud Light. Okay? And you're asking yourself, why? Why on earth would they do this? You know, there's hundreds of millions, perhaps billions of dollars engaged in this, and then they go and grab the company spokesperson whose values are completely antithetical to their customer base. Okay? So they know that their customer base is going to see this and say, you know, well, we'll stop looking, you know, that here. So why are they doing it? It doesn't make sense, does it? Like, you're scratching your head. I know I've been scratching my head. Okay? Why do these giant, multinational, billion-dollar corporations start off world advertising campaigns? Because they all use money. They all use tens of, perhaps hundreds or millions of dollars, and it fails, and they have to backtrack it, but they're still doing it. Why? Why would they do that? I wouldn't do that. Nobody in charge of that company who has a financial responsibility to its shareholders would do that, and yet that's what they do. Why? Doesn't make sense financially. From a customer satisfaction point of view, doesn't make sense either, does it? So are they your enemies? Are they the people who are screwing it up? See, this is interesting, okay, because we're getting to where it's coming from, what's going on. There's something more important to these corporations than their initial profit margin. They're doing something else. They're shifting the cultural mindset. They're taking the traditional values of any given culture and they're twisting them. They're bending them. They're molding them to their advantage. Now, you think that they're money. So again, it doesn't make sense why they're doing it. Making money isn't their only motive, and they, as corporation, do not exist. Corporation's not a person. You know, it's a legal entity, not a person. Institution, not a person. It's a group. It's a collection. Okay? Who's your enemy? Where is this coming from? What is this? This is an attitude. This is a mindset, a framing of where traditional cultural values exist and reside and what they should be. That's what it's an attack on. It's not an attack. It's not an attack on an individual man person. It's an attack on all men. So what we're talking about here is a class struggle between an elite class or just the upper middle class versus a working class. The working class being anybody who doesn't have a high-level college degree, who is in a city office, a city mindset, a non-working mindset, or rather, a knowledge working mindset. Again, this is not to say that everybody in this particular, industry or industry is doing this, but it's a split in values between the normal, average, working citizen. It's not even men and women, although it's being done on male, female, class, gender lines, and it's also being done on, race, ethnic lines. A group of elites that have elevated themselves. These are just people, okay? But they represent most of the homeowners. They represent most of the people with, reasonable bank accounts. They represent the people who are invested in the companies, not the owners of the companies, not even the people necessarily hired to run the company. They are the heads in a society that have companies. And this attitude, it's a globalist attitude, okay? It doesn't care about its citizens. It cares about profits. Our medical industry doesn't help make people health anymore. It's not even trying to do that. That's not even part of the model. The model is treating their symptoms and making profits. That's what they're trying to do. So when you go to the doctor, you say, doctor, what's wrong with me? The doctor is usually, not all doctors, of course, is thinking, what medications can I give this person that I can, get a commission on? Not what can I do to make this person healthy? What can I do to alleviate the symptoms that they're complaining of? This symptom means, muscle pains and cramps and aches and pains in their joints. Okay, so, it's something to relieve the symptoms. But the cure, is a change in lifestyle. It's a change in diet. It's, starting to incorporate exercise, to give up smoking, to give up drinking, to start taking care of themselves. Of course, that requires personal responsibility. But understand that even the mindset of the people coming in to see the doctor, it's not about assuming personal responsibility. It's about the magic pill that will alleviate the symptoms. This type of a mindset, this consumer mindset, has been indoctrinated in cultures. Part of that mindset also includes that men are toxic, that whoever is at the top of the patriarchy or a hierarchy in your system, that they are inherently evil, must be taken down, and must be replaced by these endless, ceaseless complainers and whiners and faulters and backbiters. Okay? You want to be a winner? Stop complaining. Stop whining. Just take care of the situation. I know it's not true, but it doesn't help you to complain. So what you're talking about, what I'm talking about, is an attitude of peace in any given society. People who have gotten the government job, the people who have gotten the high corporate job, the people who earn 50 times as much money as they do to exist. And what are their attitudes towards things like immigration? What are they? No immigrants are going to do these things in their neighborhood. Their neighborhood is way too expensive, okay? There are the stores and shops in their areas. That's what they work for by the stores and shops. But so understand what they're looking at is a conflict between a class who has plenty of money, who wants more resources, who wants more magic pills to take care of any of their symptoms, versus working class people. Okay, it's even breaking the whole line between Republican and Democrat. It's working class. If you're working class, to vote for somebody who's going to secure your borders, who's going to take care of your economy, who's going to take care of your affairs, who's going to make sure that people have a fair, equal opportunity to get ahead in this world. But for the last 42 years of this breakout war, this entire system has been stacked against the working class. No Republicans, not Democrats, not not blacks, not whites. To essentially, they'll work too, but they don't get a much higher rate and in a much different way. It's not physical labor, it's not spiritual jobs, it's not experience, essentially. It's people working in the system, take a place like France and educate people, pretty much the same way they sit down in classrooms and make them memorize textbook after textbook. And then they test them. And if they do well in the test, they get government jobs, or they might get high corporate ranking jobs. But there's only so many of those to go around. Like, just putting some numbers out there, say there's 100,000, graduates this year. There's no jobs for 10,000 government jobs, high-end jobs. The other ones, they've got to look like something else. Imagine if you had the resentment that this builds up into a person. In other words, the type of person who can down the system like that, memorizing this stuff for 20, 25 years, and then being able to, regurgitate it and repeat it back. You really think that's going to be like a great, well-adjusted person? If our governments are spies, turn on their own country, they don't look to the down and out, low at the bottom. They look at the people who are high up, who've gone through the system, who've done everything that the system has required of them. And on the surface, they appear successful, but internally, they probably have a lot of money, massive 90%. Okay? So, there you go, right? See if that'll come in useful. But, it's your attitude. For real. Some people, is it woke minds who argue for things like open borders and suggest that all men are toxic? Are these your enemies? I suggest that these are simply useful idiots who are repeating what they have been conditioned to repeat. And that is this message that men are toxic, that women don't need men. We've got within our society, within our cultures, within our world, breaking down the relationships, the allies, the resources that the working class has in order to turn them into a slave class. Okay, so not even really consumers anymore. Like we don't even get to be consumers within our own consumer society. We just get to be workers for the elites within the society. Okay, they perpetuate these attitudes, these ideas, these political mantras. They organize these demonstrations, to show how much people want to be taken care of and how we should have a culture for everybody in the world, except for our own citizens, our own brothers, our own sisters, our own husbands, our own wives, our own family members. Right? They would rather, the women would rather show their affection for their pets and for their dogs than they would to men in their society, because they are convinced that the men in their society are toxic and evil and all their enemies. That they've been convinced of. They've been convinced by the elites. The government kowtows, caters, panders to this elite class, not to the majority of their working class. That's human capital that they work, that they own. That's livestock. These are the people with enough money to make a difference, but not the super crazy rich. Now these attitudes, they serve the super crazy rich. So who's your enemy? It's an important question. It's a valid question. Now, I hope you can figure this out. I hope you can gain some insight into it. Now, knowing that, having a good idea as to what that is, now how do you deal with this situation? It's really quite difficult. Like, I don't have an easy answer for that. I have to say, go make that. You take care of yourself. Build yourself up. But you're alone. There's nobody helping you. It shouldn't have to be that way, but it is. And we're not here to complain. We're here to deal with the situation as it is and overcome the situation as it is. But let us understand the situation. and in real terms. You know, and let me reframe my last little question. What does it serve you to sit around and think that everything is unfair? Even if it is, does that help you alleviate the situation? And I don't think it does. I think, you know, a new mindset is in order. Going your own way, but not feeling sorry for yourself mindset. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's how you are. Confessing that that's how I am. I think we can help each other. I think we can build each other up on things that are worth building up. I think that we have been divided against each other. Definitely, you know, the men, you know, the women against the men, the minorities against whoever they perceive to be, you know, at the top of their hierarchy. This serves an elite, not necessarily ruling class, but an elite class who controls your ruling class. You know, they control your government, they control your corporations, they control your institutions. What makes their lives better, what serves them, does not serve the working class. Therefore, these attitudes are perpetuated. An attitude of, oh, we should take care of everyone. And if you say, look, I don't need, you know, 2,000 people from another country moving into my small little, you know, city and taking up all the jobs, using up all the social services, and destroying everything, and making the area unsafe. And then they get to say to you, well, then you're a racist. It's like, no, I just want to protect my job. I just want to protect my family. I just want to protect my family. I just want to protect my life. And it's like, no, it's racism. Because you've got this perpetuation of these types of attitudes. That's your enemy. And it's not even coming from all of the to accept and embrace type of things. Yeah, they're useful idiots. It doesn't serve them. It's not to their advantage. They haven't made a conscious decision to adopt these attitudes. But someone has made a decision to foster these attitudes around. Like you said, like you said, like a real demagogue, like a real fucking demagogue, not a robotic demagogue who talks and gets all excited like me. No. This is much more subtle. This is much more insidious. The pathology of this runs so deep. It's tied to an attitude of, you know, entitlement, a consumer mindset, and then of just wanting to stay alive, of just getting what the person needs. It's an addictive model. And in a way, I admire it, except I'm stuck in the trap itself. You know what I mean? I was like, wow, this is a great mousetrap. This one will really work really well. Shit, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get out of this. But wow, whoever built this really knew what they were doing. I feel like a lot of these attitudes now become simply, you know, straight up resentment, straight up, that's giving me what I want, and I'm going to go with the book and guns. Understand this is a delicate eyes of compassion and morality and being ethical. You don't want an endless supply of labor moving into your economic job welfare. You then use up all the resources. You know, that's racist. You know, it stirs the elites to have this unlimited supply of labor, cheap labor. You're destroying the working class. There's an elite class, and then there are, you know, societal slaves. I think that's a part of what's going on. Okay, so as with Cal, I just want you to kind of have a slightly bigger picture, right? That it's not just a gender issue, that it's not just a race, ethnic issue, that it's a fundamental class issue. And they need to have, you know, 98% of the people in this working class serving them, taking care of them, buying their products, fulfilling their jobs. They pay lip service to values in this society, but they don't know about those ideas. So I just wanted to offer, you know, a little insight as to what I think is going on.
So before you get it all twisted and misunderstand what this video is about and what I'm saying, I need to make it abundantly clear. I am not saying that we as men are being oppressed or, oh, woe is us, I can't believe we are. No, I'm not saying that. We're men, and we can handle a lot of shit. And just so happens that we've got to handle the fact that society is kind of leaving us behind. And in today's world, in today's woke craziness, men are treated as second-class citizens. All right? We've done such a good job of lifting other people up to make sure that everybody has advantages and opportunities like never before. But unfortunately, this has come at a price and a detriment to men. And this isn't just my opinion. The data supports it. Men are fucked. Let me explain. Young men are now twice as likely as women to live at home with their parents. 60% of the homeless population in the U.S., men. 90% of the prison population, men. It's first time that 50 years, the male life expectancy rate dropped. Men are twice as likely to self-incriminate and the suicide rate is 3.5 times higher than women. Now, there's a problem, and it's only getting worse. Now, the question is why? What do we do with it? The first thing that I think is going on is cultural pressures for us guys to men, right? To be men. You know, we are encouraged from a very young age to be resilient, stubborn, don't let us be smart. And I think about my YouTube videos, right? The ones that I try on title, I'm not the person to show that. And the reason was because I felt like there was a need for just regular guys to show that it's okay to show the progression works. When I look at the comments and I see how many people are telling me that I'm not covered, that I'm bigger, that I'm looking just higher, I'm not too gay, whatever it is, it makes me realize that there's still a huge problem. And the problem stems from us men not being encouraged to express ourselves or to be in touch with our emotions. The second reason why I feel like men's issues are ignored, and this is going to probably...
Kids with guns, kids with guns, take good of the I want it on and mesmerize. I've been trying so hard to survive.
Where were you when I was riding my
Expression. Nobody cared when I was weak. That's where we'll start. Not in some fantasy where people support you just because you're trying. Not in a world where effort is enough. No. I started where everyone ignored me. Where my name was a joke. Where every breath felt borrowed and every day was a reminder that I wasn't strong enough to protect anyone. Not even myself. I was the one they overlooked. the one they left behind during raids, the one they glanced at with pity, not respect, utter inhumanity. Every time I stepped on the battlefield, it wasn't confidence I carried. Fear that I'd fail again. Fear that I'd die before I could become anything more than a burden. That's the fight. No one ever did. Even that silence, that emptiness, I realized something that would change everything. My life is coming. The truth is brutal. It's not poetic. It doesn't offer you peace. It offers you something better. Clarity. No one's going to sleep. No one's going to get out of your suffering just because you're tired. The world doesn't care about your almost. Suffering protects. It only responds to one thing. Results. And when I understood that, not just heard it, but truly understood it, everything changed. No one cares how tired you are. It only sees the scars you carry. The world doesn't pause for your pain. It steps on you, crushes you, walks past your broken body, because that's what happens to the weak. They are forgotten, replaced, buried, and I was one of them. But I didn't stay there. I stopped waiting for sympathy. I stopped wishing someone would pull me out of the darkness. The truth is cruel, but it's honest. The only way out is to cry. Bleeding. Crying. Alone if you have to. When you make peace with that, when you stop resisting the pain, something inside you wakes up. That's when you start to feel it. A shift. When you stop begging for mercy, and start demanding power. Pray not because anyone's watching, but because you refuse to stay with them. That truth doesn't vanish, but it no longer runs you.
Trade debt situation, the coming economic collapse. And yes, people thought I was crazy, a bit of a conspiracy theorist, but I'm seeing all across the mainstream media people talking about that. Supposed respected analysts out there talking about the fact that we're seeing a brain drain or a millionaire and billionaire drain of the economy, capital flowing out of the UK, and that's normal under such an environment. So we'll look at that a little bit today, and what I think the solution is, and how you can protect yourself. Before I do, though, just like to talk a little bit about this U.S.-EU trade deal. Well, I thought the markets would react really bullishly. By that I mean the stock market. But as I look at things this morning, and it's 7:22 a.m. London time, we've got actually the Dow up only 0.5%, right near the highs. The Nasdaq 100 is up about 2/3%, and the S&P is up 0.5%. In terms of the currencies, I thought the euro would crash, but no, the euro is down only 0.16% at 117.22. The dollar is at 134.13, or the pound, excuse me, is at 134.13, down about 0.2. So what's going on here? Well, we'll have to wait and see, and I'm going to be interviewing someone soon who has some really interesting information about this trade deal, and I'm going to wait until I speak to him to come out with this information. But to me, it seems like maybe the consolidation we've seen in the dollar in terms of the dollar index. We've seen a little bit of the market go sideways.
I think that could be over, and we could see another massive leg down in the dollar. We've got the FOMC meeting starting, I think, tomorrow and ending on Wednesday. Nothing really is expected in terms of rate cuts, but you never know. We also saw that the U.S. postponed again the imposition of tariffs on China for another 90 days. And I think that's related to rare earths. China has the rare earth card to play. So what about gold and silver? I expected them to be clobbered this morning or overnight, and they have. Well, they were early on actually. Gold traded as low as 33.17, but right now we're at 33.40, up about $3. The high's been 45. Silver got down just below 38, but it's now at 38.25, up about 10 cents. So that's what's going on there. Not a very bullish reaction by the markets, I would say, but it's still early days. When the U.S. comes in, that could change. We'll have to see. In terms of the bond market, I've noticed the Japanese bond market, there's been a little bit of some relief there. The 10-year yield is down 4 basis points at 156. The 30-year is down 3 at 303, and the 40-year is at 332. 10-year yield, U.S. Treasury, that's unchanged at 440. So the markets are pretty steady in terms of bond markets. And now back to the UK. And I've got a couple of playlists. One of them is the UK debt time bomb. And that, of course, has been accumulating for many decades. Unfortunately, in the past few hundred years, when the UK has participated in wars, for example, the Napoleonic Wars, it drives up the national debt, but eventually they drive it down. They go back to sound money. They stop spending, and that's what they did in the 19th century. But ever since World War I, we haven't reversed any of that. And then the UK got into World War II, and now, I guess 5 years ago, the pandemic was an excuse to get into even more debt. 2008 also was an excuse to get into even more debt. They had to bail out the banks, and people who who bought houses they couldn't afford and took on huge mortgages. So I don't see any way out except more currency debasement, which we have seen. I mean, the price of gold, has gone from around 220 pounds when I first bought some in 2002 to now around 2,500, and it's going to get worse and worse in terms of the paper pound. And the economic collapse also, that's linked to the debt. It's also linked, unfortunately, to the Keynesian mentality that both sides of the political aisle have been following. Yes, the Tories, they play a little bit of the free market card, but deep down, they're socialists as well, which is really strange, isn't it? Reform is supposed to change that, but I wouldn't hold my breath, and there's still another 4 years to the general election, even though I admit that could change. But so I wouldn't wait for politics.
My bad, bro. I didn't mean to invade on your shit.
They're only really looking after their interests and the interests of the people who keep them in power. And who are these people? Well, it's the banking cartel. It's the big corporations, the big arms manufacturers. They're the ones who keep them in power. And they're the ones who push for these never-ending conflicts abroad. And now, of course, we've got a new enemy in Russia. Actually, it's not a new enemy. It's been an enemy for almost 200 years now for some reason. And yeah, it started with the Crimean War, and it's continuing. I just saw a headline as well that one of the ministers in the government said that the UK is ready to defend Taiwan. I wonder how he's looking to do that. So I've been warning about this virtually since I started this channel, and I've been saying that this fiat currency system, which we're under, which allows a government to spend and borrow like crazy, and that's what they've been doing. Unfortunately, the only way we're going to go to a more sane way of running things is after an implosion of the system, and that's not even guaranteed. We could get something worse. But in the meantime, I think you can protect yourself if you've been following what I've been saying, and it's not advice, but some people have, like getting out of debt, acquiring as much gold and silver as possible. And in the UK, of course, the best way to own gold and silver is through coins of the realm. And why is that? Well, because there's still a legal tender. The sovereign is a legal tender coin, and so are all the other minted coins in the UK. So they don't incur any capital gains tax. Could that change? Maybe. I doubt it, because the people in charge, believe me, that they have some gold and silver, and I don't think they would want to do that. And they're not too concerned for you, for the general public, because people are still fast asleep to what's going on and how they can protect themselves through gold and silver. Am I going to leave the UK? I know there's a lot of talk about the censorship now online. Well, who knows? I mean, as things stand right now, things are fine for me. Of course, where do you go? That's another question, because I don't see any other place where things are that great. So the other thing I would say about the UK, and hopefully you've been doing the right thing and not waiting for someone to come and save you, is that when there is kind of collapse, and it's going to be interesting to see how that comes about. Yeah, there's always opportunity, a lot of opportunity, and hopefully you'll be able to find some opportunities to buy some really valuable assets in your way of thinking. Everyone has a different liking, right? But yeah, one way we could see things continue to evolve is a continued debasement of the currency, continued rise in the cost of living, continued artificial rise in asset prices, even housing, the stock market. But yeah, eventually the UK doesn't have the world's reserve currency anymore, and like back in the 70s, it might have to call in the IMF, but does the IMF have any money either? So I don't know what's going to happen exactly. We could have more and more government interference, and that's the reason why I'm not too optimistic. They're going to keep digging and digging with more socialism, not just for the welfare state, but also for corporations. That's the other thing. A lot of times I talk about socialism, and people have a go at me saying, well, people need help. Not really. People need to be self-sufficient, and that's not just people on the welfare side of things, but also on the corporate side. why should a bankrupt government like the UK subsidize companies to come and invest here? That's the wrong thing to do. What's the other factors that are creating more and more trouble for the UK economy? Well, I interviewed 3 years ago or so a former minister in the Tory government, Peter Lilly, about the climate change move, the net zero. And he was one of the only MPs back in 2008 to vote against the Climate Change Act of 2008, which you probably never heard of because it was passed right when Lehman was collapsing, when the world financial system was melting down, and no one really noticed it. And there are only 5 MPs who voted against it. And he told me 3 years ago that these renewable energies, they wouldn't be catching on, so to speak, if it wasn't for subsidies. And who's paying for the subsidies? We are. And that's driving the competitiveness of the country down the drain because companies have to pay for energy, and it's driving the consumer down the drain. But I don't see them changing it. I don't see even another government, be it Reform or the Tories, changing it. They're all going to go along with it because if Reform wants to be part of the establishment, they're going to have to play along. Yeah, right now they sound really anti-establishment, but we all know that when people get to power, they do as they're told. Politics is just a distraction, people. It's to keep us divided. That's what's going on. What am I doing? Well, I'm looking after myself, I guess, health-wise, my family, and financially as well, trying to keep stacking as much as possible. And if you want to start stacking, and by that I mean buying physical gold and silver, and you don't know how to do it, well, here in the UK you can contact Oliver and Simon Temple at Gold Investments. All the details are below in the description. Tell them that I sent you there, and they'll help you. You can go there and meet them, or you can do everything online. And in the U.S. as well, I don't think, unfortunately, the U.S. economy is out of the woods. It's going the same way as the UK economy. It's got even more debts and more problems. I would say yes, they're trying to fix things, but it's a long shot. So yeah, in the US you can contact Miles Franklin. They're my affiliate there if you're looking to buy gold and silver, or if you already do. And there's a link below in the description, a landing page with Monaco 64. So, let's see what happens later on today in terms of the markets, the short-term noise. A lot of people expect the stock market to crash, but it keeps melting up. We'll have to see. We are, of course, approaching the period of the year where a lot of times you see financial crises, and that is September, October. So we might still have some time to clean up things financially. And with that, I'm going to wish you all a very good day. Take care. Bye.
Hello and welcome to Power Hour. I'm Gabriella Power. Thank you for joining us. Coming up on the show today, we'll speak to the man behind the Young MAGA movement who made the Republican Party cool again. The leftist media meltdowns over Stephen Colbert's axing is getting even crazier, and the future of the Democrats. Party. Not even kidding. Let's get straight into it. Joining us now is CJ Pearson, RNC Youth Advisory Council co-chair. CJ Pearson, it is great to speak with you. You've been involved with the Republican Party for some time now, and during the election you advised the Trump campaign on its social media strategy, which was incredible. Earlier this month, you landed in Time's list of most influential online creators, and I'm interested to hear your thoughts because in the election we saw this significant shift to the right among Gen Z voters. What do you put it down to? Why did this happen?
Well, thank you so much for having me, first and foremost. But I gotta tell you, I think we just had an incredible product to sell. President Trump ran an incredible platform of America First policies that connected with America's young people in a way in which we've never seen before. This past election, we saw a 20-point swing among voters from 18 to 29, and it was a direct result of the president's campaign strategy of reaching young people where they are. While Kamala Harris basement and shied away from lawful interviews, President Trump went on Joe Rogan, he went on Theo Vaughn, he talked to everyone and anyone who would listen to him, and that is exactly why we won and why young people left the Democratic Party in droves, continue to do so.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. An incredible product to sell. I hope to see that happen again in the midterms, though, because there is polling that suggests that we won't see it. A recent poll found that 35% of voters aged between 18 to 29 said they'd vote for the Republican candidate, which is down from 39% in their poll in May. What do you make of that? Because we've also seen polling and just how wrong the pollsters get it, because throughout 2024 we were told that Kamala Harris was ahead, and then it was neck and neck, and then of course Donald Trump won all swing states and the popular vote.
Yeah, you're exactly right. November 5th, 2024 taught me only fool to believe is the one on election day. And so I think that's the strategy we're going to be taking here. But we're not going to rest on our laurels. We're not just going to rest on the fact that we were able to achieve that monumental feat with young voters in 2024 and just think it's going to automatically happen in 2026. The strategy remains the same. We're going to go to where America's young people are. We're going to take our message of absolutely of hope, opportunity, and all those things that excited young people and brought them to our side to begin with, because we realize that unlike Democrats, we don't take these votes for granted. We don't believe that young people should vote for us because of so-called vibes. They should vote for us because of policy.
CJ Pearson, it's funny, 6 months on, leftist media still cannot cope that Donald Trump won, and if you watch outlets like MSNBC, this is their suggestion to the Democrat Party over how to win over young voters.
You're advising a Democratic politician on how to speak to young people and how to get them more engaged in Democratic politics. Do you say they've got to run on tax hikes? Is it a Bernie Sanders style campaign where you say I'm going to tax the billionaires? There shouldn't be a billionaire class. There should be more equity. Is it a Democratic socialist campaign? Is it what Zoran Mamdani is doing?
I think those messages are on the right track.
I mean, when someone as radical as Zoran Mamdani is the new face of the Democrats, I think they are in trouble. But before I get your thoughts on what the Democrats should do, what's your assessment of the mainstream media over in the US and the role it played in the election? We saw CNN describe Donald Trump's assassination attempt as a fall. MSNBC kept calling Donald Trump Hitler on repeat. I mean, what's going on with the media in the US?
These people just don't get it, and I think they just seem so committed to acting like clowns. It almost makes me want to go to every newsroom in America and just hand them a bunch of balloons. It's getting absolutely ludicrous, but, I'm okay with the media not getting it, because every single time they show that they don't get it, the American people were the same way in which they did in November. They resoundingly come out and support President Trump. And they spread all these ridiculous, baseless conspiracy theories about the president. The American people rejected it. Why? Because no one trusts people anymore, because all they know how to do is lie.
Well, someone else who still doesn't get it is MSNBC host Joy Reid. She's now launched a YouTube channel where she invites guests on to discuss the dangers of the MAGA movement. Look at this.
Some of the other like pundits or podcasts or certain shows is looking about playing or not. And I'm like, you could be so short-sighted. This is not a good movement to be attached to.
Yeah.
This is not. I can tell. And I'm saying that because I'm a Democrat and a liberal. No, I'm saying it is a toxic, dangerous, anti-American, anti-democratic movement.
Yeah, I don't think they're convincing anyone. But Joy Reid also went on Piers Morgan Uncensored recently, where she, of course, had to claim that Donald Trump ran a racial identity campaign, and the ICE deportations that are being carried out are not about removing people who are in the country illegally, but it is all about race. Masked federal agents sweeping up cooks, abuelas, people who work on farms, picking up dishwashers, any brown person, and Tom Homan said, based on one criteria being their appearance. It's overwhelmingly brown and some black people. We're not seeing them sweeping up white folks on the street. Donald Trump ran a racial identity campaign, and yeah, this is America. That is appealing to, unfortunately, a lot of Americans.
Well, actually, it would turn out to be very appealing to Latino Americans who voted for him in record numbers. More Latinos voted for him than voted for Kamala Harris, the non-white candidate. More Black Americans, African Americans voted for Trump this time round than first time round. So for this,
Statistically, what you're saying, the same number of blacks voted for him that
all Black Americans voted for Trump this time around.
Yes, Morgan is correct there. More black Americans voted for Trump last year than in 2020. So, Joy Reid just doesn't want to accept the truth. Why are we still hearing this fake narrative from people like her?
Yeah, Joy Reid is an absolute denial. It's probably why she got employed, to be quite frank with you. But I'll tell you what I actually saw here in the States. I saw black and brown Americans leave the Democrat Party in a way in which we've never seen before. When I went to black barbershops, when I went to black churches, I would often ask the question, what have the Democrats done for you lately? And every time I asked that question, they would scratch their head and say, you may have a point there. And so I think that these people are in denial because they're just so scared of what the reality of this actually means. If they lose their grip of the black community, their grip on power absolutely fades away. But another thing that actually drives me crazy is that Donald Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do. I know it's kind of a crazy thing for a politician to actually deliver on their promises, but Donald Trump said he was going to secure the southern border and deport illegal aliens. Black people support it, Latinos support it. Why? Because we're American citizens. Period.
Yeah, and he has a mandate to do it. He's delivering on his promises. This week we heard from Joe Biden's son, Hunter. He sat down with YouTube personality Andrew Callahan, where he unleashed on the Democrats. Let's just take a look.
David Axelrod, who had one success in his political life, and that was Barack Obama. And that was because of Barack Obama, not because of David Axelrod. And David Plouffe, and all of these guys, and the Pod Save America guys, who were junior speechwriters in, on Barack Obama's Senate staff, who have been dining out on a relationship with him for years, making millions of dollars. The Anita Dunns of the world, who's made $40, $50 million off the Democratic Party. They're all going to assert their judgment over a man who has figured out, unlike anybody else, how to get elected to the United States Senate over 7 times, how to pass more legislation than any president in history.
No, he's unbearable, but he has seemed to have offended the Pod Save America guys. They've responded to Hunter Biden, reminding him that he's a liability and should be ashamed. Listen to this.
Well, I mean, that's entitlement. They're like, Chip from Biden, his family, Asian migration is like, basically the president over your second term. It's very crazy. But one thing we know is that Hunter Biden, throughout Joe Biden's presidency, has put the addiction aside, because he was part of a sleazy Washington, as Tommy said, you were you compete right now as criminal justice system. You make violence worse. And the idea that
But in a sign of just how desperate the Democrats are, The Atlantic has put out a piece claiming that Hunter Biden's recent interview unveiled the straightforward, troubling aggression that the Democrat Party has been missing. So the Democrats actually considering making Hunter Biden the face of the party.
We will let you out.
These people, I don't even know where to start with unpacking this, right? Where was that energy being critical of Hunter Biden during the election? When we were saying that he was a liability, when we were saying that they engaged in a take-for-play scheme and used his last name to unduly benefit from the role and office of his father, where was that energy then? But now when Hunter Biden comes for them, they have, all the bad things in the world to say about him, but also, too, I welcome that Atlantic piece. Thank God for it, actually, because if the Democrats are this dumb, that they think that making Hunter Biden the face of their party is going to lead to electoral success, then they still haven't learned their lesson. And the best that they have on their bench is Jasmine Crockett and Hunter Biden. The Republicans are going to probably run this country for the next several decades. Thank God.
Yeah, well, look, either Hunter Biden or Zoran Mamdani, which was suggested on MSNBC. Do you have some free advice for the Democrats for them? It seems as though their party and its brand is just going from bad to worse.
I think so, absolutely. My advice for them would be simple. Is actually go out into real America. Leave your cozy apartment in New York City. Leave LA and actually go to Alabama, go to Georgia, go to Ohio, go to all these swing states that President Trump won resoundingly, and go talk to real people and ask them what they think of Jasmine Crockett and Hunter Biden. I think they'll tell you exactly what they think, and it might just be a little different than what they actually believe.
Stephen Gibson, RNC Youth Advisory Council co-chair, thank you so much for joining us on Power Hour. Really appreciate it.
We need to check in on the Human Rights Act. The theory is that they might be abused.
It's time for media meltdowns, and right now the leftist media is not coping with the cancellation of Stephen Colbert's show, a program which, as we discussed earlier this week, was tanking in the ratings and losing tens of millions of dollars a year.
That's what I mean. The criminals are looked at. This government is more obsessed at the moment trying to determine whether or not it should recognize Palestine as a separate state than it is on governing its own country. We make a song and dance and we talk about the need to protect Ukraine's sovereignty, but we're not protecting our own. We say the same about Palestine.
Here are 3 tips to becoming a pro player in Raid Shadow Legends. Number 1, choose Kale as your starting champion. While all 4 starters are decent champions, Kale has great poison abilities that can deal some serious damage to the clans. Now there's someone I'd love to have on my team. Tip number 2, don't be too quick to use rare champions as food. Rare, epic, and legendary champions can become faction dark.
So I want to give you an update on Donald Trump's global trade war.
What's going on today?
Well, he met with the EU, right, Ursula, and they're saying they have some sort of deal or framework, I should say. You saw it. What do you think?
Yeah, at least they, stand together and take the hands.
Yeah, because normally when he does this, it's actually by Twitter, or he just sends you a letter and he's like, okay, what is this supposed to mean, right?
Yeah, but they didn't sign it yet, right?
Yeah, that's the key, because one of the things you want to look for into this stuff is what are the details. The EU and the USA haven't released any sort of document or any details.
Any
with
detail,
that.
right?
Yeah, because usually I work with both sides to write something together. They'll release term sheet or whatever. At least give us something. and then theoretically, if they did sign something, right? Yeah, exactly. They could use it for the EU. See them sign off and go from there. Over there, but.
Yeah, when I saw this, it kind of she's kind of babysitting Trump.
Yeah.
Because, they at least made a 50% deal, right? Whatever. And, everyone knows that he can change his mind very end.
Right.
So, for her, it's at least 15%. Oh, can we make big deal? Lucy, can we do it?
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
It was really weird, and what you were saying before is that it felt like Donald was a baby, and you have to kind of give him a kind of thing.
Yeah, you don't want a crying baby.
Yeah, smiling baby is better than crying baby. Even if you have to tell him, oh, that's a good one. Here's a huge, the biggest human. Yeah. When she said huge, that's when I knew it was obvious. Like, it was just weird to say, only Trump said beating so I do that. The funniest thing is Korea's going to play Trump a similar kind of way.
Yeah.
So they got this proposal going. That's just an R news. Do you know what the proposal's called?
Make America
shipbuilding.
Shipbuilding great again?
Yeah, for real. That's the report, is that we've got this PowerPoint thing floating around.
Friends, how are you? It is absolutely fantastic to see you yet another videos, and today
we are going to talk about the carnage and destruction that Donald Trump is causing to America's economy, especially in the tourism sector, because that is what's going on right now. We are right here in the middle of tourism season in America, and we are seeing massive slowdown and huge hits to America's economy, all based off of Donald Trump's policies. And I have a friend over there in Canada that I've met through YouTube. You guys might want to check him out. His channel is called Garden Elite, and he is a reliable source for my information on what some Canadians are thinking or feeling about Donald Trump and his absolute nonsense. This dude makes really good videos, Garden Elite. I like him a lot. And I don't know how much coal I actually have here on YouTube, but he's sitting right there around 38,000 subscribers. Do we have what it takes to get him his first 40,000? Are we able to send 2,000 people over there to press that subscribe button for him? I don't fucking know. We're going to see. We're going to find out, my friends. But anyways, there is absolute destruction to the United States economy right now because of Donald Trump's policies having to do with tariffs, having to do with foreign relations, such as having a country is America's 51st state, all because he's jealous because his wife and his daughter both have a crush on Justin Trudeau. And that's not cool for Donald Trump to make him very jealous because he also has a crush on his daughter. And I know that I kind of make I know Ivanka's kind of an asshole. I feel terrible that she is the daughter of a sexual predator and has to have that weighing on her at all times. So I don't know if I necessarily like that joke anymore. It's good for taking a shot at Donald, but Ivanka was definitely a victim in some way or another because of her perverted father. But we're going to talk about Canada's response to America and how it has been extremely effective. And sometimes I hear
what I've heard consistently from Mark Carney is that he wants Canada to have energy dominance and be an energy superpower, and that he wants us to diversify our markets, starting with doing more trade with each other. That's what the MOU is about today, is how can we find a way to support each other, and then in addition to that, find a way to get to new markets. That's the only way I think that Canada will be able to have the security, the energy security we're looking for. And it's not just energy. Once we have those routes that are established, and we can build out rail line and port infrastructure, that's great for food export.
She's the only woman who turned down Jeff Bezos 3 times, and rumor has it, Lauren Sanchez's plastic surgery was modeled after her. She is Sofia Vergara, the woman who'd rather stick to her principles than marry the world's richest man. Rule 1, she never depends on a man's money. At 17, she supported her family with Pepsi ads. Later, she earned $500,000 per episode on Modern Family. By 2024, her net worth exceeded $180 million. Bezos tried to woo her with grand gifts, even a private island. She walked away without hesitation. Rule 2, family comes first. In 2015, she married Joe Manganiello, who put his career aside to be with her. From birthdays to holidays, red carpets to dinners, he was always present. Bezos missed 7 straight Christmases with his kids during Amazon's crucial years. To her, no wealth compensates for absence. Rule 3, relationships must be honest and clean. Sofia believes one must end before another begins. She opposes infidelity and sees any overlap, like when Bezos and Sanchez went public before her. She's the only woman who turned down Jeff Bezos 3 times, and rumor has it, Lauren Sanchez's plastic surgery was modeled after her.
Consuming 4,337 calories a day. It's supposed to be 2,500. Yeah, what's your
teach her how to collect those things too.
Wes Watson would have you believe he went from having millions through illicit means to being a feared and respected inmate, to re-attaining his freedom and his wealth, this time by inspiring and motivating others to become their best self.
Because he looks at his family and he says, I won't let you down, I don't care, I'd rather die. He doesn't just say it. He gets up every day and he lives it.
That's certainly a more poetic profile than a bald, roided, woman-beating manlet with a micro who needs to scam people to make a living.
But people need to understand how much pain I've gone through.
That's a bag of trash, dude. You got 10-inch arms and I'll smack your fat.
Only one of those is true, and today we'll find out which. Wesley Thomas Watson was born in 1983 in San Diego, California. But besides that, very little is known about his early life outside of what he says about it. He describes his parents as great role models for always staying together, and his father in particular is described as being a provider with a great work ethic. Despite this, Wes claims he always felt his dad didn't make enough money, which made him crave to achieve what his dad failed to, making as much money as possible by any means necessary.
I grew up lower middle class. We always had problems with bills. We were never super poor or nothing, but we just had problems making it every month. So, like, my goal was to not hear about money problems, so I started hustling.
I should note that this is what Wes claims, but as we'll find out, he can be quite delusional when the topic of money comes up. If this was indeed the case, this is the earliest instance of Wes's lifelong pattern of judging people exclusively on how much money they make, then immediately getting in trouble for it. Supposedly, because of his family's financial troubles, he began hustling when he was just 11 years old. And by hustling, I mean the criminal kind.
How did you make money when you were 12 years old?
Oh, selling them.
At 12 years old?
Oh, yeah, always. I remember I was in the back of a car going to, like, Mardi Gras in downtown San Diego, and I'm, like, 13. And I got, like, a bunch of 3-bag sacks that felt me like a drop sack, like a bag full of, like, 20 grams of.
This is quite unusual since entry-level pushers, especially preteen ones, wouldn't be trusted to handle that much volume. It's hard not to be skeptical from the get-go when Wes is describing himself as the middle school El Chapo. What makes it even more dubious is that despite how many times he's disavowed his past lifestyle, he always sounds proud of what he used to do, borderline bragging about how much he was moving, the money he was making, or the luxury cars and properties he supposedly owned. Emphasis on supposedly. A much more believable version of his story is that Wes, a snowboarding teenager, was a pothead who didn't want to pay for his habit anymore, so he started selling it.
By the time I was 14 or 15, I was like, I need to get it for free. So obviously the natural progression was to start slinging. So I get myself like a quarter ounce. I still remember it till this day. I had a little clear box with each gram in it. I thought I was doing big things.
This version of the story, which he stuck to back when his content wasn't just him screaming at the top of his lungs, is a lot more realistic and actually has some evidence to back it up, since he does appear in some snowboarding video montages. Obviously, all of this is highly contradictory to his tall tales about being the 11-year-old Pablo Escobar, but you might as well get used to contradictions, as there are a whole lot more ahead of us. Part of what also points to the fact that Wes wasn't a big-time dealer like he claims is that, by his own admission, he was caught multiple times with substances, but in amounts so small that they never got him in serious trouble with the law. What did get him the sizable prison sentence that he built his entire career as an influencer off of was an incident that took place in late 2009. A man by the name of Ruben Carvajal owed about $5,000 to his plug, Noah Bloom, who had fronted him, meaning Ruben was supposedly to resell the product he bought to pay him back. Noah also owed money to his supplier, Jeffrey. So, to settle it all in one fell swoop, Ruben agreed to a deal where he'd sell them more high-quality ZA for cheap. However, when the three men met to negotiate, Jeffrey brought someone else to the sit-down, none other than Wes Watson. According to court statements, Noah had no idea what was about to happen and continued to negotiate the terms of their deal. Meanwhile, Ruben had brought a pound with him to prove that he had the supply to pay them back, although it didn't seem to be high quality like he had promised. All of a sudden, Wes butted in and asked if there was more of it. When Ruben replied, saying he'd left the rest of his supply in Los Angeles, Wes immediately attacked him. With the help of Jeffrey, Wes beat Ruben unconscious, stole the pound he'd brought with him, and proceeded to burglarize his house. This is a far cry from the level 99 mafia boss he painted himself to be, as not only is Wes clearly acting as Jeffrey's enforcer here, but Jeffrey himself was so low on the ladder that he also had to get his hands dirty. While there were some some divergences in their testimonies, everyone involved in the situation had one thing in common. They testified and named Wes as the person who initiated the assault. This meant that not only was he a low-level enforcer, but he might have actually been invited to take the fall when things went sour. Adding to this narrative is the fact that Wes himself admits to being looped out of the game due to being heavily addicted to speed and alcohol at this point, meaning he was the perfect mark for it. In his defense, Wes attempted to provide an alibi, claiming he was having dinner with a certain Mr. and Mrs. Miller, with whom he was living with at the time. This alibi was promptly rejected, as the picture he provided as evidence of this showed him with hair, when at the time of the incident he had shaved his head. Eventually, the Miller couple was contacted, and though it seems they made an attempt to support his alibi, they reported having gone to bed around 8 p.m., meaning they couldn't. Though it's possible the whole living with the Miller couple thing was just something his defense came up with to try and alibi him out of the situation. Wes has a history of saying he owned multiple properties and was regularly going to clubs during the time this stuff took place. Why would he have to lie and say he was living out of some random couple's place? And additionally, are they really a random couple? Because he's on the record a bunch talking about living with his grandparents, and it's possible their last names aren't Watson if we're talking about his maternal grandparents. Of course, I'm just speculating here, but it does strike me as odd that he does not seem to have been living with these people during the time the incident went down. According to him, it took 8 months for law enforcement to catch him. And once again, he contradicts himself because 8 months later, he had already been convicted. I'll concede this may just be him misremembering, but in another video where he talks about how his arrest went down, more strange details emerge. For one, he prefaces the story by saying he was living at his girlfriend's house at that point in time, not his own. It's odd how this guy who has multiple houses is never at one of his own places. Eventually, YouTuber Jesse on Fire, whose wife, Gabrielle, knew Wes's girlfriend from this time period, gave direct context for this.
He lived with Gabrielle's friend prior to going to jail. I think it was maybe 18 months to 2 years before he went to jail. So clearly, well after he said he was driving Lamborghini doors and making 80 grand every 10 days, okay? He didn't have money for rent. He did not pay for bills. He lived with her, and he lived with her 2 other friends that lived there before him, and then he had to move in with his girl because he didn't have money. And the 2 other girls hated him so much that they moved out. They're like, I didn't sign up to live with your dude who's totally crazy and is not contributing to bills, and so they left.
Besides that, Wes admitted to still being addicted at the time of his arrest, which he euphemizes as being on a sick one and staying up for several days. As for the actual arrest, which supposedly happened right as he left the gym, he claims that a U.S. Marshal with an AR trained on him suddenly approached him, which I'm safely assuming is more embellishment. Once he realized what was happening, Wes recalls thinking that this was something related to a probation violation. But based on the available court documents about this case, none of his charges had anything to do with probation. Beyond these questionable pieces of information, we also have the matter of how much time he actually spent in prison. While he constantly channels Phil Leotardo and takes every opportunity to brag about having done 10 years in the can, it's a matter of public record that he was sentenced to 9 years, not 10. But maybe he meant 10 years if you include the time he spent in jail, which wouldn't be included in his formal prison sentence. And maybe there's a little rounding up involved. Well, even factoring that in, his own Facebook page reveals that, by June 2019, he was already free and working with multiple clients as a fitness coach and personal trainer. Now, I'm no mathematician, but I think mid-2010 to mid-2019 makes for 9 years, and that's being as generous as possible. In his video with his mom, they both talk about it taking 1.5 years to 2 years until he had set up his business, and clearly, by mid-2019, he had set it up, which would place his release at early 2018 at the latest. In his video about his paperwork, a topic I'll touch back on later, he shows his file, and although I'm thankfully not familiar with this kind of documentation, it does look a lot like right at the top of his file, you can see the words type A release date, and underneath it, a date for July 2018. If that date represents when he was slated to be released, and assuming he got arrested somewhere between November 2009, when he committed the assault, and July 2010, when he was convicted, this means that even if you count potential jail time along with his prison sentence, he was locked up for 8 years at the absolute most. Now, the point of investigating this detail isn't as if him having done 8 years is somehow insignificant compared to him doing 10 years, but it is worth considering that the very foundation of his online identity may rest on lies and deception since the very moment he began posting. But to make a long story short, he was arrested and stayed inside for the better part of a decade, during which he struggled for years to stop abusing and selling substances. When he finally managed to get those issues under control, he claims he began devoting himself to fitness almost obsessively, as a way to control the very little he still had power over while in prison. Besides his substance abuse, there was one major problem that West knew he had to get a grip on: his gooning addiction. It's worse for your health than any substance you can think of. But fortunately, we at Turkey Tom Enterprises have come up with a surefire solution: the Stop Gooning Hat. The Stop Gooning Hat is back on turkeytom.shop, the latest and greatest in anti-gooning technology. This hat will prevent you, your ex-wife, your parents, your children, and all of your friends from walking down, perhaps even gooning down a very, very dark path. Thanks to its impactful design, I recently started wearing this hat myself, and I immediately went from being a loser basement dweller who talks about weird people on the internet to, it's available for a limited time only, so get it right now before it's gone at turkeytom.shop. I repeat, turkeytom.shop. Now back to the video. While there were many obstacles in his way, he learned how to diet and figured out how to exercise, despite having no actual weights, due to them being frequently taken away from the inmates. Along with learning about fitness, West began reading quote books. Literally, just books compiling proverbial wisdom and quotes from a variety of people. As unusual as that may sound, this is one of the claims that I find believable, given his propensity to just sporadically rattle off random quotes in his videos and expound on their meaning while relating them to his experience. It's actually quite fitting for him to be unable to read actual full books and only short excerpts. And if you think otherwise, here's Wes detailing one of his brilliant experiences with literature.
All I did was read the Bible cover to cover like 5 times. I really thought, this is crazy, this might piss people off, but this is the reality of what it is. I thought the Bible was just so confusing that that's what its purpose was. To just, when you're going through hard times, to just read the most confusing thing in the world to where it just literally distracted you from all your pain.
On the other hand, some aspects of his prison experience have been chronically doubted over the years. It's not worth it to get into the details of it, but over hundreds of videos, Wes talks about taking part in prison riots, running hardcore yards, and putting in work, which could mean anything from carrying some drugs for the gang you're in, all the way to taking someone's life. Going back to his paperwork, we can see that he has a couple of extra charges for drug possession and taking part in a hunger strike. So while it is certain that he engaged in some extracurricular activities during his stay at the big house, you have to take his word for pretty much all the rest. Oh, and there's one other thing about his paperwork. He proudly hooped it. What's hooping, you may be asking? Well, it's when a prisoner sticks some contraband up his soft interior premium leather man wallets. Not only did he do it, but he also strongly recommends it as a practice.
You're gonna go strip out, you get that butthole check going, they always love that, they gotta make sure you're ready. My paperwork's hooped. Do you have to hoop your paperwork? No. Do you like to show up on point like me? You better.
I know it's low-hanging fruit to make fun of this, and everyone who's covered this guy has done it, but when a big buff white guy is shouting about how important it is to keep your files safely tucked away in your booty, how can you not find it funny? After 8 long years of hooping his paperwork and putting in work for the big homies,
and my homies sat there and dug me out,
Wes was finally released and spent the next year and a half living out of his grandma's house while putting together his coaching business. And if his Facebook posts are to be trusted, he did, at least initially, have a lot of success with his clients. To give credit where credit is due, and whether he was being truthful about personally experiencing these things or not, the first few dozen or so of his videos that he uploaded to his YouTube channel are actually quite entertaining. The combination of grisly stories about the inner workings of the prison system, with motivational quotes cautioning his viewers away from material gain and pleasure seeking as a source of validation, made for pretty effective messaging.
The second I lose that connection with my people, the second I validate myself with monetary gain, the second I'm looking at anything other for that day than to be appreciative and be grateful, my life goes to. It don't matter if I'm in that new Benz. It don't matter if I got that new pad. It don't matter if I have no more money concerns by my own admission. It don't matter.
Another staple of these early videos was Wes's delivery, which was mostly stable calm, making the moments where he did raise the intensity in his voice either impactful or extremely funny.
Prison, food, first off, food. I remember this fool, man. He died. Rest in peace. His name was Evil. Now this he has a 7-inch banger hanging out his ass when they strip us out. And never on somebody's dreams. First you strip out, you show them your butthole. So in the penitentiary, my morning program was always the same. I wake up, I go take a right away. You say you never take a day off, but do you get sick? And I'm like, no, I don't believe in getting sick. I don't even participate in that. He had Hitler on his face right here, Chucky on the other side. I mean, a swastika, his whole back. He was actually, people are going to make fun of this, but he was a good motherfucker. Two dudes in the gym right now talking about how men aren't men anymore. And they both got both of them got teeth. And they're talking about how men aren't men anymore. These motherfuckers, by definition, are crossing gender lines willingly. They only know you by your butthole in there. They see my face, and they're like, oh, who are you again? And then I just bend over, I show them the butthole. Oh, Wes Watson, how you doing, bro? What's up? Nice to meet you again. People even trip on me when I sit down to use the toilet out here, because when I sit down to piss, I sit facing the wall and pull my out the side of my shorts, and they're wondering, when they ask me about my Himalayan salt, Google it, homie, Google it, homie. Homie, Google it. Homie, can you Google it? Google it.
These videos quickly erupted in viewership, with many of them accumulating millions of views in a very short time, successfully ingratiating Wes with the online prison content community. He was already collaborating with other content creators in this sphere, and for about a year, things were going up exponentially for Wes. But come 2020, they started to change. As he slowly ran out of prison stories to tell, his content started shifting away from it and toward exclusively motivational material and promotion of his self-mastery coaching program, although it appears that most links for it are now broken. However, if you look hard enough, you can still find the link for his program, where you can see that he offered different tiers of direct access to his coaching. The prices ranged from $50 all the way up to the most premium ones that cost $3,000 per month and beyond. And there were options for business mentorship that further increased the price to amounts up to $25,000. I'm leaving the prices vague and the services he provides vague because, well, he leaves them vague. There are other places in which he can be seen charging hundreds to thousands of dollars with seemingly randomized tiers in exchange for promises of custom nutrition, training programs, and weekly Zoom calls. Off of these services, he claims to make up to $200,000 daily and up to $2 million monthly. Sound like a lie? It almost certainly is. Though there's no doubt he was making a decent amount of money in the Hustlers University kind of way, he likely exaggerates it a lot because part of what he's selling to people is the promise that they can become like him. Literally, he coaches people to become coaches and tells them they can make the kind of money he claims to be making. This is like a hybrid between social engineering and a pyramid scheme. While his content was notably becoming diluted as the years went on, it only really started becoming bad in 2022. As other prison channels piled on, poking holes into Wes's prison stories and his claims that he put on all of his muscle naturally, Wes's content nosedived in quality as it went down another peg. From motivational content to downright get-rich-quick scheme tier slop. All while he showed off sports cars and mega mansions.
So they saw me get out of prison. They saw me go from my grandma's house to my first loft, to my first condo, to my first Rolls Royce. Now I have 2 mansions, 3 Rolls Royces, 3 Lamborghinis. I make close to $3 million a month.
If you're at all familiar with how these social media influencers like to do things, you don't even gotta wonder if it's bought or rented. It's all rented. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Also in 2022, we see another major hypocrisy rear its head. Over the past years of his content, Wes speaks almost constantly about how his greatest vice, above drugs and above material validation, is his anger, and how much he prioritized keeping it under control and not exploding on people, because in his estimation, he would instantly go back to jail for good if he failed to do so. Initially, it seems like this really mattered to him.
And I call moms. First thing you do is call moms when something bad happens. So I hit moms up, and I'm like, Mom, I'm in the shoe, some bad happened, I'm going to be here a long time, very long time. It's rough, you know. And she goes, she just put me in tears whenever I speak about it. But she says, you've proven you can hurt people. Can you prove you can't? Because at that moment, I realized how weak I was for continually falling victim to something that caused me and my family so much pain.
But over time, it seems he settled into his ex-con tough guy persona and began letting his real self show.
I was just down the street at a very successful man's shop where I dropped my wife off to get some beauty stuff done.
You dropped your wife off with a...
Well, you can go there. I'll you up right here if you say anything about my goddamn wife. I swear to God. So don't say nothing right there, bro. Stop right there. Stop right there, okay? And don't say anything about dropping my wife off. I dropped her off at a beauty place.
I was curious.
Okay, yeah, but you were starting to go somewhere, right?
I was just curious.
Yeah, but 100% don't go there.
That skinny little kid better watch out. Wes is so huge he could pick that kid up and hoop his entire body. No problem. In that clip, they're both talking about Wes's wife, Valerie, a tattoo artist and model he'd been with for a couple of years and married in late 2021. In a video from around the time they got married, Wes talked about having struggled with unspecified issues revolving around addiction and anger in his relationship. But But it was in the context of having overcome those issues. Well, doesn't seem like those issues were really overcome, as in early to mid-2022, Valerie made a series of posts talking about her relationship with Wes, revealing that it had all fallen apart due to domestic violence situations.
Pretty much all my got tossed out. Like, I went out the first time I was actually, like, on a psychiatric hold, and he had already had somebody, like, living with him that found on the internet that's, like, an escort. I don't know who she is. But no, he does not follow any rules that he gives you guys, and it's to the point where it's disgusting. He's physically hurt me so many times that it's unforgivable.
After telling her followers about it, she expressed that, at least at the time, she had no interest in sharing the evidence she had of what took place, as she fully intended to press charges and deal with it through court. Now, while I wasn't able to find it due to how fickle the presence of these videos are on platforms like Instagram and TikTok, Reddit users have discussed another video in which Valerie and Wes argue over her supposedly buying too many pairs of sunglasses. Must be real expensive sunglasses to put a dent on his $2 million a month income. Eventually, one of the users replied to his thread corroborating Valerie's claims that Wes was already seeing someone else when he kicked her out of the house that she was living in with her son, whom Wes previously bragged about adopting. A little while after these allegations were made and they separated, Valerie surfaced in an interview with the channel Cinemills, where she spoke about what had happened, reiterating her claims, but with a noticeably generous tone about Wes, almost as if the reality of what had happened hadn't fully materialized, and she halfway justified his actions. Due to there being no easily available evidence backing her up at the time, and the fact that she herself admitted to attracting that kind of situation, as well as struggling with alcohol abuse during the time she was with Wes, her claims were easy to dismiss. However, I'll briefly skip ahead on the timeline here. Years after this breakup took place, their divorce proceedings were stalling, and Wes continued to occasionally mention her and her son in his videos, and say that he still loved her, while suggesting that she was the problematic person in the relationship. When she got fed up with this situation, Valerie decided to once again speak out about her experience with Wes. After ranting about how much it was weighing on her, she finally shared the evidence she'd spoken about a few years prior.
Wes opens that little window so I can't even use the restroom in privacy. And he just closed it so he wouldn't be recorded. And now he's crying outside the restroom door. What are you doing?
Along with this video came the pictures of her bruises, including one that resulted from him kicking her in the head, a move we'll later come to find out is his forte. It shouldn't really be surprising that a convicted felon did what a convicted felon does, but still, it's jarring to actually see the aftermath of an assault of this kind. Unfortunately, all of this wasn't easily accessible in 2022, but people were already growing quite suspicious of Wes's public persona. After Valerie did the interview in August, things did stay silent for a few months, until the Wes Watson subreddit started getting more and more momentum as it picked apart the house of cards that was his life. They quickly found out the obvious. He did not own the mansion and was only renting it to make videos. But the further they looked into how he conducted his business, the more it became evident that Wes wasn't just a grifter, but instead a full-on serial scammer who didn't even bother to give his clients the bare minimum of what he promised. By early 2023, we have one of the largest and most significant posts that tried to reveal just exactly how Wes operated his quote-unquote coaching. A Reddit user by the name of the Dutch Demon made a thread titled, "How Wes Watson Almost Scammed Me at a $1,500, introducing it by saying that he'd been a fan of Wes for years and had his interest peaked when he discovered Wes offered not only a fitness program, but also a business program, which supposedly had turned many of his followers rich in a short period of time. With these great results in mind, in October 2022, Dutch decided to shoot Wes a DM, expressing interest, while admitting that he didn't have the necessary $3,000 to pay for it in full. At which point, Wes gave him a generous discount at 50%. You heard right, he cut the price by half. What a charitable man.
You fold it over so many times, it's this big. Look at it's this big. You put a glove around it 3 or 4 times, you twist it up, and you shove it up your ass.
The insanity began almost instantly, when Dutch, being in a different time zone, thought Wes had either forgotten about or missed their scheduled phone call. When Dutch texted Wes about it, he immediately started chewing him out and saying he was going to have to pay the other half of the amount if he ever wanted to work with Wes. Despite this overreaction, Dutch took Wes's words to heart and apologized for bothering him, which did manage to calm calm him down for the time being, and the two eventually scheduled the next call. The thing is, they didn't talk about making any more payments, so Dutch assumed that Wes had changed his mind about rescinding his discount. When the time for the next call came, it was rescheduled again, and again, and again. For the next 3 months, Dutch never managed to actually get on a call with Wes, and of course, his suspicions started to grow. When Wes finally grew tired of jerking this guy around, he suddenly remembered the $1,500 thing and decided to use it as an excuse as to why he had no obligation to ever get on a call with Dutch, and told him to just get a refund. I mean, it's pretty mean-spirited to keep leading someone on like this just to cancel on them repeatedly until you tell them to refund the money, but at least he was going to get a refund, right? Well, think again. The first thing Dutch noticed when he began to scrutinize the replies he got from Wes was that on Instagram, Wes typed a certain way and expressed being very aware of why their first meeting didn't take place, saying that it got moved around. Meanwhile, Wes on Trainerize, the specific app that Wes required his course takers to use, expressed having no idea what happened and even speculated that it might have just gotten canceled. This immediately tipped Dutch off to realize that Wes had someone else running the Trainerize. But the worst is yet to come. When Dutch tried to get the refund Wes told him to get, he contacted Trainerize's support only to find out that he wasn't eligible to get any money back due to the fact that it had been 3 months since he had made the appointment. 3 months. Exactly how long Wes spent leading this guy on before telling him to get a refund. Almost as if that was a deliberate move to try to squeeze $1,500 out of this guy without moving a finger. Fortunately, when Dutch talked to his bank, he did get his refund. But it wasn't because Wes was contacted and agreed to it or anything. When Dutch's bank reached out to Wes and his team, they simply did not respond whatsoever for an entire month. For many people, this was the testimony that flipped the switch, and suddenly, dozens of people came out of the woodwork to share similar stories about trying to work with Wes. Whether they still resonated with Wes's message or not, his followers slowly came to the realization that regardless of what he said in the videos, his actions told a very different story. Comments under Dutch's post remark on his online presence jumping the shark and becoming exclusively about money, as well as speculating that the testimonies from people who worked with Wes were probably astroturfing, which is when fake posts are made to trick real people into falling for a narrative. On this very thread, there were some posts that were hardcore going to bat in Wes's defense that raised suspicions. And while obviously it could just be dedicated fans of his, scammers paying for human botnets to run defense for them online is definitely not unheard of. Given the only thing keeping Wes from going broke is people seeing him as trustworthy and falling for his scam, it'd make more sense to put some money toward maintaining his image. Even people who were aware of Valerie's claims about Wes, but were initially dismissive of her, were reconsidering the things she said when they got to interact with him directly. Another recurring aspect of followers' interactions with him is the consistency with which he's just very rude to potential clients, as if they were wasting his time by asking him perfectly reasonable questions about what his program offered. Sadly, this lack of respect he demonstrated wasn't enough to stop others from going through with paying for his plan. Some expressed that they had a better experience with his fitness program as opposed to his business program. But even this wasn't a universal experience. For example, Reddit user King Andrew described directly informing Wes that he had back issues and couldn't deadlift. But when his supposedly customized training program came back, it was the default training he sent to everyone, including deadlifts, of course. As for his dieting advice, it was as blunted as his training advice, as he told every client of his to be in a severe calorie deficit regardless of whether losing weight was their objective or not. In King Andrew's case, he followed it and had his testosterone levels plummet to that of an 80-year-old man, something that a severe calorie deficit is known to cause. After following his program and not getting the results he wanted, he tried talking to Wes during one of the calls and asked him a few questions, only for Wes to ignore his questions, change the subject, and eventually flip out on him and block him, despite Andrew having paid for another month worth of his program that he never got, and no refunds either. Andrew closes his post speculating that Wes is still very much a danger to society and will eventually find his way back to prison. How prophetic. Over time, the subreddit became filled to the brim with people telling the exact same story, enjoying his early content on YouTube, sometimes even getting something out of his fitness program, then getting on his business program, only to get nothing for the money. And inevitably, it always ends the same way too. They try to get Wes to make follow-ups and answer their questions, but it exclusively results in him getting mad, blocking them, and refusing to refund their money, forcing them to talk to their bank or credit card company to get a chargeback. Additionally, the users of the subreddit noticed that whenever a new expose thread went up, dozens of positive slide threads were created to crowd out the negative ones. Whenever the clearly alt accounts behind these slide threads posted to the negative threads, it was always to threaten others with lawsuits for defamation and slander. These alts didn't survive for long though, as the two main ones behind the spam to the subreddit got suspended. Eventually, even his fitness program was revealed to be a complete sham, as Wes was unable to provide any decent answers for whenever people asked him basic diet questions on call, going as far as to call the person who asked it a dumbass and telling them to uppercut themselves. Another great anecdote is when someone told him they had an elbow injury, and his response was to send a screenshot of a Google image search for elbow rehab movements. Eventually, this discussion broke out of Reddit and made its way to YouTube, where it gained even more traction, since, unlike Reddit, the people talking about their experiences with Wes's program had their faces attached to it. One of the first people to break it was fellow prison and fitness channel Joey Stacks, who got a good amount of traction in late 2024.
Wes Watson is not your online coach, guys. Everybody who goes and signs up for Wes Watson's online coaching program probably has Joe Schmo really coaching him. Wes sits back and does absolutely nothing for your coaching, guys.
As more people came forward, it became clearer and clearer that behind all the con artist babble front-loading the program, Wes is really just charging $20,000 for people to get on a phone call with him. And even getting on that call isn't a sure deal. Eventually, YouTuber Spencer Cornelia, whose content is centered around covering scammers and shady con artists, dropped his own video on Wes, which actually included some recordings from people who paid for the program and actually got the phone call. I'll let you tell me if this is worth paying $20,000 for.
What's up, Wes? Just wanted to hop on here real quick and thank you for everything. I know you don't got a lot of time, but
if you're not asking a question, I'm gonna fucking kill you. If you're not asking a question, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I put you out on motherfucking time. You can ask a question or you just and thank you, because you can text me that motherfucker. I don't take it kindly. I don't give a.
At what point do I restructure the offering?
Wait till you get there. Jesus Christ, bro. Like, why are we talking about hypotheticals? You're not even close to that.
Yeah, I'm approaching a number that I feel like
You're not. You don't even have any business. Shut up.
Nothing has calories, you idiot. There's calories in protein. What are you talking about? Are you brain dead? We'll call it fasting then. That's the deal. It's not called fasting, you idiot. I'm saying fast. You know what? Don't you just be Pablo? Your fucking ass. Sit your ass down. You guys, listen. You need to be smarter with your goddamn questions. You're wasting.
Wes, I know. I heard you say that before to do some research. I was doing research, you know. It was just like it basically amounted to like amino acid pills.
When I was 13, I literally understood the question you're asking. At 13.
As damaging as these clips were on their own, another thing Spencer brought attention to was one video from another prison YouTuber, Convict's Perspective, who managed to get a hold of Wes's prison record, showing that he'd done all of his prison time outside of the state of California, meaning every single one of his stories about prison were also complete fiction. Lastly, Spencer also covered Wes's delayed response to Valerie, in which he says that she was the domestic abuser, not him, and that she allegedly tried to hurt his mom. Again, these are all allegations and not something that has been formally cleared up in court, but given we have pictures of Valerie's bruises and a video of Wes charging at her, the evidence only really points in one direction. Despite the scammer angle of Wes Watson's online persona being confirmed beyond the shadow of a doubt, people continue to be gullible enough to fall for his shtick to the tune of $30,000 and even $40,000. It would be very unfortunate if this is all the story amounted to, a con man who got away with it. But guys like Wes never get tired of pushing their luck. In early 2024, Wes incurred a curse upon his head by directly engaging with the Forbidden One.
Get up by my pad, run into the man right here. What's up? Miami's like that. It's a movie.
Given Wes's superhuman hooping capabilities, this was like an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. Very soon after this, the Diddy curse struck, and the catalyst of Wes's downfall took place when he made the mistake of taking part in a Fresh and Fit podcast panel. When the host of the Crucible podcast, Andrew Wilson, expressed skepticism about his money-centric worldview, Wes decided to spend the next few minutes making a complete fool out of himself.
I'm just asking, do you have money?
I just said no. I'm broke.
I'm a nobody.
Like, really, you are?
Yeah.
Like, how much money you got?
Probably $5 in my pocket. Not much more.
Can anyone answer for the guy?
Why do they think I'm kidding? I have a family. I take care of an entire family.
If you ain't fit, you can't say it's not all about being in good shape.
Why not? After you make X amount, hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you look at these studies done on this, it does not.
I don't fit no study.
It does not hugely improve a person's
Are
life.
you proud of who
Bro,
you are?
why
Well,
don't
look, are you proud? If you look in the mirror, would you guys say this proud of who he is? That's a bag of trash, dude. Pull your
because I've been.
Tell me you're proud.
Because
of
I've been in prison.
Jesus Christ!
Because
look
I've been
at
in
you.
prison.
You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have.
No, they go to prison where they get.
Never been to prison. Look,
That's what
shit
happens.
you don't know.
They go to prison where
You get your ass beat in front of him.
This thing out and then.
We can have different opinions.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to where I was at.
Who's?
Yeah. Okay, prison. But anyway, if you want to follow the successful mantra of a man who tells you he's reformed from prison, understand why they might have gone there to begin with.
This on its own was bad enough for Wes, as he was clearly trying to take part in the conversation, and also clearly coming up short as far as explanations that went beyond quotes. And so he had to default to insulting this guy's appearance. But almost immediately, it gets even worse.
That a rejection of materialism is something missing in society, and I do think that true wealth is the family, and I think that true wealth is having a wife, and true wealth, that is what I think it is. And that is what I think truly success is being able to go home and look your family in the face and know that you're doing everything you can to support them. That's
then
what
when
I
you
think
go to the
success
beach
is.
with your family, they're like, there's my stud dad right there standing there.
Do you have-
that stud right there with his shirt off.
Agree to disagree.
We can have
we can move on, but Jesus Christ, men don't have tits. We can agree on that. Physically,
men usually have hair. We can agree on that too.
He has
Physically.
crossed over gender barriers.
I think we can see each side had
By choice, crossing gender barriers. By growing.
Okay. Come on, man.
You fat little. Bro, seriously. Like,
All right.
should I just smack the dude in front of everyone just for the whole
No.
Because he wouldn't do shit.
All right.
This is the thing about life.
No.
You shouldn't talk. You shouldn't back up. You shouldn't. And people like this think they can talk to someone like me like that. They really think they can. He knows he wouldn't do shit about it, and that's the problem.
It's embarrassing enough to have to resort to making violent threats during an argument, but it's even more embarrassing when your threat is just, this guy thinks he can talk to me like that, right after the guy talked to him like that, and he did nothing. It's like he really got used to acting tough to his camera in his empty rented house.
Look at that.
Do you have children?
I do have children.
How many?
I have 2.
You have 2. So, are you saying that your Bugatti and your money and everything else is worth more than your children?
Like, my dad's a superhero. Look what he brought to the table.
Not only did he have no response to Andrew's question about whether his cars were worth more than his kids, Wes had to resort to stretching the truth to even engage with him, since he doesn't actually have kids. He was just seeing a chick who did, although we'll get to that later. While these clips already made waves on their own as the wider public began to see what a goofball Wes truly was, they were magnified to a much broader audience when a month later, it was re-uploaded to a channel called Araco TV, where it ballooned up to 8 million views. If that wasn't bad enough, a few days later, Moist Critical made a video reacting to it, which is currently sitting at nearly 3 million views.
This is the problem in society. People like this think they can talk to someone like me like that.
You started it, goofball. Oh my God, he's getting. This is why he privated his Instagram account now. I see. Oh my. He's getting destroyed.
As Charlie repeatedly mentions during this video, this entire incident made hate comments get to a point where Wes privated his Instagram and severely decreased his upload frequency, taking a few days off to cope with the public humiliation he endured. However, he remained active on the coaching side of things, trying to rope as many people into his program as possible. But even there, people found ways to continue messing with him, and he was still not handling it well.
Is Diddy with you? Is Diddy there with you?
Another one. Got you, dumb little.
Oh, you a twist.
You can actually hear the moment where Wes realized what he said here and is taken aback. Almost like for a moment he knew he had genuinely screwed up.
Got you, dumb little.
Due to how horribly this entire situation was going for him, he decided, like all of these types of dudes eventually do, to play the victim. In late 2024, he posted a video claiming that these were AI recordings and that people were attempting to extort him on Instagram. I'm no expert, but that didn't sound like AI. Whatever the case is, it's the least of his offenses. Sure, there's a lot of entertainment to be had seeing West embarrass himself by getting tangled up in these petty dramas, like when he got in a fight with a random gardener because his leaf blower was too loud for Wes's liking.
They still haven't made leaf blowers that don't make it crazy. How the f- is that possible? How is it possible that in 2024 they have electric cars that go thousands of miles? They drive across country on a battery, and they're faster than some gas-powered cars. But we still have we don't have electric leaf blowers. Shut it. Watch, here you go. Hey! Get out of the backyard. I'm trying to do something.
However, it seems like the really dark aspect of Wes comes from his behavior with women. A long time after he'd broken up with Valerie, he proudly announced that he was now dating the Instagram famous girl, Morgan Brittany. For those of you who are understandably out of the loop, this is her.
Wrong. No, you shut the f*** up. You shut the f*** up and you're... You shut film me. I'm Instagram famous, you f***ing bum.
As she shared his trait of being a hostile nuance to bystanders, Morgan and Wes were a match made in, well, not quite heaven, but you get the point. Almost immediately after they got together, she got a tattoo of his name right above her eyebrow. Surprising no one, she immediately regretted this decision as they broke up soon after in the messiest way possible. She instantly took to her Instagram stories to suggest he was still in the habit of hooping things, claimed he verbally abused her, pressured her to post with him to make him look more normal, and regularly abused steroids, showing pictures of how he looked when he was fresh out of prison and natural to prove it. Among other claims she made in her stories, she also showed a video of Wes driving while recording himself and looking at his phone with a newborn baby in the back seat. She also added that Wes frequently made racist remarks about everyone, including her, saying he yells the N-word for breakfast, and calling her a Nigerian for touching his car window. Most damningly is that Morgan, like Valerie, alleged he committed acts of domestic violence. While she didn't provide any evidence of this, all of these stories were enough to get Wes to go private again and send her a cease and desist, accusing her of cyber harassing him. So much for the prison-hardened felon image. Despite his many attempts to either silence or recontextualize these claims from every woman who had been with him, they only gained strength over time, and his next girl would be no different, although she's not exactly just the next girl. You see, when Valerie and Wes were breaking up, it wasn't a secret that he immediately got with another woman named Angie, and given that Morgan also refers to a certain Angie as his ex he's going back to, this is most likely the same woman. Having established that she keeps going back to him, and knowing the fact that she has multiple kids, the video I'm about to show highlights just why all of this is very concerning, to say the least.
Oh. Are you filming?
I'm gonna film you now then.
Why?
Get away from me. Go get out of the room.
This video, which seems very much to show an instance of domestic abuse from Wes against Angie, was released in late 2024, and just a little while later, Angie had apparently broken up with him yet again.
When I first left Wes, he took the gifts back, he took all those things, right?
All this personal gifts.
Yeah, personal gifts. Clothes, shoes, jewelry, all that stuff. He would create so much discord during the day of, you're not doing enough, I need this, I need that, you're incapable, you can't do this, just a whole bunch of bashing all day long. And I'm in the room putting the baby to sleep, and then he writes this beautiful, heartfelt message about how much he loves me and how all these great things about the girls and I and all these things and whatever. And it was so beautiful to read it, but it didn't feel real at all in any which way.
Note?
No, like on Instagram. It's not
he's doing this for the world.
Yeah, for the world. You know, this, I'm reading this and I was like, wow, this is so beautiful and so heartfelt. But I was like, that's not the same person.
That's not the guy in the other bedroom. The description of him taking all of the gifts he gave back is once again consistent with how he's been described by other women he's been with. What's even more iconic is that she eventually repeated what Andrew Wilson told him on the Fresh and Fit podcast, almost word for word.
Yeah.
Because
Sure.
when you have a family unit, it kind of grounds you and brings you back to reality, and you realize what's truly important in this world. It's not just the Bugattis and the mansions and any of those things.
Yeah.
It's truly like, honoring and taking care of kids.
Later on, the same source that divulged the video of Wes allegedly hurting Angie made a post showing a woman who looked conspicuously like another girlfriend of his, Gabby, on an escort website. While it's borderline impossible to document the timeline of when Wes switches between women, it probably coincides with when he screams at enough people over phone calls to be able to afford their services. During Angie's last breakup with Wes, she sent this Instagram audio message, once again echoing an issue that both Morgan and Valerie described Wes having.
He's mentally disturbed. He literally called me and was just saying, "Oh, you can vent to me," and calling me a bitch, and my kids are.
This audio apparently came on the heels of Wes directing one of his verbal abuse tirades at one of her kids, which explains why she'd break up with him again. Honestly, it's hard to tell how many women Wes has run into this exact same pattern of behavior with, but one is already too many, let alone 4. And the fact that there were kids involved in 2 of those instances is just dark. Right now, I'll pivot away from Wes's run-ins with Angie, but if at any point you see them together again as I go over the rest of the story, just know that these two are constantly on and off with no rhyme or reason to it. Going back to Wes's online antics now, he made absolutely no effort to hide the facts that he thought it was reasonable to assault people who did not initiate an altercation. If you're at all tuned into fitness content on YouTube, then you probably heard about the situation between Mike Van Wyck and Jeff Nippard that took place in late 2024. To summarize it for you, Jeff Nippard is a science-based lifter whose content is largely centered around using studies to optimize training as a natural bodybuilder. On the other hand, Mike Van Wyck is not a big fan of science-based lifting, to put it mildly. Jeff responded to one of his videos online. The two eventually went to the same gym, and when Jeff went to interact with him, Mike hit him in the throat twice. CCTV footage clearly showed that while Jeff was the one who approached Mike, he clearly did nothing threatening or physical to warrant that response. But does context really matter when you are
ripped, rich, rare? Ripped, rich, and rare. Ripped, rich, rare? You ain't gonna have the first 2 if you ain't the third. And if you think
Wes thought he should weigh in and give his 2 cents, despite knowing absolutely nothing about what happened or why, resulting in this abomination of a take.
So you guys, there's a video online going around of some monster-ass fool pushing some keyboard warrior princess little punk by his neck. I guess the guy heckles the big guy online or something. You p***s are in the comments going, he should press charges. No, he should get pushed by the neck and then get his head stepped on, and everybody else should say, good, don't talk to a monster if you're a little peon.
There was a time when this guy at least put some effort into pretending he wasn't a complete violent meathead felon who identified with every other violent meathead felon. But that time was long gone. What's funny is if you look into Mike Van Wyck's history further, you'll find out that while he was pretty comfortable jabbing Jeff Nippard in the throat, he didn't even come close to doing such a thing when Joey Stacks was up in his face. The same Joey Stacks who I mentioned earlier. Unfortunately, this is just how criminals act. They see windows of opportunity to pick on people, and if they feel they'll get away with it, they will take that opportunity. Anything beyond that is just a rationalization. It's telling that he has to bring up his not 10 years spent in prison to make a point about the incident.
I was in the penitentiary for 10 years watching people get their heads sawed off, watching motherfuckers get splatted. You can't even just normally fight in most places.
If he likes the way prison works so much, he can just go back to hooping his paperwork any day. Although he'll probably beg to be sent to an out-of-state prison again if he does, due to all the negative attention he attracted for lying about having gone to California prisons. John Bravo, who was already covering the situation regarding Jeff Nippard, started giving some attention to Wes after he weighed in. And this is a good time to mention that the majority of the following events were documented and researched by John, who has relentlessly documented Wes ever since with great success. Unsurprisingly, Wes wasn't able to handle the scrutiny and privated his Instagram account. In keeping with his incessant desire to go back behind bars, he personally messaged John Bravo to invite him to go fight him at his gym, only to block him immediately before John could even respond. Later on, it became clear that this was a pattern for Wes, who had already gotten into an altercation with a personal trainer in that gym in the past, and continued to try and fight people there in the future. Interestingly enough, this is what the personal trainer had to say about his altercation with Wes.
He disrespected my client in the middle of the gym, so we had words, and as a man I challenged him to go outside and settle it, and he refused. Other words were exchanged, some derogatory comments. I was then called into management, and AKA Wes Watson is a snitch, and went to the management and cried about it. Then after that, I was told that I was no longer allowed to be at my place of business.
It didn't take long for the crew of miscreants that Wes surrounded himself with to start targeting John as well, threatening to put him in the hospital and the whole nine.
Don't press charges when you get up or whatever it is, you know. Don't press charges on me when you gotta go to the hospital and you got them bills to pay because you chose to mouth off and get them up with me. Don't press charges. That's the only thing I gotta say. But when you take the L, which I know you will, whoever hater want to step up, don't press charges. That's the biggest thing.
I like how it's a mantra for these guys to beg for people not to press charges on them. It's like they can't accept that in the real world, assaulting people for being mean to you is a crime. Honestly, there should be some way for this kind of institutionalized loony to opt into going back to prison, because they clearly miss it.
I did 20 years.
Another piece of evidence pointing to this is that, corroborating what Morgan alluded to, when John spoke to Valerie, she claimed Wes had her help him do some hooping, which earned him the nickname Peg Watson. You can take a Yakubian brother out of prison, but you'll have to pry the paperwork out of his cold, dead prison pocket.
It won't detect a phone that you've hooped, you know?
In late November 2024, Charlie dropped yet another video on Wes that got well over 2 million views. And like clockwork, Wes continued to post Instagram stories talking about how little being gadooshed affected him, only to shut down his Instagram, filter his YouTube comments, and stay mostly radio silent in response. For all of the talk about how the only people who hated him were nerds who were jealous of what a jacked stud he was, his following had now shrunk down to a small patch of sycophants, while pretty much anyone with a pulse realized how much of a joke he and his content had become. Literally millions of people tuning in exclusively to see him make a fool of himself. Yet, in his little world, he was being persecuted by a small group of, Reddit gamers.
Find me one of these gamers. Just find me one where their gaming avatar looks anything like this. I bet their gaming avatar looks more like a superhero.
The man's ability to read the room went the way of his hairline. Long gone. Never to be seen ever again. Now, if we were talking about literally anyone else, right now would be an organic stopping point, as Wes had locked himself into this cycle of publicly humiliating himself until his inevitable bankruptcy due to his scam not bringing in enough to afford his rent. However, we're not talking about anyone else. We're talking about career criminal Wes Watson. Before the year could end, news came out that after repeatedly doxing the gym he goes to and inviting people to fight him there every single day, his wishes finally came true. On Christmas, the actual day the Lord was born, Wes was posting online about how much he didn't care about what people said about him.
A lot of you guys are positive, normal people, so you'd never go on a website like Reddit. Only the weirdest of the weird people who watch weird-ass types of porn go on Reddit. They're a bunch of the lowest weirdos ever.
Only a man of his 5'8" stature could find himself talking about Reddit on Christmas Day. By the way, if he's never on it, how does he know it's full of freaky stuff? Can we expect a Wes Watson Thug Hunters collab coming soon? Can't wait for him to do a squat program with these guys. Now, during his stories, he went on this rant.
These are a bunch of weirdos who put wigs on men and makeup on men and post it and don't think they're weird.
I'm surprised I haven't brought this up yet, but what Wes is talking about here is one troll of his who goes by the extremely fitting name of Trans Wes Watson. By simply putting lipstick and wig filters on Wes's videos and pictures, they secured real estate in Wes Watson's mind. They actually own it too, not just rent it like Wes does. And yes, I am referring to them as they, because I respect Trans Wes Watson's pronouns, and so should you. The whole context of the clips I've just played is that people began leaving reviews on the gym Wes went to, notifying him that he'd been inviting people to fight there. Obviously, this did nothing to stop Wes from continuing to do it, and a couple of days later, someone actually showed up. As far as I know, the first person to talk about this incident publicly was Wes himself.
Somebody pulled up, and it didn't go the way they wanted it to go. You'll probably see the details later, but cops are still here. They're figuring out what the situation is and go from there. It was self-defense clear as day. I was sitting down on a bench, juiced him up. He's about 7 foot, just down to start a fight.
The reason why Wes had to rush and give a statement about this, obviously, is because he wanted to get a grip on the narrative early on. Fortunately, people trusted him so little that they immediately got to investigating what truly happened. And one of the first people to do so, the aforementioned John Bravo, was told by other gym goers that the person Wes fought was special needs. While no one knew any better, Wes continued to spam lies about what went down, saying it was a fair one-on-one and he only fought in self-defense.
I don't condone violence. Why do you think every time someone talked and filmed me, I just was the bigger man, the guy's just talking, he don't know what he's gonna get, just let him talk. But then the second somebody put their hands on me, it was a wrap, okay? I don't condone it. I'll walk away.
Eventually, John obtained the full footage. While I can't show all of it here due to it being extremely graphic, this guy, who is not a 7-foot-tall monster gangster, by the way, approached Wes and started talking to him, which was later revealed to be an invitation for just the two of them to go outside and fight, as Wes had spoken about on his Instagram. Cowering out of it, Wes refused to step out of the gym and immediately struck the guy with his weight belt. At this point, the guy backs up and doesn't escalate, only for Wes's buddies to jump in and hold the guy down while threatening to hit him with a dumbbell, allowing Wes to pull on the guy's hair, stick his fingers in his eye, and punch him over 50 times in the head. During the scuffle, Wes and his buddies delivered 4 or 5 soccer kicks to the guy's head and cut a strand of his hair off. This cowardly incident instantly ballooned to extreme notoriety, as Charlie once again brought it to the attention of his audience. And no matter how much Wes lied about it, he was clearly the aggressor in the situation. The guy only showed up after Wes explicitly invited him to fight him outside of the gym 1v1. The guy never struck Wes, and the closest thing to aggression he got to was supposedly lunging at him. But in the video, it looks like what actually happened was that one of Wes's buddies struck him on the back with a dumbbell and caused him to fall, not lunge toward Wes. Eventually, John Bravo also got the body cam footage from the cops who went to the gym that day, and Wes, being the former Oklahoma prison inmate who was released early on good behavior, acted accordingly and showed his COs his brown balloon knot so they'd recognize him.
He told me that's fine. And I said, I don't want to push me.
Okay, so what did the other two guys have to do?
They said stop. Like, we don't want to fight. We don't want a problem. I'm famous. I don't want to fight anybody. But when they antagonize you, someone kept telling me, Rick, I want to fight. You got to do that, do it. Get sick of it, you know? I'm famous. I get 90 million messages today of people saying the same thing. Right? I'm just saying I don't have the messages because they harass me. And I block them right away.
I'd imagine that a hardened convict would, I don't know, stay silent when the cops come talking to him.
You don't ever admit the existence of this thing. Ever. You should have stood trial like a man.
Not only does he sing like a bird, he has this zesty gym guy come over and advocate for him. If you can believe it, the gym rep actually tried to get the cops to get rid of evidence.
So, you're good. I just want you to know because I'm not fair. The guy's still. Why? Hear me out, bro. Hear me out. I cannot. All I can do, I can't take his phone and be like, no, eraser, right? It is what it is. No, sir. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not getting about that.
Despite Wes doing his best to keep the police from seeing the messages, the guy he beat up provided them, along with video of the incident. Being the genius that Wes is, he actually further incriminated himself while talking to the cops.
Yeah, next time I'm going to kill a motherfucker. Straight up, because I'm sick of it. Like, me defending myself, even have to sit here right now.
Poor guy. Wes was clearly just trying to train for a soccer championship when his victim fell with his head in front of his foot. It happens to the best of us. As the police officers grew increasingly skeptical of his story, due to the fact they knew he kicked the guy in the head after he was down, he began losing his mind at them.
There is always a threat if he's moving. He could pull out a gun. Admit it. Quit lying. You don't know if a guy's getting up if he has a weapon. I do have a point, so quit trying to make yours.
You gotta love how he's accusing them of lying. It's hard to believe how real projection is until you see just how much it's the default behavior of a compulsive liar like Wes. Now, after the incident went down, Wes was still free for a few weeks, during which he got into it with another random person who wasn't even really insulting him at his CVS.
I'm the wrong dude too, bro. Who are you? I ain't that dude. You know how fast I could take you down? I don't look like that dude, but I am that dude. Let me show you something. Well, why you gotta be rude? I'm saying nice car, you gotta act like I'm nobody. Who are you? Okay, Mr. Tough Guy, calm down. I'm just saying nice car. Yeah, you too, bro.
I honestly can't believe it. This remake might even be better than the original.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
That's what real ballers get up to, fighting people at the local CVS. Finally, after weeks of business as usual, the consequences of his actions finally came knocking. As on the 6th of February, 2025, Wes found himself in a familiar position, in the back of a cop car, getting booked. The body cam footage was procured and released by John Bravo, and once again, Wes couldn't go 5 seconds without yapping during his arrest.
That dude came and assaulted me. You saw the video, right? Come on, Doug. I was protecting myself. You don't have to handcuff me. I'm going willingly.
I'm solid, bro.
I know, but we still got to be. We got something that we got to do. You mean the same for now?
Let's not put it on. Let's not put it on camera.
I think that somewhere in the midst of narcissistic delusion Wes lives in, he actually thought he could talk himself out of the situation, Better Call Saul style. That wasn't the case here, and what's even funnier is that while he's getting cuffed, he tells the escort he was seeing at the time to call his mom. Meanwhile, she shows absolutely no concern for him and just wants the keys so she can get in the house and get her dog. Despite knowing they have access to all the footage and the text messages, Wes once again decides to lie to the cops and tell them that the guy he beat up slapped him on the head and initiated the fight. If it weren't such insane drivel, I'd play through the arrest footage because it contains straight minutes of Wes yapping nonstop. When he arrives at the station to get processed, he realizes what's about to happen. They're going to measure his height. You see, among the many lies Wes tells about himself, one of them is that he is 6 feet tall. In an Instagram story, when his height is brought up, he avidly denies it while wearing conspicuously thick-soled shoes. During his arrest, however, this is what he tells the cops.
No, if you check my height, you can take a picture of it, so you better say I'm 5'4". Online, they just be joking. They're like, you're 5'4". You're like, oh, no, trolls. That's calling
While I'm sure someone has said he's 5'3" before to piss him off, and probably succeeded at it, the real claim was that he was 5'8". And what do you know? When his arrest information went up online, he was listed at precisely 5'8". That means this guy is actually walking around in public with 4-inch lifts to pretend he's taller. 4 inches is the kind of height you'd expect to see on a woman's heel, which once again brings us back to the prophecy of trans Wes Watson coming to reality. His arrest information also reveals that he's being charged with felony battery, which, given he's done a few years in prison already, is probably not going to end well for him. A day after his arrest, his bond hearing took place, and during it, the judge gave Wes a Sigma check to ensure he was mewing.
If he comes to your gym, call the police. Don't engage, because if you get arrested for anything else, you'll be locked up in jail until your trial.
Okay, I just want to, real quick. Mr. Watson, please don't make any statements.
The people who organized this bond hearing somehow missed the fact that he had a prior. Interesting how he didn't butt in to remind them he did 10 years in the can without a peep.
20 years inside. Tough people.
8 years in the can, I wanted to hoop my paperwork. I compromised. I paid for an escort to peg me. Because of this, his bond was set at $5,000 total, meaning all he had to do was take back a few of the gifts he gave to his escort and pawn them in order to be a free man once again. But given that his boy Diddy was just sent to the slammer a few months prior to this, I think Wes was looking forward to the freak off in the prison cell. All jokes aside, the way Wes's escort girl behaved during his arrest was not a coincidence, as she immediately broke up with him and moved on when he went to jail, which he later claimed was due to her getting his phone and finding out he was cheating on her. Once again, John Bravo looked into it and discovered that not only did her escort ad go back up right away, but one of the things she lists as her abilities is, wouldn't you know it, the same exact thing that Wes had always been accused of having his women do, gadooshing him. You know what I mean.
I like it.
It was no big deal, though, as Wes has a laundry list of women who are more than willing to help him hoop some paperwork. So soon after, he got back together with Angie, whom he talked down to while recording it to show how much of a man he is.
Greet me when I come in the goddamn house or when I'm around to make sure that she shows she's attracted to me. She doesn't really do it. That's the problem we have. What do you want me to do that I don't do?
You just don't wear that. I'm a mom and the baby. It's like...
But that's no excuse. I need to be addressed. That's it. I don't need 15 minutes. I don't need 30 minutes. I need to be addressed in a certain way often. And people are like, why? So that I don't have to get it from other... Because I'm going to get attention from women, and that's what I'm going to do. So either you're going to give it to me or someone else is. So, see, the point is make sure you give your man attention.
As much of an absolute goof as this guy is, it's sad that there are still women willing to put themselves through it, especially since Angie has kids, and they all have to put up with him screaming in the house all the time at people on the internet.
Find me one of these gamers.
The rest of the month of February was uneventful, but in March, Wes inadvertently revealed details about his ongoing case during a stream with rapper Lil Pump. Assuming the stream was off, he first admitted that he was probably looking at 3 to 5 years, and then began lying, claiming that it was a one-on-one and his friends didn't jump in. It's amazing that even while facing prison time, he continues to stack lie on top of lie and express how proud he was of what he did, as if it was impressive. While all of the commotion of the previous months was going on, one of the people who capitalized quite well on that trend was one Eric Kanevsky, who made 2 videos doing an over-the-top impression of Wes. And eventually, he decided he was going to go through with an idea that the late, great Rich Piana gave him. The original idea was to go to bodybuilding bodybuilding expos, ask people their height and weight, and then immediately go verify it to see if they were lying. Except, instead of a bodybuilding expo, Eric went to Wes's gym. And you can probably guess where this is going. Oddly, when Eric's first 2 videos came out, this was Wes's reaction.
I don't really watch spoof videos about me, but that one was for fun. If I saw that guy in person, I'd be like, dude, you are classic. Like, I really thought it was going to piss me off, and I liked the guy after seeing that one. I'm just saying, I think he was hilarious.
Coincidentally, just as Eric was planning to carry this video to fruition, Wes posted this to his Instagram.
The biggest fairy that you know that swears I'm not 6 foot, have him come to where I go to the gym, and we'll just do a friendly stand by each other and take a picture. Get as many people as you can. Have them come stand next to me, take a picture, and just document. I'm 6 foot, but I'm just going to play into your guys' game. This is one of the most friendly things you guys have ever said about me, is that I'm short. You guys think you're hating on me, but it's kind of nice.
Of course, when Eric actually showed up, this is how it went down.
Look at this stud over here. You sound like Nick. Hey, am I 5'8"? Am I 5'8"?
That's what I want to find out.
Get out of here, yo.
I didn't even get the chance to ask Wes anything about his height before all of his buddies started swarming me, but he brought up the 5'8" thing himself.
After this pathetic exchange from Wes, he had his friend, the same one who was holding the dumbbell in the video John Bravo got, try to actually steal Eric's camera from the cameraman's hands by force. At least they planned ahead to try and get rid of any potential evidence early this time around. They spent around a minute struggling for the camera before Wes's buddy gave up, but not before he secretly stole the audio receiver from the camera. When they noticed it, they went back to get it, and this is how the conversation went.
Dog, y'all shouldn't have walked up in here with that.
So it's alright to just take someone's camera equipment?
You're lucky that whole camera ain't gone, dog.
Why?
What you mean, why? You want to walk up here and film people, that's the cabbage right there.
He asked people to.
You can make videos like that.
You saw his video, you said it was funny.
Fortunately, they did get the receiver back, and no real violence broke out. But as they themselves speculated, if they hadn't been in a group of 4 people, that might have gone down a bit differently. Besides this near miss, Wes's influencer lifestyle went on without a hitch. Well, sort of. You see, he's really into making all kinds of content with his misses, appearing on podcasts, cross-promoting their Instagram accounts, so on and so forth. However, in one attempt to make a saucy video, Wes posted a few stories of him and Angie engaging in a primitive mating ritual, and accidentally, Wes filmed the reflection of his paperwork on a glass surface. He deleted the story really quickly when he noticed what he had done, but many people had already saved the video, and much to Wes's embarrassment, it looks like his paperwork was stacking up short. I'm not one to body shame my fellow man, but the fact that this even happened is ridiculous enough that it deserves to be mentioned. While it's impossible to know for sure how Wes's story will end, given the fact that he has priors and his trial date for the felony battery charge is coming up, there's a good chance he'll go back to prison for a few years. However, if that doesn't do it, and if his former clients don't figure out a way to hit him with a fraud lawsuit for having them pay for a service they never actually get, something else will. Tax fraud. During his appearance in Jack Doherty's stream, he talked about how he spent money in such a way to avoid having to do his taxes. But as someone on Reddit pointed out, this doesn't really add up. And a user named Dapper Tough claimed Wes owed north of $3 million to the IRS. John Bravo later announced he'd be investigating this as well, so we'll probably hear some news about it soon. Whatever the case is, one fact remains. Because of how proud he is of being a violent ex-con that doesn't care about the consequences, Wes is sure to find himself back where he began, which is to say, in a prison cell. I don't wish this fate on people, but honestly, when you do what he did, there's nothing besides prison in line for you. Deep down, I think Wes knows this too, and was just waiting for it to happen. Even if you completely take that incident out of the equation, you still have pretty credible allegations against him from pretty much every woman he'd ever been with. Simply put, those things eventually come back to bite you in one way or another. And if it wasn't prison time, it would be spending the rest of his life looking over his shoulder, waiting for the day that the consequences of his actions would come. Honestly, with his continued belligerence after the incident, more and more it seems like if Wes didn't go to prison, he'll just eventually walk into someone who's on the same wavelength as he is and either end up killing someone or most likely dying. I know it may sound like I'm stretching here, but realistically, this kind of thing does happen in the real world. And the reason why prison exists is to prevent it by putting these kinds of people away. Unfortunately, that may be the best, and at this point, only outcome for Wes Watson. As for me, I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
So it was in the winter of 2015. I was at the house of my parents with my wife and my kids. And everybody was sick, really sick. That was the last one standing. Then I got this first ping, this first message from a person who called himself John Doe and asked if I would be interested in data.
Turn now to the bombshell causing shockwaves around the world, so-called Panama Papers.
What may be the largest leak of secret documents in history.
Massive document leak allegedly showing how world leaders and the mega rich hide billions of dollars.
The new report, which finds 8 billionaires own as much wealth as the poorest half of the world's population.
The papers paint a picture of widespread corruption and tax evasion.
Now we have journalists stepping in, trying to tear down those barriers of secrecy and exposing what is happening behind closed doors.
The revelation now is kicking off a worldwide investigation.
The whole issue here is about secrecy. People can create shell corporations and secretly move money.
Worldwide estimates suggest tens of trillions of dollars are hidden in offshore accounts.
What's really shocking is the fact that 12 current or former heads of state are being accused in these papers.
A journalist investigating the Panama Papers has been killed, sending other journalists into hiding for fear of their safety.
The law firm is denying any wrongdoing, but this scandal, the Panama Papers, is just beginning.
For the record, I do not work for any government or intelligence agency, directly or as a contractor, and I never have. My viewpoint is entirely my own. Income inequality is one of the defining issues of our time. It affects all of us, the world over. Still, questions remain. Why? And why now? The Panama Papers provide a compelling answer to these questions. Massive, pervasive corruption. It's not a coincidence that the answers come from a law firm. Mossack Fonseca used its influence to write and bend laws worldwide to favor the interest of criminals over a period of decades.
In the first day, in the first days, it was so fascinating because this window in our world opened where nobody had ever looked in. I always wanted to write. I wanted to become a novelist, but that didn't really work out. So I intended to become a sports writer, and that also didn't work out. And here I am. So.
What interested you? What got you into journalism?
Well, I think it's more or less the sense for injustice in some way. We founded our own paper in Rosenheim, where I come from, because we had the feeling that all the media there are very much right-wing orientated, and that important stories are not really told. The fact that the data, also Mossack Fonseca, which I knew as a black hole. They work with all kinds of criminals. All the information that people who want to keep their secrets put in there are just disappearing from the public. So I knew the company, and I thought, this guy has access to the innest of Mossack Fonseca. I'm the guy who wants to have it.
Mossack Fonseca, una compañía con vasta experiencia y prestigio, construidos en base a una trayectoria que data desde el año 1977 como firma de abogados a nivel mundial. La capacidad del grupo, su cobertura global y amplia experiencia permitirán brindarle a su compañía un mundo de soluciones a su servicio.
Mossack Fonseca is a law firm from Panama, and their business is secrecy. If you have about 1,000 euros, you can buy an offshore company. It's quite easy. And then you can even buy chain directors, which means that all of the business you do, someone else is signing, someone else is doing the business. So no one actually knows that you own stuff, and you can hide all your businesses.
There's a world that is only accessible for the powerful and the richest, where they hide their money, where they enable money laundering, corruption, and actually the plundering of whole continents.
Since 2015, the richest 1% have been more wealthy than the rest of the world's population combined. Now, Oxfam says the poorest 10% have seen their income increase by less than $3 a year between 1988 and 2011.
If we have streets that are in not a good condition, if we do not have enough preschool places or good schools, or if we do have to pay too much money for universities, that is due to the fact that there's so many people out there that are avoiding and evading taxes. That's a problem that is concerning every country all around the world and every one of us.
In the first days, it didn't seem like this is the biggest leak in history of journalism. It only was, this seems to be a really good story.
The amount of data that Sebastian and me received grew and grew. It was really like an addiction. I spent night and day clicking through the data. When we then found the first names of heads of state, heads of government,
we found, the best friend of Vladimir Putin. We found the Icelandic Prime Minister, even celebrities. We always found something that I thought, this is really worth reporting. If you find money tied to Bashar al-Assad and to Vladimir Putin and to other dictators, then you somehow have the feeling, maybe it's not a good idea that only I know.
Some colleagues ask us, actually, are you crazy sharing a scoop? Giving away something our newspaper could have alone? But by sharing, we enable this investigation to be something big and to make our investigations better.
You might realize your and that's okay, because now you know and you have it there.
So we reached out to the ICIJ in Washington and shared the data.
ICIJ was created 20 years ago. We can say that its mission is to defeat the traditional model of the lone wolf investigative reporter. The lone wolf investigative reporter is all for herself, for himself, and so ICIJ was created as a network of investigative reporters in more than 60 countries who collaborate on stories that are too complex and that need to be told from a collective perspective, from a collaborative perspective, that need to be told across borders in collaboration.
The general meeting has had 345.
I am originally from Argentina. I went into journalism fairly young. At 18, decided to be a journalist. I saw a lot of inequality in my country growing up, a lot of corruption, and I wanted to do something about it. But not from an activist point of view, but from a journalistic point of view. When we started receiving the data from Süddeutsche and analyzing it and realizing that it was connecting to 200 countries, that there were dozens of public figures and prime ministers and presidents and princesses and queens, and we have to do the biggest investigation we have ever done to do justice to this data.
I have to admit, my first thought was skepticism because I thought, well, we've done these stories on offshore before. We've done, I think, at that stage 4 or 5 of them. And I was wondering how it was going to be possible to get all the media partners interested in doing another story about offshore. But we really hadn't cracked the offshore world. Even though we had done previous stories, we didn't have this kind of information before. And I really thought it was a breakthrough.
11.5 million documents. Do you have all these complex kind of documents, some that you're familiarized with, but sometimes you also have databases within them?
They were mostly emails, PDFs, and everything else. But because there were so many millions of documents, we had to make it easy for our journalists to search through them. Producing data sets, for example, all the clients of Mossack Fonseca, all the intermediaries, clients per country, and so on.
Every company has a number and a folder, so it's very easy to navigate actually in the original data.
Then we upload it to a platform that we call Blacklight. Then this becomes like Google, where you have a search box. So you're actually able to figure out whether some names of people of public interest in your country are present in that data.
One big danger here was that someone was feeding us a document and then would perhaps slip in some false information into the documents. We wanted to make sure that wasn't happening. We had done some work on Mossack Fonseca in the past, so we actually had a set of documents that we could compare the information we were getting from the new source, the John Doe source, with what we had before. So my early stage was to keep questioning everything and to make sure that we were jumping every hurdle.
We decided to reconstruct a database of the companies and the shareholders connected to Mossack Fonseca. It's called Linkurious, and you just start typing people's names or companies' names. You will get a circle called a node. And if you click on it, it starts expanding. And then you will be able to see how many companies a person is connected to or who are the shareholders behind a company.
We literally took months to make available this information to the journalists, and we were making it available in batches up until the very end. I think the last batch of information of documents was released perhaps a couple of months before publication.
We have 1.7 terabytes at the moment. We brought 1.5 to ICRJ yesterday.
You don't just call great reporters that you have heard of. You have to call people that you know you can work with, who are excellent reporters, but also people that you can trust. We had been getting to know the team at McClatchy, and they ticked every box. They really wanted to work as a team.
Who's surprised that bad guys hide their money? Nobody was saying that was the surprise. The surprise is you pull this veil back and you see this is how they do it. Everything you thought was happening, here's the evidence, it is. I'm a former South America bureau chief for the company, and Mossack Fonseca is a Latin company, Latin client, so it was an area that I could help with. I grew up in Ecuador as a child. I grew up a little different than most Americans because I saw the poverty. I saw kids with no legs begging in front of the soccer stadium on Saturdays. And so you know that this different world exists. But to have it so spelled out clearly where you can see you can start to see these connections, and then the rest of it is kind of the legwork. Okay, you know they have an offshore account, so what? You know, what do you do from there? What more can you say about that?
One of the more serious or severe options would be
Usually, as a reporter, you have tips, you have some kind of roadmap of where you want to go with the story. With this, we had absolutely no roadmap.
I think you've just really just uneducated on what you need to do.
We weren't the big guys. We were the ones who tried to break stories that the big guys didn't have. We were the underdogs to some degree. It was also something that we had to kind of sell to our company, this was because they decided to shut their foreign news. They were wondering what value foreign news would have to their readers. Why are people going to care that the rich don't pay their taxes? Everyone knows that. What you didn't understand is that this was such an enormous amount of data. It was revealing a whole world. It wasn't just a story about offshores. It was the goods. We had the goods on how it worked.
But his wandering thoughts get the better of him, and he ends up doing something wrong. Unfortunately, the boss sees it and fires him on the spot. He protests. I came here to apply for a programming position, but you made me clean toilets. This is unfair. I practiced all night.
I've been a journalist for over 15 years, and I look at myself as a person that wants to be the pipeline for minority groups to publish their stories, ask questions inside the government, and find answers for those groups. I got a call from Marina Walker, the Deputy Director of ICRJ. She asked me, do you want to work on a lead? And we have a lot of Icelandic names in the league. And we have your Prime Minister and his wife. And at that moment, everything froze in front of me. I thought to myself, wow, this is going to be a bomb here in Iceland. Nobody knew about this offshore company called Winterest. If you Googled Winterest before the Panama Papers, you couldn't find anything. And the Prime Minister hadn't been transparent about his involvement into the offshore world.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be here today at Iceland Investment Forum. It takes time for any given country to resurface from political turmoil after a large-scale economic crisis. We've already made significant progress, and I'm convinced that the policy this government has put forward is a sound one, and that it will bring further benefits.
I have to admit that when you hear the Prime Minister is involved, his wife, and other big business people in Iceland, very powerful people, then you start to think about what will happen.
Hope to see you and your money in Iceland.
At this point, we continued on to London, and I met with The Guardian, because I knew that if they were involved, that it would be easier to convince other media partners to get involved.
This was a really important league. I think we've had 3 super leagues this century so far. We had WikiLeaks, where we got the kind of unmediated view of the most powerful country on earth, the United States.
The biggest leak of U.S. military secrets ever. Website WikiLeaks hit the send button on some 400,000 sensitive documents about the Iraq War.
Then we had Snowden, who came along, who proved that all of our data is being collected all the time, that we're being surveilled.
I, sitting at my desk, certainly had the authorities to wiretap anyone, from you or your accountant to a federal judge to even the president if I had a personal email.
He sort of lifted what I would call mass surveillance. And then we had the Panama Papers. We had emails between the law firm and what they called their clients, which typically meant other intermediaries, banks, lawyers, accountants all over the world. We had passport scans, we had kind of incorporation documents, we had a lot of postage stamps from these various exotic locations, pretty much all of them set up so that no one could kind of peer inside. And suddenly we had a kind of treasure trove of stuff. I've been on the go for about 20 years, 12 years as a foreign correspondent, bouncing around the world, Afghanistan, Iraq, Berlin, and then I was posted in Moscow, where I kind of really plunged into what you might call kind of post-Soviet murk. corruption, espionage, Vladimir Putin, his money, question mark, and so on.
You're not just going in going, oh, look, here's the whole story in black and white for me. It's a lot of detective work of painstaking piecing together. You don't just dump stuff. You find the narratives. You make them matter to people. I joined The Guardian in 2011 as telecoms correspondent, and because I speak French, I was pulled into an investigation into HSBC Bank and its Swiss operation, which was the first ICIJ investigation that I'd worked on.
The massive investigation by media outlets, including France's Le Monde and Britain's Guardian newspaper, they've revealed that HSBC's Swiss private banking arm has helped thousands of wealthy clients to evade tax.
It was a big story over here, and then I got brought in to do the Panama Papers a few months after that.
I knew that there were companies in Malta that were using Mossack Fonseca to set up companies in Panama for their clients. But what I never imagined was that I would find the name of a cabinet minister in there. There were 3 companies that were set up. The names of Konrad Mizzi and of Konrad Mizzi's wife, Sai Mizzi, and Konrad Mizzi's children appeared in the documentation. There were never any names given for the 3rd company, eGrant. My mother, through different sources, one of whom worked in a bank where documentation related to this 3rd company was kept, worked out that the shares were being held in the name of the Prime Minister's wife, Michelle Muscat. I think that's when we realized that what we were dealing with in Malta was a system of state capture, that every institution of the state had been captured by this gang. They're laundering money, they're laundering campaign funding, and they're going to go to prison for a long time. I was sure of that at the time.
This is all about secrecy and the ability to hide your money, your assets.
The rich and the super rich, together with most sort of multinational corporations, essentially exited quietly, sort of slipped off stage from the messy business of universal taxation some time ago. Before I started work on the Panama Papers, I thought that offshore was a kind of small, minor, who cares, little aspect of the economic system that we knew not so much about. And after reading the Panama Papers, I realized it is the economic system. It is the system. $8 trillion is stuffed in tax havens. Western countries, including the US, are losing about $200 billion a year in tax revenues.
We were still debating at that time whether tax avoidance was a matter of public interest or not, or could you simply do what you liked with your money. But what it did establish for us, the scale of it, it just showed you there were underground rivers of money washing around the globe, unbeknownst to most people.
We are writing about an incredibly damaging part of our economy that has become so central and so mainstream that is creating French Revolution levels of inequality and injustice. And the challenge we have is to be able to bring this story home to people, to show them that this story matters to you, affects your life, and guess what? You are the victim in this story.
Banks, financial regulators, and tax authorities have failed. Decisions have been made that have spared the wealthy while focusing instead on reining in middle and low-income citizens. The collective impact of these failures has been a complete erosion of ethical standards, ultimately leading to a novel system we still call capitalism, but which is tantamount to economic slavery. Hopelessly backward and inefficient courts have failed. Judges have too often acquiesced to the arguments of the rich, whose lawyers, and not just Mossack Fonseca, are well trained in honoring the letter of the law, while simultaneously doing everything in their power to desecrate its spirit.
Ben, hey, it's Kevin. Since we have outstanding matters, give me a shout back. Bye. One of the things that is particularly interesting about the Panama Papers is you have all the email traffic, all these different people who appear in these email threads going back and forth on how to handle something. You see their personalities and who in the compliance department, who is more serious about really cracking down, and the tension between management and compliance. So at one point, the Geneva office basically says, you know, they've found that you've got a Syrian tied to Bashar al-Assad, who's now under sanction and everything at the time of these emails. And the Geneva office says, well, HSBC is still working with them, so I don't see why we shouldn't. You know, so you kind of see what their thinking is. You know, they're willing to work with bad money, they just have to be clean about it.
The customer said, I need to do the following in terms of hiding money. Will you do it for me? And Mossack Fonseca, and these are all in the records, would say, sure, we'll give you a Panamanian corporation, a trust bank account somewhere else, and not to worry, nobody will follow the trail. To simplify, to explain how this system works in a really understandable way, I worked on a case involving a drug trafficker in the Cayman Islands. His lawyer in Miami said, go see Joe Blow in the Cayman Islands and he'll set you up.
Got everything a man could want.
Joe Blow in the Cayman Islands sets up a corporation. The corporation opens a bank account. The guy who is the drug trafficker now puts money in the bank account and lets the lawyer in Cayman control that bank account. There comes a moment 6 months later, he wants to move the money to hide the trail, and he calls the lawyer and says, well, we need another bank account in the name of another corporation, and I want to transfer the money from Corporation A to Corporation B, and let's do it so the amounts don't match. And then the moment comes when he says, I want to use the money, and he goes back to the lawyer in Cayman, and he says, we're going to have the bank that has the second transfer lend the money to the guy's brother who owns a massage parlor in Houston. That way, it'll look like a loan, non-taxable. Where did you get it? I borrowed it. The whole thing looks like it's perfectly clean and perfectly okay.
I was kind of skeptical because I wasn't a big fan of inviting so many colleagues. I thought, maybe 50 or 100 is really enough. And we knew around 50 or 100 from previous investigations, so we trusted them.
Did they know that they out there?
We made something up here just to see the relation.
I wondered if we could keep this whole project secret. There's one basic rule, and that might sound rude, but it's important. That's shut up and encrypt. We always told our colleagues that you cannot tell anyone, not your wife, not your best friend, nobody, about this project, and you have to encrypt everything.
My primary interest at this stage of the investigation was to establish public interest. So we only were interested in public figures, politicians, business people, anyone with a public profile. And the fastest way to find that out is to give a set of documents from Indonesia to an Indonesian journalist, give a set of documents from Iceland to an Icelandic journalist. They would identify pretty quickly who was worth looking at on this list and wasn't worth looking at.
Did they actually brag about their internet data security? You have very good security. It's not going to happen.
I was angry that nobody had called me and I wasn't involved. I have never collaborated in a giant thing like that. I collaborate within my newsroom. Sometimes with like one, an outside group. Most news organizations are not global. And then I think this becomes much more important because it seems like more and more the best stories are global. This was like a ringing affirmation that you can actually do it, and you can do it at scale.
Then the ICHA said, for example, we need somebody in Panama. And I said, I don't trust anybody in Panama.
De cuáles son los salvajes, o sea, when I first looked at the assignment that we were going to do, I flipped. And the first document I saw was an invoice. That's when I said, oh my God, this is huge. Because invoices are probably one of the most private documents within law firm. And then when I see the names of people I know in the database, I was really, really, really scared. Because I knew what was coming behind that. And I knew the consequences that this was going to have.
Rita Vasquez was also a lawyer in the offshore services industry for many years. So when we learned that, we were fascinated. We had the opportunity to work with an insider who understands this industry from within.
Seeing my friends and people that I care for in that data really made me want to go deeper into the project. As a newspaper organization, it is not our duty to tell if a private person is doing something wrong with their own money. But it's our duty to tell if somebody who had access to public funds, or if somebody who had been part of a government or had some sort of a jurisdictional power was doing something wrong.
The mandate of La Prensa was to return freedom of expression to the country as an infrastructure for democracy in the midst of dictatorship.
Que nunca hemos sido, que no somos, ni nunca seremos, ni Estado asociado, ni colonia o protectorado.
But somehow it worked. And in 6 months, we were the newspaper of record of Panama. When we sat at our first editorial meeting after everything was set up, we said, well, how are we going to handle this? Do we go softly increasing our pressure, or do we hit them straight in the face from day one? We decided the second.
When we heard Mossack Fonseca, we knew that we were uniquely positioned within the project because I played for the Mossack Fonseca softball team in the BVI. 4 of our closest friends worked for Mossack Fonseca. And so we had a perspective that out of the journalists, there were 2 people that knew the inner workings of that company better than anybody. My journalism career was never going to lead to any kind of greatness. I was never going to work for the New York Times. I was the English editor of La Prensa in Panama. That's not the sort of things that make a great bio. And I always compared it to a career minor league pitcher that suddenly you get to start Game 7 of the World Series. When you find out it's world leaders, it's drug traffickers. The Reina del Sur, who is one of the most famous female narco-terrorists in history. Carlos Quintero, who was described as making Pablo Escobar look like a baby. All of these names that come flooding at you, and your first thought is, how did they get away with this?
To you specifically, is it because you were in this space already and you just kind of knew you as someone who was interested in this world?
At least that's my assumption. I mean, we've been working on offshore since fall 2012. My private explanation, more or less, is that I know that the source had contacted other outlets even before me, and they had not reacted in the way that the leaker wished they had.
Some outlets may have passed just because they tend not to do giant collaborations. You're devoting some of your best people to something that might take a year. That the resources are scarce. Investigative talent on your payroll is scarce, it's expensive, and you're taking a leap into something that from the beginning you know is not going to be an exclusive.
The media has failed. In addition to Süddeutsche Zeitung and ICIJ, and despite explicit claims to the contrary, several major media outlets did have editors review documents from the panel. They chose not to cover them.
There's this probably frustrated person, or those persons, I don't know, trying to reach someone that is actually listening.
I mean, there was a flavour of John Doe's personality. John Doe was worried about exposure. He was also kind of worried about his own sort of personal safety. So we don't know who it is. So it could be a he, it could be a she. I don't think it's a they.
I don't think anyone benefits. You know, it's kind of death by 1,000 cuts. If you give a little information here, a little information there, you would end up compromising your source. And so I've kind of pushed back internally, I think, on that, so that people are more cautious about what they say about the source.
I guess he doesn't know how much good reasons for sources to be afraid.
Kind of shocked him
that
it's
actually going to be an enormous risk. You know, they can get fired, they can get jailed.
I don't think you got a slide where it's kind of shocked.
And so, but one of those reasons is they don't trust the operational security of the journalists. And sometimes they're right.
An odd place to find a buddy.
And they should, you know, if you're a source out there, you should do your due diligence and pick your journalists carefully.
I have watched as one after another, whistleblowers and activists in the United States and Europe have had their lives destroyed by the circumstances they find themselves in after shining a light on obvious wrongdoing.
Snowden, who was holed up in Hong Kong, wanted in the U.S., is now in Russia.
Edward Snowden is stranded in Moscow, exiled due to the Obama administration's decision to prosecute him under the Espionage Act. Bradley Birkenfeld was awarded millions for his information concerning Swiss bank UBS, and was still given a prison sentence by the Justice Department. Legitimate whistleblowers who expose unquestionable wrongdoing, whether insiders or outsiders, deserve immunity from government retribution.
Because of its nature and how global it was, we all realized that we need to get together in person. So Munich was the perfect place, of course, because we needed to go to the home of Süddeutsche Zeitung.
That itself had to stay secret, so you couldn't say, I'm in Munich for X. People naturally asked, well, you know, what are you doing there? Oh, a work meeting, or you had to come up with something that didn't sound anything like what you were doing there.
The meeting was kind of the decisive point. It was more or less our job to make people enthusiastic about it and to get them on board. I was so nervous. I hadn't slept for 3 nights because I was really, really nervous because I thought if I mess this up, then this is the big chance.
The biggest collaboration of investigative journalists. Sitting in front of more than 100 journalists showed me the first time how big this project already was at that moment.
It was like the United Nations of Journalism, and I've never experienced anything like it. We were working on a story, and we were all working on it together.
We are not forcing you to do this story. We are not paying you to do this story. This is the story, and you need to invest in it. And you are only going to get out of it as much as you put into it.
Everybody was, I'm all in. I want to know more.
It's a time right now in newsrooms of great uncertainty. You know, what will be the fate of newspapers, which used to be the watchdogs
of the media.
And at a time when everyone is broke, when no one's clicking the ads, where Facebook is taking all our money, where newsrooms are just kind of empty-pocketed.
We really had to convince these media organizations and these journalists to work together. And we often got responses like, why do we need you? Or why do we need one another? We can do it on our own. And perhaps 10, 15 years ago, it was pre-media crisis, and a lot of newspapers were feeling really strong still, and they still had foreign correspondents and thought that they could do it on their own. But as the crisis in the media took place, and stories became more complex, as technology evolved, it became obvious that we needed to join forces. And they learned through the process how much more impactful and powerful their reporting can become when we work as a collective.
Immediately realized the impact of having more people from different countries inside the investigation, because we had more.
Generally, I would say we found enormous international reach. We found Spanish royals, we found a German chicken farmer, we found a French dentist, we found people who would use fake names when dealing with their lawyers. So instead of saying, hello, here is Ivan, they would say, hi, it's Harry Potter. And there was correspondence, dear Harry, your $25,000 has arrived in the Bahamas. I mean, it was just like the most weird fishing expedition. I mean, there were fish you would expect, and there were some very ugly small fish you didn't expect.
Whenever I went into the data, I found something new. I found scandals in Africa, Latin America.
Messi now. Everyone on the edge of their seats. Messi going for goal.
Lionel Messi, his family fortune is in the Panama Papers and is now in the courts. No one in their right mind in Latin America thought that FIFA wasn't corrupt. It was not a surprise to find the FIFA officials. That was kind of what people thought was going to be in there. Kids are under contract, 13 or 14, whether or not they ever become a pro has very little to do with their talent level, more to do with which lawyer is screwing what agent in a business deal. Lionel Messi, there's no evidence that he himself had any hand in any of this, but the people who handle him and the whole contracts and everything, they did.
And we will restore the image of FIFA and the respect of FIFA. And everyone in the world will applaud us, and will applaud all of you for what we'll do in FIFA in the future.
We found Sergei Roldugin, Putin's best friend, ostensibly second-hand car, not very wealthy, but we found almost $1 billion. Going from Bank Rossiya, which is a kind of crony bank from the regime in St. Petersburg, right through to secret offshore companies, and then a lot of that cash was recycled back into Russia, including into the wedding resort where Putin's daughter, Katerina, got married in 2013. And so from Russia, what we saw was, in a way, what you might call a kind of neo-feudal system. You could see how not just Putin's KGB chums were billionaires, but how the next generation were accumulating assets, marrying each other, dodging American sanctions, and so on.
I mean, if you're Vladimir Putin, you don't go to Mossack Fonseca and say, I want a company in my name. But you'd probably send someone that you trust. This is exactly how this world works.
When you can set up corporations in such a complex way, in changing ownership. One woman I looked into was Leticia Montoya, a director in 10,969 corporations. Think about that. I mean, she has no idea whatsoever what those corporations do.
It's just a job, and she's a secretary. Those who went to her house could have seen that she has no money. She lives in a fisherman community, not in the city. I mean, it's not like she made any money on this.
This has gone on country after country after country. The amounts that are being pulled out are really at the expense of average people who simply can't get services from their government because the money's been flat stolen. I spoke at a conference of the Inter-American Bar Association in Cochabamba, Bolivia. And I tried to say lawyers' job is to keep people honest, and you shouldn't be helping them evade the law or break the law. My audience began to laugh at me. I blew up. Why do you think you don't have clean water? Why do you think people are so poor? It's because you, as a group of professionals, are teaching people how not to be participants in your society.
The fundamental question I ask is, well, who makes money off this? Who makes money off this industry? And obviously Mossack Fonseca made a lot of money. And obviously their clients who avoid taxes, they make a lot of money. But banks also make a lot of money. Financial institutions, Wall Street. You can't have a major business if you don't have banks complicit with your business.
The banks are certainly a key cog in this whole mechanism set up to create distance between the real owners of the money and the corporations that nominally have control over it. But banks donate a lot to politicians. And, there you go.
The banks and the accounting firms and the law firms, they are basically spending all of their resources in trying to damage national treasuries, in creating an illusion of an economic system that works only for the 1%. And they are working to deepen that gap between the 1% and the rest of the world.
We found David Cameron's dad in the data with his offshore fund.
I'm very relaxed about publishing these things. There's no secrets about my status. I am paid handsomely as your Prime Minister, and that is my main source of income. And I have a house I used to live in before I moved into Downing Street, and I rent that out and I get the income from that. I don't have other sources of income, so there'll be no surprises in terms of my tax affairs, but I'm very relaxed. As I've always said, nothing's changed.
It wasn't even a surprise that his dad had a fund. It's just that he wouldn't say that he had money in it. In order to not have the fund taxed in the UK, you had to have a majority of foreign directors on the company board. So the third was Swiss, a third were in the Bahamas, and everything was run out of the Bahamas. So they had this army of people just to sign things there. So they were pretending to devise the investment strategy and trade gold and bonds and things like that. But all the instructions were coming by telephone from London.
One of the things we found is not only did Mossack Fonseca have a number of Chinese companies that it registered in Nevada as shell companies, some of those perhaps to do business in the United States, but more likely than not to hide assets somewhere else. Brazil was one of the hottest things, and having been a correspondent there myself, I was very interested in it, working with the Brazilian team.
We found payoffs to politicians, more than $700 million in bribes have been paid.
2/3 of the country's legislature had been tied to offshore companies. Many of the politicians were using shell companies through Mossack Fonseca in Nevada to hide assets they owned back in Brazil. Nobody pays a bribe and says, hey, here's a bribe. They do it through consulting fees, they do it through structured investments, and they do it through shell companies that pay other shell companies.
The papers were very clear that this problem is not limited to small countries in Africa. The problem is huge here in the United States. The tax evasion problem is huge here in the United States.
There were a lot of Americans in Panama Papers, so that there's this perception that there weren't. I think what was missing was a Putin-type big name, but the very kind of people you'd expect to be in the Panama Papers are in there. All kinds of SEC fraud, pump and dump, penny stocks, and a lot of hedge funds. Those kind of guys who need that anonymity to make that work, those guys are in here in some significant numbers. And unfortunately, that's gotten easier, not harder, in the aftermath of Trump's election.
I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again.
Having Donald Trump as the President of the United States let me feel a little bit strange, knowing that he also had some offshore deals in his past.
He didn't pay any federal income tax. So
that makes
if
me
he's
smart.
paid zero.
Trump is obviously one we were focused on from the very beginning. He appeared about 3,450 times that we know of. That's not to say his partners, that's just him by name. The big find was a lot of documents around the Panama Hotel project.
Trump Ocean Club soars over the Pacific and Panama City. It's also where criminals, everywhere from Russian gangsters to money launderers for Latin American drug cartels, were able to hide their cash.
There we found contract information between him and the developer Newland. One of the things I think that was very helpful in the Panama Papers is it actually showed Trump's business model. It was a contract that showed how he got paid, how his name was leased. This really wasn't known. In the documents, here we had physical proof of how he arranges things.
As a former money launderer, the Trump Ocean Club, how would you rate it in its
Money
quality?
laundering?
For money laundering.
I'd say AAA.
You get control of the country, you move your family into all of the important jobs in the country, and then you use that as an opportunity to enrich yourself.
The man they credit with Donald Trump's victory, President-elect's own son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
What's now going on is exactly that. And what I think is also going on is that our president has cozied up to any number of these kleptocrats because he wants Americans to think it's the new normal.
Is a central figure in the investigations into Donald Trump's inner circle and possible ties to Russia.
It was Manafort, Paul Manafort.
Paul Manafort. Long before he was President Trump's campaign chairman, Paul Manafort was paid millions by a Russian billionaire with close ties to Vladimir Putin.
That is the closest we've been able to get to Manafort. Manafort seems to have been paid through companies in Belize. So I've spent a lot of time looking at these shell companies.
Donald Trump's friends, people of his cabinets, advisors, have been active in the offshore business.
Mr. Mnuchin, you ran a hedge fund for a few years starting in 2004, and I've been trying to get my arms around the Mnuchin web of bank accounts and shell companies. They were in the Cayman Islands, in Anguilla. How many employees did you have in Anguilla?
We didn't have any employees in Anguilla.
How many customers did you have there?
We didn't have any customers that resided in Anguilla.
Did you have an office there?
We did not have an office ourselves there.
So you just had a post office box?
Senator, let me explain to you.
Just a yes or no answer. I'm already over my time. Yes or no? Did you just have a post office?
Well, hopefully the other senators will defer to time so I can answer this for you because I think it's an important issue.
Mr. Chairman, I think you should go ahead and answer it right now.
You have
a chance to answer the question. Yeah.
I'm very troubled about this question of how you're going to unrig the system if you've got a record of taking advantage of tax shelters that, in effect, have a 0% tax rate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The taxes you pay are compulsory.
They come out of your paycheck. You can see it once or twice a month. There are no Cayman Island deals for you. None of those kind of sweetheart overseas deals for you, the way Steve Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary, got. Then there's another set of tax rules for the fortunate and the well-connected. They can pretty much decide under the tax law what they're going to pay, when they're going to pay it, and in some instances, almost nothing.
The problem today is really that the U.S. is the best place to put your assets.
over the last couple of decades, we've seen increasingly that shell companies registered in the U.S. are used to commit all sorts of crimes, from human trafficking to drug trafficking to arms dealing. The list goes on and on. Looking to Delaware, looking to Nevada, that's an example of jurisdiction where Mossack Fonseca was very active. We found a lot of Brazilians hiding property owned in Brazil through Nevada offshore. So Nevada was being used by Brazilians in a way that Cayman Islands, Bahamas might be used by an American trying to hide ownership of an asset.
Well, Nevada has always had this approach to raising revenue that we want to tax somebody else, not the people who live here. You know, back in the 90s, they decided to become the Delaware of the West and tried to follow that example and make it very easy for shell companies, LLCs, to be set up there without having any kind of information available about who owned them or who benefited from them. I said at the time that it was might as well hang up a shingle and say, welcome scumbags and sleazeballs, because those are the kind of people who want to keep their information secret. But it became a source of revenue, so you didn't have to raise taxes.
What's your line?
Well, I'm afraid they're rolling back the protections that were put in Dodd-Frank, and a lot of that was about accountability and transparency. Banks fought that, so they're certainly not going to want to open it up any further.
You can find tax havens all around the world. They are in the US, they are in the UK.
Now, having done 6 of these projects, I would say with some certainty that probably the biggest tax haven in the world is Britain and its former colonies.
We're open for business. We like oligarchs. I don't want to exaggerate and say we're just a tax haven, but the state is captured by finance.
Close behind it is America, and I think in the future it would be great if someone gave us, Delaware leaks. We would uncover, secrets that may have been bigger than anything we've ever done before.
I call on the European Commission, the British Parliament, the United States Congress, and all nations to take swift action, not only to protect whistleblowers, but to put an end to the global abuse of corporate registers. Tax evasion cannot possibly be fixed while elected officials are pleading for money from the very elites who have the strongest incentives to avoid taxes relative to any other segment of the population.
I was actually concerned every day about the security of this whole project, because let's face the facts, journalists like to speak about their work.
Every journalist you bring in, they're probably going to tell their partner, they're probably going to tell their best friend, so their risks were going up exponentially every time you brought somebody in.
We were so focused on the digital part that I think you forget that a lot of journalists are going to need to have interviews with sources, and they're going to have these interviews in bars or in cafes or in public places, and they're not going to be conscious of the fact that other people might be following them or listening to their conversation. It's funny, because to extract secrets from a journalist, you just need to take the journalist to the bar, buy the journalist a beer, or maybe 2 beers, if they're big. Kind of tricky, and they'll tell you.
My colleagues to MCA Stories is a project. It's a regional project, actually worldwide, and we're just looking at something and said, well, when's it coming out? Well, I couldn't really answer.
You had this in mind the whole time, that one mistake could jeopardize the whole project.
My life during all those months was kind of like a spy life. I couldn't tell them what I was doing, and I felt awful because at the same time I was investigating my friends. I would go to dinner parties, and during the day I was just searching documents that somehow mentioned them.
We felt responsible for their safety, and that was also something we repeatedly told our colleagues. Be aware that there's colleagues of us out there risking their life with this reporting, and if you tell too much, you could risk their life.
last 2 weeks before our publication date, we had to do everything to protect our source. So we stopped all communications. We destroyed effectively the devices that we used to communicate the source. My iPhone, my computer. We deleted all the files with several programs. So we ran it over and over and over until it was completely flat. But then again, we weren't really sure, you really can trust this. So I more or less took a hammer and started smashing the things. We didn't want to throw it away because we were so paranoid back then that if we thought if someone finds it, maybe you can do something with it.
The most dangerous moment in the investigation and the most tense moment when we start reaching out to people for comment. If we have had a year to look at your bank information and your company information, we are not going to surprise you.
You don't approach people and say, listen, dear team of Mossack Fonseca, you lost all your data.
What?
The camera crews for the broadcast project descended on the offices of Mossack Fonseca in Panama City and demanded to
not you
someone
guys.
get a statement.
Okay. I just videotape. I go on walks. Okay. Okay. Take care.
We sent them an email. We saw documents that seem to indicate that you have many troubles with your due diligence and the way you choose your customers. Then it follows a long list of questions, very detailed, very much into the cases. So they said, we're not involved in illegal dealings. We have never contact with the customers directly. We only work with intermediaries, which are lies.
I feared, wow, now everything might blow up. Now there will be hundreds of lawyers trying to stop our reporting. Hundreds of people all around the world get knowledge about our investigation. And that's people like drug lords, criminals. And of course we feared that something may happen.
It was very stressful for all of us because at that point, we had to pull our sources. We had to pull the people that we were writing about. And people started to know more and more. We started to have a bodyguard because that's when we received the direct threat by Mossack Fonseca. So they came and said, we know you have a journalist who's helping the international media, and she's being paid for it, and she is trying to diminish the reputation of her firm and the country, and she's going to have to, suffer the consequences. So the paper immediately said, you can't be around without any protection. My friends are here. We go pick them up at the hotel, and there's a bodyguard there driving the car. So we said, it's just an Uber. But we forgot to hide the gun. He had in the middle of the front seat. We had to live a double life, in that really was something that changed our lives from that moment.
The most frightening moment for me shortly before publication was when I personally had to write an email to the Kremlin, basically addressing it to dear Mr. Vladimir Putin and laying out what we have found in regards to this net of companies around his friend Sergei Roldugin that was funneling hundreds of millions of dollars out of Russia. And I've never written an email to Vladimir Putin before. Some days later, Vladimir Putin's spokesperson, Mr. Peskov, did a press conference in Moscow.
Documents show nothing about Mr. Putin. Everything that was interconnected with our president was written by newspapers and was written by journalists without having obvious facts for them.
It was clear to me, oh shit, thinking about that email I sent some days ago.
In our understanding, this is nothing else but a reflection of, an overwhelmed Putinophobia disease that unfortunately is quite spread now in
in lots of media.
It was clearly obvious that the Kremlin was pissed off.
We got a lot of legal threats, and there were so many, they were really piling up. Everyone that we contacted recruited the best lawyers to threaten ICIJ, to try to get us to show them documents, to try to get us to not publish the story.
Drug trafficking, income inequality, poverty. Look at those problems in the world, and a lot of the keys to addressing those problems are in the Panama Papers. Even though you feel like you may wake up one day and have somebody in your bedroom pointing a gun at you, you feel like you have to keep going on this because it's too important.
So coming from Iceland, I knew that if I would start asking questions about the offshore company of the Prime Minister early, then all the alarm bells would ring inside the government and inside the institutions here in Iceland. So we had to find a way to get the reactions from the Prime Minister on camera. So we decided, after a lengthy talk about the ethical issues, to confront him.
Mr. Prime Minister, what can you tell me about a company called Vintris?
Well, it's a company, if I recall correctly, which is associated with one of the companies that I was on a board of, and had an account, which, as I mentioned, has been with the tax on the tax account since it was established. So now I'm starting to feel a bit strange about these questions, because it's like you are accusing me of something when you are asking me about a company that has been on my tax return.
It must be okay for me as a journalist to ask the
Yes,
Prime Minister about
personal. But you are indicating that I have not paid taxes on it.
No, I'm just asking you questions.
Okay.
So, but to go into the details, I would like my partner to do it in Icelandic, because I don't have the details to discuss.
Akkur hefur ekki sagt frá...
Ég skal taka þetta viðtal við þig seinna.
Nei, akkur hefur ekki sagt frá því að þú væri tengdur aflandsfélaginu Vintris?
Herru, ég skal veita þér þetta viðtal...
Við erum í viðtalinu núna sem þú getur svarað, þú ert forsætisráðherra þjóðarinnar. En hvaða eignir er í félag? Hvaða eignir er í félag? Við vitum um það að Vintris var kröfuhafi og er kröfuhafi í föllum Gotland.
Við erum að gera eitthvað tortryggilegt sem er ekki tortryggilegt.
Vita félagina í Indifens að þú hafðir átt aflandsfélag sem
Hvaða atriði eftir hann að búa til?
Sigmundur, þú hlýtur að geta svarað þessum spurningum. Þú ert forsætisráðherra, þú hefur ekki komið hreint fram. The time between the interview and the publication was a stressful time. The wife of the Prime Minister, she posted a Facebook status talking about some attacks from the media. Soon I realized that we shouldn't be afraid, because we had all the materials, we had the interview, and I told my staff, just relax, because we are going to publish this and it will be big.
We were utterly convinced that night that we were going to light the blue touch paper, despite nobody going beforehand. There was still an air of expectancy. People knew a big story was coming.
What was weird was about 10 minutes before we were due to press send, Edward Snowden tweeted out a link to the English language website of Süddeutsche Zeitung.
The people who follow him then were alerted to this, and it's a pretty wide universe.
Gerald Rowell, the director of the ICIJ, is hammering the phones, getting everyone to just hold their nerve.
I thought it was very important that we all hold the line, that what was happening with the press conference from the Kremlin and what was happening in Iceland at the time, where parts of the story were getting out through Facebook, through the Icelandic Prime Minister's wife. There was a lot of nervousness, and I really thought that all of these events, all of these small things happening, even though we were being talked about a week beforehand, no one really knew the bigger story.
I remember describing it a bit like a general standing at the top of a hill, holding back the troops, waiting as the opposing army approaches, hold, go, charge.
When that day hits, things happen very quickly.
The so-called Panama Papers now exposing the secret financial dealings of politicians and celebrities.
Many of the world's most powerful politicians, wealthy business owners, and popular celebrities are now desperately trying to distance themselves from the fallout and consequences of the Panama Papers.
There was an immediate response on social media.
They're all on the inside. We're out on the street looking in. Hello.
This thing exploded and took an entire life of its own.
We turned out to the banking bombshell causing shockwaves around the world.
Escándalo internacional.
De Panama, los Panama Papers.
Caso Panama Papers.
What may be the largest leak of secret documents in history.
A blockbuster release of millions of financial documents.
This is the biggest attack on the tax shelter industry. It's $1 trillion industry.
It is $1 trillion industry.
The UK, France, Australia, Mexico all say they're going to investigate.
When it blew up, I had no idea the size of the situation.
Panama police have raided the offices of the law firm at the center of the country's massive data leak.
No podemos hablar de qué delito. Lo que sí es que nosotros tenemos que hacer nuestro trabajo e incautar esta información para examinarla.
Now the problem is, can the various judicial systems of the world handle all of this material without getting a horrendous case of indigestion?
Ramón Fonseca Mora con nosotros esta mañana. Muchísimas gracias por aceptar la invitación.
El medio, o el periodista, o el sensacionalista, hay un crimen. Un señor le meten un cuchillo. El periodista, en vez de investigar al señor del cuchillo, va a la fábrica del cuchillo y así a buscar el culpable.
We have always dealt with professional clients all over the world only.
After the publication, the example they gave, we're like a knife factory. We sell the knives. If people kill other people with knives, it is not our fault. The problem is they always knew who had the knives and what were they going to do with the knives.
The law firm is denying any wrongdoing.
When we realized how big it was when we saw people going out in the streets.
Thousands of Icelanders took to the streets calling on the Prime Minister to resign following allegations he benefited from offshore holdings in tax havens.
The first casualty of the Panama Papers has fallen. Prime Minister of Iceland yielded his post on Tuesday amid public uproar that he failed to disclose links to an offshore company.
Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, he may be thrown out of office over allegations that his family owns several illegal offshore businesses.
Corruption and bribery at the highest level on the streets of Rio, Sao Paulo, and dozens of other cities. Protesters laid the blame at the door of President Dilma Rousseff.
Every day there's a new scandal. Every day there is something related to money being taken out of the country.
We have some breaking news from Brazil, where the Senate there has voted to impeach President Dilma Rousseff and plunges the country into political chaos.
Look at Brazil. That's probably the country where the Panama Papers has had the most impact. Iceland got the headlines of the president. The entire ruling structure of Brazil was crumbling because so many of them are tied into this money laundering scheme.
Protesters in the Argentine capital, Buenos Aires, are calling for the country's president to step down after the so-called Panama Papers revealed Mauricio Macri is on the board of two offshore firms, one in the Bahamas, the other in Panama.
Several thousand people filled a square in Malta's capital on Sunday and demanded the resignation of Prime Minister Joseph Muscat.
My mother was in Malta alone, fighting this, with no one backing her at all, no institution.
Daphne had been working on a number of post-Panama Papers stories. She wasn't involved in the Panama Papers investigation itself, but she had taken our reporting and gone further.
Good evening. Yesterday, I have confronted Conrad Mizzi, the energy minister.
can you give us more details about the Panama company? What's it called?
There are no bank accounts, and no funds.
He was just, you could tell he was just buying for time and trying to see what that we knew. When I asked what the name of the company is, he said, I can't remember because it's a technical name.
And there are absolutely no funds. Thank you.
When the story broke, they didn't resign. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I could see. I mean, it was like a disaster unfolding in slow motion.
Mal-ewwel okkażjoni fis-sigħat li ġejjin kemm jien kemm Marti għan nibdew proċeduri legali ta' livell għan nieħdu pariri legali fuq ir-reputazzjoni tagħna kontra is-Sinjura Caruana Galizia u kontra il-mezzi ta' xandir tal-kap tal-oppożizzjoni tal-li qegħdin jirrepetu din il-kidba faħxija.
British Prime Minister David Cameron faces backlash and implications of the recently leaked Panama Papers.
And that's when things in the UK just went really crazy.
There was terror in this country. David Cameron had the worst week.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to make a statement on the Panama Papers. Dealing with my own circumstances first, yesterday I published all the information in my tax returns, not just for the last year, but for the last 6 years. I've also given additional information about money inherited and given to me by my family, so people can see the sources of income that I have. This is an entirely standard practice, and it is not to avoid tax.
May I thank the Prime Minister for the advanced sight of his statement. It is absolutely a masterclass in the art of distraction.
He refused to say whether he'd had any money in his father's offshore fund.
He'd gone on record saying we've got to end secrecy about tax avoidance. He'd gone on record saying we've got to shine a light on where this money comes from.
Some of these people are parking huge amounts of money offshore and taking loans back to just minimise their tax rates. It is not morally acceptable.
So he then had to come out, and this was the fourth or fifth explanation over this period of 3 days, saying, well, actually, it did benefit from the shares.
Samantha and I had a joint account, and we owned 5,000 units in Blairmore Investment Trust, which we sold in January 2010. That was worth something like £30,000.
Was there a profit on it?
I paid income tax on the dividends, but there was a profit on it, but it was less than the capital gains tax allowance, so I didn't pay capital gains tax, but it was subject to all the UK taxes in all the normal ways.
A few months later, Britain was going to hold a referendum on whether to leave the European Union.
People of Britain have spoken, voting for a British exit, dubbed Brexit, with almost 52% of the votes choosing to leave the 28-member European Union.
And Cameron was the figurehead for Remain, but the British press is dominated by press barons who wanted us to leave, and it suited their agenda to destroy the figurehead for Remain.
On Wednesday, I would attend the House of Commons for Prime Minister's questions, and then after that, I expect to go to Palace and offer my resignation. So we'll have a new Prime Minister in that building behind me by Wednesday evening. Thank you very much.
Cameron helped to create this moral atmosphere which said, look, this behaviour is wrong and should not be helped by the laws that we have in existence at the moment.
The documents show allies to Russian President Vladimir Putin secretly shuffled as much as $2 billion through banks and shadow companies.
Day one, of course, was Vladimir Putin and the $2 billion worth of money that led back to him, which was a remarkable story. It's been one of international journalism's holy grails, really, that story.
The papers revealed the identity of a suspiciously rich chemist, which raises immediate red flags for me, because I've always thought the only way to make millions with a cello is to use it to dig for gold.
Информация достоверная. У Сергея Павловича уже ничего нет, потому что он на приобретение этих инструментов стратил больше денег, чем у него было. И остался должен даже тем структурам, тем фондам, через которые он это покупал. Но кто этим занимается, вот этими провокациями? Ну, вот мы знаем, что там есть сотрудники американских официальных учреждений. Чем ближе к выборам, тем больше будут таких вопросов.
he's basically saying we're all spies. We scheme dastardly stuff to try and defame the Russian Federation. Now, of course, that isn't the case. And if it were a CIA plot, how come David Cameron got sucked in? How come there were demonstrations in Iceland and Argentina?
I mean, the hilarious thing, was that Putin ended up having to buy lots of cellos. Well, Dugin bought lots of cellos because he said it was for buying cellos, so they went and bought a lot of cellos after.
This wasn't on official news in Russia. Unless you were looking at foreign media, you had no idea that the Panama Papers broke. The officials who were implicated in these documents would retaliate against journalists. It's real. Journalists have been killed.
A car exploded in flames in the Ukrainian capital of Kiev early Wednesday morning. Inside, a prominent journalist, Pavel Sheremet. An eyewitness to the blast says several people tried to pull Sheremet from the car, and it appeared he was already dead.
In Russia, journalists, both in the big cities and the provinces, get killed, shot, beaten to death. Roman Lenin, who works for Novaya Gazeta, he was kind of instrumental in chasing them, following the money all the way to Putin and making that kind of connection.
Но я глубоко убежден, что он правда не погружен в работу всех этих офшоров. Он, безусловно, не знает, что там происходит.
Kremlin pretty soon found out who our Russian partners are, so there was TV programs that basically screened something like wanted posters of the two of them, putting out information on them, detailed information that could lead people to the place where they work or potentially where they live. They, to a certain point, left Russia for a while.
We were treated as traitors. There were publications all over the social networks and everywhere blaming us for selling our country, blaming us for treason. They were people saying, what should we do with the traitor journalists? With our names, they said, well, should we throw them off the bridge of the Canal? Should we send them to Punta Coco, which is the equivalent of Alcatraz for Panama? Or should we just send them to La Jolla, which is a maximum security prison?
This sort of thing is happening. It's a lot of places in the world. It's absolutely terrifying. Me personally, I've been physically threatened. I've been threatened with lawsuits. And I'm really lucky. I work in the United States. It's really bad form to get journalism. Investigative journalism is hard enough without having to worry do all that kind of physical risk. It's something that we're correspondents are used to doing all the time. In a way, it kind of feels like we all work correspondents.
This just shows how vulnerable reporters around the world working on corruption issues are. One answer to that vulnerability is working in networks and in teams. You can take down 376 reporters.
For the Panama Papers, reporting that explored the hidden infrastructure and global scale of offshore tax havens. The Pulitzer Prize in explanatory reporting goes to the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists on Catching and the Miami Herald.
Just the idea that we were able to finish the Panama Papers despite all of the doubts and publish it along with all of these other reporters all across the world.
And it felt so surreal because the Pulitzer is something you always dream of as a journalist. But as a German journalist, it's something that you could normally not reach.
It's nice to show that journalists can actually work together, and I think that's something that we all thought would never happen. Journalists are selfish. We don't share stories. We don't share sources. We've just proven that that's wrong. That in fact you get a better story sometimes if you do share.
You do need big international teams to cover big international topics.
Then it cleared the way for us to spend the rest of the year. Really, the kind of stuff that you couldn't do on the first day, but were just as important as the first day's stories.
I thought that this would be the time when we can refocus and go into the stories we hadn't yet the time to finish. But then we heard this terrible news from Malta where Daphne Galizia was killed in a car bombing.
The son of the investigative journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia, who was killed in a car bomb attack in Malta, has attacked the island as a mafia state run by what he called crooks. His 53-year-old mother, who was killed yesterday, was known for her blog accusing politicians of high-level corruption. She led the Panama Papers investigation into corruption on the island.
We couldn't have been more shocked when we found out that Daphne, Matthew's mother, had been blown up. I mean, it just seems so senseless and crazy.
The message was, look, we can do this and we can get away with it. There's no deterrent. We can strike whoever we want, whenever we want, and get away with it.
The fact that she was killed, you're talking about a European country that really shocked not just us, but also the world.
This is what happened to Daphne. We never thought anything could happen in Malta. Daphne was, very much a fearless investigator, a lone voice in a sense. She was very frustrated with mainstream media. People just gravitated towards her blog naturally.
Daphne was fearless. She was a blogger, so she had a lot more freedom than newspaper journalists in terms of expressing her opinion, and she used it.
My article went up at 7 o'clock in the evening, and 2.5 hours later, by 9:30, the police were already at the gate. It's a warrant for my arrest, issued by a magistrate within 2.5 hours. The police cannot understand why I will not abide by the law and sit at home quietly and not write anything about politics.
She was one addressing things many politicians did not want to hear.
She wrote about corruption and about the highest levels of profit. And the idea is that people, don't worry, the truth will come to light, good always wins, there will be justice. My mother always thought that was bullshit.
She wasn't just outspoken, she was effective. And I think that's why she's been killed. What was particularly shocking was that for some people, this assassination was a cause of celebration. One police officer actually tweeted that he was pleased that this had happened and called her cow dung the day after. So, there wasn't universal condemnation of this act in Malta as perhaps there should have been.
A court in Malta had charged 3 men with the murder of Daphne Caruana Galizia. Maltese media say the authorities honed in on the suspects following telephone intercepts. Police arrested 10 men on Monday in connection with the killing. 7 have been released on bail pending further inquiries.
It was just all a big show. I'm quite confident that they were the people who executed the orders to assassinate my mother. But my mother never wrote about them. She never investigated them. She had no idea who they were. They've probably never even read what she wrote.
There may have been people who pushed the button, who set off the bomb, but they're definitely not the masterminds, and they definitely wouldn't have had the motive to do it. So the big question is, who ordered this kill, and ultimately who paid them as well.
The way it was done, it was also a way of getting sources to stop talking.
The two founders of Panamanian law firm Mossack Fonseca were arrested after both were indicted on charges of money laundering.
Estos papeles es de una firma de abogados. Una firma de abogados que no significa que son 4 millones de habitantes en Panamá. Es una investigación completa. La investigación inició, la investigación no ha concluido. Que en estas causas hay procesados, que en estas causas hay dinero incautado, que en estas causas las personas directamente señaladas fueron objeto de formulación de cargos, sus oficinas y domicilios fueron allanados, se le incautó material, se ordenó la detención provisional de estas personas, pero los tribunales dieron fianza y en estos momentos pues no están dentro del proceso, pero en libertad.
Herself, I think, is trying to do what has to be done. But the judiciary, which is where she has to deposit her investigations, has zero credibility at this point. If you talk to Panamanians about this, the reaction is, no pasa nada, nothing will happen. I don't think that's right. I think that something will happen. We have an ex-president of the Supreme Court in jail. We have an ex-president in jail in Miami. I mean, there are things happening. I feel that somewhere along the way, incremental bits will be solving these problems. It's just a human problem that we have to face all over the world.
This is not only about Panama, that's a worldwide problem, and if it should get solved, it's something that has to be addressed in the US as well.
One of the things that led to change on the US end, that both Nevada and Wyoming changed their laws based on some of what we were able to show about these nominee directors that really weren't contacts. And the UK government is now supporting efforts to force transparency in overseas tax havens that do that by introducing public registries across the Commonwealth countries.
Inglés y Marta lo va a tener que informar a más para la audiencia en inglés. Perfecto.
Panama Papers hasn't ended yet. It's still going. Every week there's a new Panama Papers development. Reporters are still in the database, are still searching, are still finding things that we missed. While there have been a lot of investigations launched, including in the US, and there have been a number of people all across the world who have been arrested, there has been an element of inaction in areas that really matter, reform that would prevent these offshores from being created in the way they are created. There was a lot of talk about it, but yet that hasn't happened in a significant way.
I think history has shown that the importance of Panama Papers are in revealing the kind of underbelly of global finance and how it ties into the whole inequality question. I think it also will probably lead to a better mousetrap.
Will the scams go on? Will there be new ways found? Yes, of course. The world will probably just get a bit more sophisticated.
There's a democratic backsliding in the world in general, and I think that this is taking journalism down with it. It's kind of strange that at the same time it's a golden age for investigative journalism. Our work has never been as important as it is now.
The horrific magnitude of detriment to the world should shock us all awake. But when it takes a whistleblower to sound the alarm, it is cause for even greater concern. It signals that democracy's checks and balances have all failed, that the breakdown is systemic, and that severe instability could be just around the corner. So now is the time for real action.
We are all human beings, and we have dreams. This voyage has dawned. For him, it was the adventure. There may have been an element he wanted fame and glory. He wasn't averse to taking risks. But when you're alone, just you and the ocean, it's the whole of your universe. It's totally indifferent. It's there waiting for you. If you make a slip, then imagination is the danger. It's no longer about heroes and adventures at sea. It's about isolation and the delicate mechanism of the mind.
It was this new Elizabethan age. It was the Beatles, it was sexual freedom, freedom of the seas. It caught the imagination.
Francis Chichester on board Gypsy Mark IV is now in sight of home, barely 15 miles from Plymouth at the end of his epic round-the-world voyage. Thousands of people have been pouring into the city. They're waiting for their first glimpse of the man who set out 9 months and 33,000 miles ago.
There was sirens, there was noise, there was mayhem. You stood and watched and let it wash over you. Chichester had done single-handed circumnavigation and brought his vessel back home. Stirring stuff, boys' own stuff. Chichester started the ball rolling. People were looking for what was the new challenge, what's the next frontier. Chichester stopped halfway. He pulled into Australia, did quite serious refits. I thought, that's it, one thing left to be done. Go around the world, single-handed, but non-stop. The general public got into the spirit of it, and newspapers as well. And of course, the Sunday Times came up with the idea of non-stop race around the world.
There could be no greater challenge. The first part, down to the South Atlantic, was fairly kind, but then your trouble started. Once you rounded the Cape of Good Hope, you were into the roaring 40s, that endless band of storms that circled the world. Then, thousands of miles later, you passed south of Australia, New Zealand, and across the rest of the Pacific to Cape Horn. The seas became narrow there, and as they funneled together, they grew wider. Then up past the Falkland Islands, across the equator, back into the North Atlantic, and you were on your way home.
In the spring of 1968, some of the world's most experienced sailors began to gather in the ports of Britain. They were stepping forward as contenders in the greatest endurance test of all time.
This wasn't a race in the normal sense of the word. You could leave whenever you liked, but you had to leave before October the 31st to avoid the really severe winter weather at Cape Horn. First, we had to do it to get the golden glow. The road that went the fastest to get the required 5,000 pounds.
This was something that human hadn't yet attempted to do. First of all, we didn't know if a boat could take it. Secondly, there was considerable doubt of it in the time. Some countries said that no, go back. But more people told me it was impossible. There was at least a route to it. The one I thought would be enough real competition was Bernard Hesse. He was highly experienced.
Bernard était un poète et un philosophe. Et il a eu une soif de prouver à lui-même qu'il était capable de faire ça. Il voulait être le premier à avoir fait un tour du monde. C'était un défi vis-à-vis de lui-même. C'était pas pour gagner une course.
The French adventurer Bernard Moitessier and the British merchant marine captain Robin Knox Johnson were among 9 men announced in the final lineup. Each knew the winners would earn their place in history.
They were proper seamen, experienced sailors. And then there was the mystery man, Don Crowhurst.
What sort of attitude of mind does a single-handed sailor have to have?
I think one's psychology has to be fairly stable. And one has to be constantly aware of the risks one is running, which need not necessarily
just almost enormous to take on something like that. I didn't give it some serious thought. But there is a moment when an opportunity arises, and if you don't grasp it, that's it. The first time I saw him, we were at a party at my flat. Vigorous and lively person he was. I had a red dress on, and he immediately said, "Whose husband did you arrive with?" He started telling my fortune, and he said, "You're going to marry an impossible man, but you're going to be greatly loved." That was a ploy, I'm sure. He may have used it with several others, but it worked. Don started his own small electronics firm, making navigational aids. They're very, very slow selling. We were able to eat from it. It didn't bother us very much. We had a very exotic life, but really we were skipped, as it were.
Things were difficult, the business was struggling. My father was at stage he needed to take on the challenge that would show the skills that he had and the abilities that he had. He had something he was frustrated and unable to show in his business. My father had grown up with Kipling stories of adventure and heroes overcoming challenges. Chichester had achieved something on a heroic scale. I was recognised for it. He had performed some tremendous feats that everybody could see and admire. In a sense, my father wanted to take on that role, take on that persona. This was the greatest challenge possible to grow out of. It made him almost compelled him to take part.
He asked me how I felt about it, and I said, "Well, if you can raise the money, I think you deserve it." I didn't think he would raise the money, but all of a sudden the thing took on its own momentum.
it just didn't have that long to get a boat ready. But Groves was starting from scratch.
Don't just try it. He started off really concentrating on the idea that knowledge was fast and that he could win. And the idea was he could win.
His head was full of ideas on advanced technology, what he could do if. This was part of his great visionary dream, really. It was going to be an innovative and advanced vessel equipped with all the latest devices that would make it safer and would enable him to sail faster.
That was the idea. Then Don went off to find some money.
Don had tried a number of careers, but they'd come to nothing, and he wanted more. He believed in himself. He was inventive. He had real brains. He had a great deal of charm. He read avidly of these long-distance exploits, and he could talk the talk.
The nearest you get to a transatlantic route is the summer.
All he needed was someone to put up the money, and he carried along entrepreneur, caravan dealer, slightly best.
It really was an exciting venture. I'm not an adventurous person as far as I'm concerned. It's interesting, compelling to join in.
Stanley Best knew nothing about sailing, worked as a hard-headed businessman. He wanted a contract. Stanley Best made my father sign an agreement. If he dropped out before the race began, or dropped out early on in the race, he would be forced to buy the boat back. In effect, my father would be bankrupt. The house we lived in would have to be sold. He was gambling everything. He spent everything on being successful in the race. Everything depended on it.
As it is now. Prize for the fastest voyage as well as the first man home. The men were treated at all time, so long as they sailed at a rested or to avoid getting lost.
This was the most that time for the first. There was a lot of interest in what happened in the city. Anyone who goes to see something from
Faut pas l'empêcher. Là, il a toujours fait ce qu'il avait envie. Moi, je ne peux pas dire non. C'est impossible. C'est pas constant. D'ailleurs, si je ne peux pas, il va répéter.
When I left business, Boswell was on board to learn following me. She was not there yet. It's always a case of having to sacrifice one thing for another. You have to choose between your life and women, and it's got to be your own life, hasn't it, without hesitation.
Et là, on choisit une course automobile, d'aller dans la lune. On ne peut pas l'empêcher. On ne peut pas l'empêcher.
around the world, however, single man, it's an enormous challenge. It's incredibly maddening.
No one has done it before. Anyone who tries it just for the money, the prestige, is going to put his back.
there was this extraordinary British it had to be smashed by hand. To this thing. I thought, well, if anybody has a chance, he has a chance because he is so innovative. He'll do it.
This was a classic tale of English daring and doing in Russian history. There's homegrown British era. There will be TV doings. There will be newspaper doings. Now, I mean, it's sort of that feeding frenzy start. Rodney, my boss, was a businessman as well. For potential to make a lot of money. Breathtaking. So you've got to dress it up a bit Christmassy so that it appears attractive.
Donald decided originally to start down beyond Penzance, but here in Teignmouth we have a fairly active publicity centre, but we persuaded him to come 150 miles backwards to start here and enjoy the delights of Teignmouth. All the hoteliers immediately saw the potential, publicity-wise.
Provost's journey to Teignmouth was the first outing for his revolutionary boat. It should have taken 3 days to get there. It took 2 weeks.
It was pretty embarrassing. We've been promoting Provost as the dark force of the sea. We initially thought that this was a man who had made transatlantic voyages. He wasn't. He'd messed about in boats, but he was earnest. And he kept saying, but everyone was this voyage idea. We wanted him to succeed. The public, the town of Teignmouth, and St. Street wanted this to work.
All but one of the other sailors were underway. He'd lost any chance of winning the trophy for first man home, and to win the £5,000 cash prize, he'd have to sail the world faster than any of the racers ahead of him, through a southern ocean that was already claiming casualties.
Jay Blythe and John Ridgway had been knocked out of the race. Big seas had seen them off. It was the first inkling that this was not just an adventure, but a very dangerous undertaking.
Not the sheriff. He was well aware of the risk, but he felt he was capable of getting through it.
DNO was a publicity machine at full blast. I was there as a journalist. I was producing a film. I could see that the schedule was tight. When I got to Teignmouth, it was chaos, total chaos.
It took far longer for you to come round to the East Coast than you had originally planned. What sort of pressures has this put on you as a result?
Oh, it's a week less. Means less time, you know. The schedule is that much tighter.
I thought there's chaos here, you know, that's worrying. The BBC people were watching it. You could see that they thought that this wasn't how it should be.
I told the cameraman, this is a voyage, it's not down. It's not going to succeed. Just film what is really happening. Film the chaos of it all, which he did. With 3 or 4 days to go, there was so much still to be done by so many different people who got in each other's way. He lost track of what was happening on his boat.
You realise I've got to have the equipment tonight. He won't be on the boat if it's not put on tonight.
At that stage, people begin to say to him, "Are you sure everything's all right? Have you really considered what you're doing?"
He was getting more and more exhausted and more rattled. He was bright and cheerful for the interviews, but the minute the camera stopped, his face dropped.
Because essentially it's a personal story. And then if I can ask you,
Do you feel you're up against it with the time limit?
I don't think there are too many things that are of any importance that remain undone. Most of it is taken care of. And I think that I'm not lacking in any great respect. I mean, there's nothing essential that's missing.
The last day in Teignmouth, Claire and I took him off a walk along the seafront. Just sat there, withdrawn and trembling, and saying, "It isn't ready, the boat isn't ready." And as we walked back, we met Stanley Best, sponsor, and Rodney Holworth, who stood to make a lot of money if it succeeded and nothing if it failed. So, when he told them he couldn't go, the boat wasn't ready, they said, "Donald, tomorrow, it's October the 31st, the very last day to go. You have to go."
What do you think of the weather tomorrow? I would think at this time of year the southwesterly wind.
It was unstoppable. There was so much at stake. How could he say, "I can't go"? At the least, he faced ridicule and embarrassment. What would he be, in his own eyes, if he didn't go?
Now we turn to Teignmouth in South Devon, on the last day on which Donald Crowhurst could start on his round-the-world voyage. The rules of the Sunday Times race say that all competitors must have started by the end of October. And at 3 o'clock this afternoon, after innumerable delays, start Mr. Crowhurst did.
It went by terribly short of time. The pilot's waiting. I'm awfully sorry.
I remember going on a small rowboat with my brothers and my sister, and my father kissing us goodbye. It wasn't a feeling of sadness so much as excitement. But I suppose there was a feeling also in the back of my mind, well, I don't quite know what's going to happen next.
The children are oblivious to the danger without any doubt. And it's just as well, really.
Well, she's left Teignmouth at last. The 41-foot trimaran Teignmouth Electra, at the helm Donald Crowhurst. This 36-year-old engineer, who even at this last stage hasn't given up the idea of recording the fastest time. Yes, he's got this yellow one-piece suit on and still his tie. And out here, too, is his wife Claire and 4 young children. They're all very small, chatting, "Bye-bye, Daddy." Well, something's gone wrong out there. He's taking a tour gate. And something, I think, has gone wrong with the sail. He's being towed back. Oh, this is a tragedy.
The buoyancy bag at the top of the mast was fouled. The sails wouldn't go up.
Well, it was a delay of only 2 hours. By 5 o'clock, Mr. Crowhurst's trimaran was being towed out a mile from the shore. A cannon shot marked the expected start of his race round the world.
All I could see was this tiny figure on what seemed to be a minute boat disappearing over the horizon.
Nowadays, with GPS, you can pinpoint your position to within a few feet on any portion of the globe. In the 60s, that just wasn't the case. Not